The manhwa begins with someone rising from the ground, covered in blood, as a winged man stands before him. The celestial being declares, "God is dead." Humanity worshipped gold and revered arcane engineering until, in the end, they became slaves to themselves. The man holding a sword questions how this can be fair. His opponent wraps the blade in a powerful aura, but despite this he charges forward, asking why this even exists. He screams as he swings his sword, only to be utterly obliterated by a colossal explosion from his enemy. It is then revealed that this is all part of the most popular apocalyptic fantasy game of the moment, Arcane Soul. The defeated man screams in fury, calling the game a pay-to-win garbage. His name is Kim Jun-soo, a 22-year-old university student. His opponent mocks him, saying that he did pretty well for a free-to-play player, but in the end, it was his bad luck. After all, he had been playing on auto mode the whole time. The enemy's ID is rich heavenly demon Chan Jun-soo insults him, but the opponent simply prepares to end the fight, admitting that it was fun and that he had never seen a player get this far without spending money. Jun-soo is in a public place and clearly furious. He yells, outraged that he had invested 10,000 hours into the game, only to be surpassed by someone who spent thousands of dollars. He sighs, realizing that the real idiot was him, wasting time on this terrible game. He decides that at least he'll do his daily missions before focusing on his homework. After all, even though he hates the game, he still sticks to his routines. With little hope, he does a free gacha pull, already expecting a terrible result, just like every other time, probably getting another generic warrior named Kim. However, when the draw finishes, he is shocked. A platinum chest appears on the screen and his heart races. When he finally sees the character he got, he is astonished to realize it's the heavenly demon himself, an SSR unit. He wonders how the hell he pulled this off, as it's the best character in the game. The chances of getting the heavenly demon in a free draw are ridiculously low. There are an absurd number of zeros in that percentage. Excited, he begins to dance in public, declaring that this game now deserves the Game of the Year award and that he needs to start leveling up his new character. It is revealed that the most efficient way to level up a character in Arcane Soul is by sacrificing other already leveled characters to serve as experience. Now, Jun-soo no longer feels envious of the whale players, the ones who spend fortunes on the game. He decides to use all the countless warrior Kims he's accumulated over his thousands of hours of play to strengthen his heavenly demon. On the screen we see the characters being consumed one by one, their experience pouring into his new champion. With a smile on his face, he says that he'll finally be able to play the game just like the whales. But in the middle of his excitement, he completely forgets that he's in a public place and starts walking absent-mindedly, right into the middle of the street. When he looks to the right, he realizes, of course, the phone slips from his hands and he mutters that this situation feels strangely familiar. When he opens his eyes again, he's staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, completely confused. He wonders why he's in a hospital. His head throbs and then the memory comes rushing back. He walked right into traffic like a complete idiot and nearly got run over. He mentally curses himself for being so careless. Suddenly, a woman enters the room, calling him Warrior Kim, surprised that he's awake. He furrows his brow and asks what she's talking about. The woman says she'll call the doctor and leaves in a hurry. Jun-soo is puzzled by the name she used, and when he looks at the clipboard with his information next to the bed, he's shocked. It clearly says Warrior Kim. Additionally, the report indicates that he suffered a dislocation and a concussion due to the accident. He wonders what kind of absurd mistake this is and lets out a long sigh. Perhaps, deep down, he really does feel guilty for sacrificing all his Warrior Kims to gain experience, but that still doesn't explain why his name on the clipboard says Warrior Kim. Trying to make sense of the situation, he attempts to get up, but the instant he puts weight on his leg, a searing pain shoots through his body, and he lets out a deafening scream. A nurse rushes into the room, telling him that he can't move yet. Still writhing in pain, he asks why it hurts so much. At that moment, the doctor enters the room and explains that he was hit by a truck and, considering the circumstances, got off with few injuries. Still completely confused, Jun-soo furrows his brow and asks what they're talking about. The doctor responds that they still need to do more tests and that he'll need an MRI and a magical vision test. He freezes when he hears the word magical and wonders what the hell they're saying. Is he having a stroke? Is he still dreaming? Meanwhile, at the reception, they're calculating the costs of his hospitalization, including the tests such as the CT scan and MRI. When they finally give him the total, his heart almost stops. 22.3 million won, around $16,000. Totally outraged, he retorts that he was there for just 4 days, so how can the bill be this absurd? The receptionist, with complete calm, answers that he doesn't have insurance and has to pay everything out of pocket. Confused, he asks what she's talking about. After all, every Korean has national health insurance. The woman looks at him as though he's delirious and responds with a question. What are you talking about? You don't have insurance from the Legion or the Magic Tower. A chill runs down Jun-Soo's spine when he hears those names. He doesn't fully understand what's going on, but those words sound strangely familiar. Legion, Megacorp, Magic Tower, Sacred Order. Then it hits him. These are the four factions that dominate Arcane Soul. The world where God abandoned humanity. Where arcane science advanced drastically. Where Earth was overrun by monsters. Where humans modified their own bodies to survive. His mind starts to fail him. He falls into denial. No. The summary? This world is a hell to live in. Hours later, he finds himself in a dark alley shouting at the top of his lungs. Why the hell did I end up in this game? He remembers how happy he was when he went to sleep that night, after finally getting the heavenly demon. But now he realizes the cruel irony of fate. He didn't reincarnate as a protagonist. He became a tutorial character. Maybe this is divine punishment for sacrificing all of his old characters. Finally, he arrives at Warrior Kim's house. Looking around, he lets out a heavy sigh. This crap is smaller than my bathroom. He can't believe this guy was so miserable. Exhausted, he throws himself onto the bed. His body is battered. He has no money. And now, what should he do? Then reality hits him like a punch to the stomach. If this is really the world of Arcane Soul, events like nuclear wars, dimensional rifts, and even the rebirth of ancient gods are going to happen soon. And when that happens, this place will turn into a true hell on earth. He has no idea how he ended up here, but one thing is certain. If he stays still, he will definitely die. Then, suddenly, something occurs to him. His gaze locks on his own hands and he finally understands what this means. Without hesitation, he grabs a pen and raises it above his palm. Looking down, he murmurs that he needs to test this before it's too late. For a moment, he hesitates. But then, gathering all his courage, he stabs the pen into the top of his hand with all the strength he can muster. The pain explodes in his skin, and he lets out a loud scream as he pulls the pen out. It has pierced his hand completely. Immediately, a green aura begins to swirl around the wound, healing it before his eyes. A smile spreads across his face. I knew this would work. He has just obtained a trait called Wound Recovery. Now everything makes sense. The reason he created and sacrificed so many Warrior Kims was because this character is the only one without a base trait. However, this means it's possible to unlock and swap traits freely, allowing players to shape Warrior Kim however they want. For someone like him, who always played strategically and never had luck with rare characters, Warrior Kim was the best choice. And now, he is Warrior Kim. This means he can acquire any trait as long as he works to earn it. As he watches, his wounds start to fully heal, regenerating thanks to the newly acquired ability. He takes a deep breath and reflects. In Arcane Soul, you die if you're poor, weak, or if your luck runs out. But he won't let that happen to him. He spent 10,000 hours playing this game. He knows all the shortcuts. He knows how to break the system. The scene cuts to his global ranking, which plummets from 115,000th place to the top 7,000. Then he climbs into the 3-digit ranks, finally reaching the top 9. Now he's above monsters, literally in the top 9. He doesn't know exactly what that means, but he'll figure it out. Plan change, make money. Now he walks confidently into a talent agency, muttering to himself. With Warrior Kim's body, this is a free pass to the top. Inside the player registration sector, a man reviews his file and raises an eyebrow. So, this is your first time at a player recruitment office? Jun-Soo nods in confirmation. Yes. I want to enter the monopurification field. The recruiter stares at him, surprised. Monopurification? Jun-Soo nods. He needs money to fund that pay-to-win gacha nonsense, and using his own body for work is the only option available. The man leans back in his chair, putting his feet on the table. He sighs, then looks at Jun-Soo with an amused expression. They even call it monopurification, but do you have any idea what clearing a dungeon really means? The badge on the table reveals his name. Choi Seon-soo, Player Recruitment Director. Jun-Soo crosses his arms and responds without hesitation. Of course I know. Seon-soo lets out a sarcastic laugh. Are you sure? Because honestly, your resume is completely empty. Jun-Soo rolls his eyes and confidently responds. It's obvious that I understand how this damn game works. I know that the mana contained is what caused the monsters to overrun the world of Arcane Soul. He continues explaining, clearing a dungeon isn't just about killing monsters and collecting loot. In the long run, Prolonged exposure to the contained mana can erode someone's humanity, turning them into something else. This process is called mutation. And that's what makes the job so deadly. Su sighs and says it's fine. Once they gather enough people, he'll assign him to a team. Su thanks him, but the man still looks skeptical. He stares at him and asks if he's absolutely sure about going through with it. I am, Su answers without hesitation. Su sighs again and comments. I've seen many guys like you take this job for money and come out completely dead inside. Su laughs casually. Relax. I'll leave here in better shape than you. Su frowns, confused by the response, but Su just smiles and says, working hard without spending a dime has always been my specialty. First contact with the team. He then meets his team leader, a man named Deer. Deer crosses his arms and looks at him with a stern expression. So, you're the newbie they sent here? Su shrugs. I guess so. I'm just here because I was assigned. Without warning, Deer grabs the collar of his shirt, pulling him closer. You think this is a playground? He says, his eyes cold. Do you think you have what it takes to be here? Su doesn't answer, simply staring back at him. You better not beg me to save you if you start mutating, Deer continues. If I see the slightest sign of it, I'll kill you on the spot. Su smirks and calmly responds. I'll keep that in mind. For him, this is nothing new. In the real world, people always try to scare the newbies. But what really intrigues him is the fact that Deer is an R-rank character in the game. This is what he looked like before awakening. Su thinks, noticing that, at this moment, Deer's legs are still normal. Before the tension can rise any further, another man enters the room and sighs. Deer, I've told you not to treat the newbies like that. We're short on staff. The man is introduced as Hedgehog, a veteran with 5 years of dungeon clearing experience. Deer clicks his tongue, clearly irritated. Whatever. I just hope he doesn't mess things up. He then turns to the group and gives his instructions. We have 4 hours to clear 5 locations. No time to waste. Su watches Deer and thinks, this guy's much tougher than he was in the game. Hedgehog notices and pats him on the shoulder. Don't mind him. He may seem tough on the outside, but he's a good guy deep down. Su gives a nonchalant hum in response, not paying much attention. The first dungeon. The first location they need to clear is a junkyard. As soon as they arrive, everyone complains about the terrible smell. No matter how many times I come here, I never get used to this stench, one of the workers says. Deer ignores the complaints and says, I'm opening the entrance. Get ready. He activates the access card and the dungeon door opens. What they see on the other side is simply disgusting. The place is covered in filth, a complete mess of waste and magical residue. Deer gives the command. Everyone, position yourselves. Inside the dungeon, there are low-level monsters known as contaminated slimes, creatures that feed on trash and residual mana. Su quickly assesses the situation and starts explaining to himself. The core of mana-contaminated clearing is eliminating these slimes. They're weak but troublesome. If you cut them in half, they just multiply. The only way to truly kill them is by destroying the small mana core inside their bodies. As they begin to fight them, the workers quickly realize the problem. How the hell are we supposed to find these cores in the middle of all this mess? Someone shouts, frustrated. Su takes a deep breath, steps forward and says, get out of the way. Before they can react, he rushes toward the slimes, holding nothing but a shovel. He leaps into the air, preparing to strike. If this goes south, don't blame me. He shouts to his teammates. With a precise swing, he drives the shovel directly between the legs of one of the slimes, hitting the mana core dead center and destroying it instantly. The other workers stare in shock. Hedgehog's eyes widen. He's killing the slimes way too fast. Deer also watches, intrigued. Meanwhile, Su just smiles. This is perfect. He continues to move forward, destroying the cores one by one before the slimes can multiply. And the most impressive part? He's doing all of this with nothing but a shovel without needing a real weapon. The other workers watch in disbelief as he moves rapidly across the battlefield, crushing slimes as if it's the easiest thing in the world. Is this really possible? One of the workers exclaims. Su answers with a confident smile. Of course it is. Suddenly the scene cuts to a flashback from 2 days ago. We see Su crawling on the ground as if searching for something. The curious detail? He's in the middle of a children's playground. Su looks around and murmurs to himself. It must be around here somewhere. After a few seconds of searching, his eyes finally spot what he's looking for. Found it. He crouches down and picks up a coin from the ground. The moment he holds it in his hand, An invisible notification seems to appear in his mind. Trait acquired, treasure hunter. A wide grin spreads across his face. Got it? This is the most important trait for Warrior Kim. Excited, he starts spinning in place, celebrating his achievement while holding the coin like a trophy. Nearby, a mother watching the scene covers her child's eyes and sighs. Just think happy thoughts. Junsu doesn't care about the strange looks and continues on his journey to acquire more essential traits. The price of evolution. He learns some fundamental rules while hunting for important traits. Cut to a less glamorous scene. Junsu is vomiting into a trash can, his face completely wrecked. That went too far, he groans. The truth is, to acquire a specific trait, he put himself in the middle of Asmongold's room, or at least something as disgusting as it. The notification appears once again. Trait acquired, contamination resistance. Junsu wipes his mouth, panting. That was the hardest one so far. The logic for acquiring traits in this world works exactly like in the game. If you meet the conditions, it's yours. He opens the mental menu and reviews his abilities, explaining to himself that it's possible to equip up to 6 traits at once, and that he can switch between them at will. Now, thanks to Treasure Hunter, he can see the mana cores inside the slimes, which explains why he's able to eliminate them so easily, even the giant ones. However, another slime is attacking his team, shooting a barrage of sticky slime. Deer gives an urgent warning. Don't let that stuff touch you. But Junsu simply walks through the toxic substance without hesitation. Finally, all this work paid off, he comments, satisfied. Thanks to contamination resistance, he feels no side effects from the slime. I personally wouldn't stick my tongue out in this situation. End of shift. The scene cuts to the bus on the way back home. Junsu leans against the window, exhausted. Even with all these traits helping me, working all day is still draining. Hedgehog smiles and comments. But thanks to you, we finished early today. It was incredible seeing all of that up close. He pauses and asks curiously, are you hoping to awaken like Deer? Junsu laughs. No way. I only know how to use a shovel. Military training to blame. Hedgehog whistles. Impressive. As they talk, something strange happens. Small horns begin to grow from Hedgehog's head. Junsu furrows his brow. Your mutations are getting worse. You've been exposed to too much contaminated mana. He observes his colleague more closely. You don't look so good. You should rest for a bit. Hedgehog just shrugs and lets out a bitter laugh. I'd rather mutate than face the debt collectors. Junsu sighs, understanding his situation better. Now it makes sense why you wanted this job. Not exactly the kind of position people queue up for. 4 days later. A time skip brings us 4 days forward. The work finally comes to an end, but everyone is exhausted. We're done, someone murmurs. The team members are wrecked after days of non-stop dungeon clearing. On the other side, a worker is vomiting uncontrollably, almost doubled over. Junsu immediately recognizes him. Hedgehog. I told you not to push yourself so hard. Deer approaches and pats Junsu on the shoulder. The only reason you're still in One Piece is because you're young. Never thought you'd do your part properly, but good job. Junsu gives a faint smile. It was thanks to everyone. But deep down he knows the truth. He only managed to do well because of his traits. He watches Deer, noticing that he's holding up surprisingly well against the exhaustion. For someone at our rank, he's holding strong. Before they can continue talking, a desperate scream echoes through the area. Junsu turns to find Hedgehog. Something is terribly wrong. A dark aura begins to form around him. His colleagues look horrified. What's happening to his spine? Deer runs over, his expression turning serious. Hedgehog. Hang in there. Junsu understands everything in that instant. Hedgehog is mutating. Deer tries to hold his friend back. Hold on. We need to get out of here. But it's too late. The mutation consumes Hedgehog completely, and his body explodes into pure energy, creating chaos around them. Junsu feels the impact and murmurs. Shit. Now this is serious. The battle begins. Hedgehog has lost all trace of his humanity. His silhouette now resembles that of a giant porcupine, and his foaming mouth makes him look like a rabid dog. Junsu watches the creature and immediately concludes. He's gone. There's nothing left of Hedgehog in there. If they don't defeat him, no one will walk out of here alive. But there's a problem. All the traits Junsu has acquired so far are specialized for monster cleaning. None of them are useful for combat. He struggles to find a way out, but nothing useful comes to mind. The first attack comes directly at him. Junsu has no time to react. The strike hits him square in the face, sending him flying like a ragdoll into a wall. He crashes to the ground, spitting blood. The power difference, it's absurd. A new notification appears. Trait acquired, endurance. He smiles faintly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's still too early to give up. If he wants to survive, he needs to act now. He quickly opens the menu and starts switching his traits. I need something that will actually help. He selects strength, which will increase his physical power. Mana heart, which will allow him to control his magical energy. And endurance to reduce the damage he takes. Let's see what I can really do. The counterattack begins. Junsu finishes selecting his traits. Mana absorption allows him to absorb magical energy directly from the environment. Deep breathing accelerates his mana regeneration, ensuring a steady flow of energy. Finally, the last piece of the puzzle, corruption resistance. Now that his traits are set up, he's much better prepared for combat. Hedgehog charges at him, screaming as Junsu activates strength, multiplying his physical power by 10. He swings his shovel back and roars, spinning his body with full force before delivering a crushing blow. The impact hits Hedgehog square on, launching him into the air. Junsu feels a flicker of hope. This is working. I can really win this. But then, in midair, Hedgehog starts spinning violently, turning into a deadly ball. Junsu's eyes widen. That should be illegal. Hedgehog launches himself at Junsu like a projectile, but at the last second he crashes into a rock, losing control and flying back up. Junsu yells, completely confused. What am I supposed to do in this situation? He doesn't have time to react. The attack hits him full force, smashing him brutally into the ground. Hedgehog pulls away, laughing, but then his eyes widen as he notices something. From the rubble, Junsu leaps out, completely unharmed. Thanks to endurance, his resistance to damage was multiplied tenfold. He winces in pain, groaning. Even with endurance, this still hurts like hell. But he has no choice. If he stops now, he'll die. He steels himself, clenching his fists. With no other option, he launches into an unrelenting assault. Blow after blow, Junsu unloads a barrage of punches at Hedgehog, refusing to retreat. But then one of the spikes on Hedgehog's back curls backward and shoots out like a missile. Junsu dodges at the last second, but before he can react, a swarm of spikes is launched at him, piercing his body and embedding themselves in his flesh. He is thrown to the ground, completely covered in blood. But he refuses to give up. Junsu forces his body up, breathing heavily. Just a little more. He charges at Hedgehog again, preparing for another punch. But then, blood explodes into the air. Junsu feels something violently ripped from his body. His mind tries to process what just happened. His hand. His hand has been obliterated. His eyes widen in complete shock. His senses still can't understand how this happened. But before he can react, Hedgehog fires another spike. This time, his mind registers what's happening, but it's too late. His entire arm is torn off. The pain strikes him like an electric shock. Junsu lets out a scream of pure desperation. But Hedgehog doesn't stop. He clenches his fists, preparing a final crushing blow. Junsu closes his eyes, gasping. This is exactly what I expected. Hedgehog lands the blow. The ground shakes violently as the impact hits where Junsu had been lying. The price of victory. A flashback unfolds in his mind. He remembers when he used to play this game just as a mobile game. Back then, everything felt easy. All he had to do was press a single button to defeat monsters. He never stopped to think about what the character felt. He pushed it to the limit over and over under the guise of efficient training. But now he finally understands. He understands the pain. He understands the suffering required to earn even a mediocre trait. And above all, he understands that there is no victory without sacrifice. When Hedgehog looks down, he realizes something is wrong. Junsu blocked the attack. His arm regenerated. Before Hedgehog can react, Junsu rushes at him with lightning speed. His fist connects with the creature's face, and the impact is devastating. Hedgehog is thrown away, sliding across the ground, incapacitated. Junsu exhales deeply, gritting his teeth. There is no victory without a price to pay. He looks at himself. His muscles are pulsating and growing uncontrollably. His body has been pushed to its absolute limit. A notification appears in his mind. Trait acquired, mutant muscles. Junsu smiles despite the pain. The real fight is just beginning. The awakening of the monster. Junsu's body is still covered in spikes. Hedgehog is thrown against a wall and Junsu grins to himself. The reason he had recklessly charged at him with all those attacks was for the trait. By pushing his limits with mana heart and strength, he knew he could gain something greater. And now they merge, activating his new trait, mutant muscles. Hedgehog charges at him again without hesitation. But Junsu stands his ground. Everything I've done so far was for this moment. Hedgehog throws a punch. Junsu easily blocks it. Then he starts to laugh. This doesn't work anymore. Go ahead, hit me again. Hedgehog snarls and then his fist deforms, sprouting sharp spikes. He lunges forward, slamming the punch directly into Junsu's chest. The impact is brutal. Junsu is thrown to the ground, his body pierced from all sides. It seems like he won't get up from this. But then, his body begins to regenerate. His organs rebuild. But something feels off. The regeneration is not just healing him, it's transforming him. Hedgehog watches, confused, as Junsu unlocks a new trait, mutant body. His arms grow, his structure expands, and his physique now matches Hedgehog's. Junsu smiles. Thanks, Hedgehog. I needed this. All of this happened because of you. He moves forward without hesitation. Hedgehog howls and charges straight at him. Neither of them backs down. What follows is a battle of pure brute force. Punch after punch, they exchange blows evenly matched. The monster battle. Nearby, Deer stirs. Dazed, he lifts his head. What the hell is all that noise? His blurry vision clears, and he freezes. A monstrous battle unfolds before him, something straight out of a kaiju movie. His eyes lock on Junsu. Wait, that's Warrior Kim? Deer can't believe what he's seeing. A normal human can't fight a mutant on equal terms, can they? Junsu and Hedgehog trade powerful punches at the same time, and both are thrown back, crashing to the ground simultaneously. Junsu grits his teeth, breathing deeply. This isn't as easy as I thought. Physically, he's now the same size as Hedgehog. But if this keeps going, he'll end up at a disadvantage. The breaking point. Hedgehog lets out a deafening scream. Junsu narrows his eyes. This is dangerous, but I have no choice. He activates corruption resistance, a trait that's helped him before. And then, he deletes it. Deer is shocked. What? He just erased a skill. Junsu's body shakes violently. And then, he starts transforming again. His skin darkens, twisting and stretching, his muscles expanding uncontrollably. He fights to keep his sanity, but the process has already begun. Junsu is undergoing a full monsterification. The primal roar. His skin turns a deep red. His body grows even larger, becoming colossal. Then, he lets out a primal, deep and terrifying roar. The sound shakes the air, a fearsome bellow that freezes Hedgehog in terror. For the first time, Hedgehog hesitates. Above Junsu's mutated mouth, a magic circle begins to glow. And then, a burst of pure energy is unleashed. The attack hits Hedgehog squarely, sending him flying far, far away. What the hell was that? Deer watches in pure shock. What the hell was that? He looks up, and freezes. A monstrous, gigantic, and deformed version of Junsu glares down at him. Deer feels a chill run down his spine. He really turned into a mutant? How is this possible? But for Junsu, it's just another trait. New trait acquired, mutant. Deer swallows hard, his instincts screaming at him to flee immediately. Holy shit. He begins to crawl away from Junsu, panic taking over. Then suddenly, Junsu extends his hand toward him. Deer shuts his eyes tightly, bracing for the worst. But instead of a fatal blow, he hears coughing and groaning in pain. His eyes open. Junsu is standing, panting. And just like that, he's human again. The final sacrifice. Then Junsu collapses face first into the ground, muttering that he made it. We learn that corruption resistance is the last line of defense. If you're possessed by the mutant form and mutant muscles, and you erase the resistance, you turn into a full mutant. The common belief is that once transformed, you can never go back to normal, but Junsu knew otherwise. He needed this, and he was sure he could change the trait back while still thinking clearly, even if only for a second. That's why, even though his body was disintegrating and rebuilding repeatedly, and the pain was unbearable, he kept fighting for his sanity, allowing him to swap corruption resistance for the mutant trait. The end of the battle. The scene widens, showing an aerial view of the area where the cleanup is happening, and Junsu is exhausted. He says it felt like every muscle and bone in his body was moving, and he never wants to go through that again. Struggling, he gets up, stumbling toward Hedgehog's body. A purple orb leaves Hedgehog's mouth. Junsu grabs it, and it's revealed to be a level 1 monocore. He starts to smile sarcastically, saying it was worth it. Soon he starts dancing, joking that clearing the field is really profitable. Deer approaches and asks if he's alright, commenting on his mutant transformation and asking what happened. Junsu replies that it would be annoying if strange rumors spread, so he just says he kinda bet he could turn back and got really lucky. Deer is surprised, saying it was an insane risk, and Junsu hands him some level 0 mono cores since he now has a level 1 mono core. Junsu says he wants to head back now, breathe some fresh air, and everyone is surprised since he saved their lives and even gave mono cores, hoping they'll keep his secret. But Deer looks at him with suspicion. Back at Seonsu's building, we see him starting to flatter Junsu heavily. Junsu wonders what all this flattery is about. Seonsu responds that he should have said something if he were a superhuman, so they could have given him proper work instead. Now Junsu understands why all the praise. In the world of arcane soul, a superhuman awakens a skill that grants them powerful mana. In a world like this, where strength equals power and authority, superhumans are practically the nobility. But it makes sense for Seonsu to think this way since it takes a superhuman to defeat mutants. Though in Junsu's case, it's just a game design flaw since he can acquire traits. Seonsu puts his hand in his pocket and says he should pay Junsu for the cleanup. Junsu responds that would be nice, trying to stay calm, but inwardly he has that mischievous smile, thinking he'll let Seonsu think he's a superhuman for now. Seonsu pulls out a mountain of cash from his pocket and says that they cleaned 5 regions, and that they get 20% of the total fee, which amounts to 50 million wons. If they split it among everyone in the group, Junsu should receive 5 million, but this time they'll do it differently. Seonsu places all the money on the table and says they'll only keep 5% of his share and will even give him a bonus of 12 million. Junsu's smile reaches a whole new level now, with his tongue even turning into a heart. He exits the room singing, and someone comments that he seems to be in a great mood, while the other says he must have been well paid. Junsu confirms, saying yes, since they finished the job, and acknowledges the man as someone he's worked with. The man explains that he's here because he wants to ask a favor. Junsu asks what he means by that, and the man reveals that his wife is sick and asks if he can lend him some money. He apologizes for asking since they don't know each other. Junsu responds that it's not a good idea to help someone when you know nothing about them, because they could end up stabbing you in the back, and it's hard enough to stay afloat right now. Junsu takes the man's hand, which is pleading, and tells him that he's much older than Junsu, so he doesn't need to do this. Although it's not much, he can use it and hands over many level 0 mono cores to the man. Junsu says he feels too bad to ignore him. What a conversation, huh? The twist. Later that night, we hear the man laughing, calling Junsu an idiot, saying he pretended to be poor, but gave him so many mono cores. He's boasting to Deer. Deer replies that the man must be new to this kind of thing, and the man says he would have given more if Junsu had said his son was sick too. And he complains that what's annoying is that Junsu was paid more than everyone but gave such a tiny part, along with that superhuman talk about the profit split. Deer sighs, saying that Junsu isn't a superhuman and that it's better they teach him a lesson. The beggar asks if Deer has any ideas, and Deer smiles, saying that idiot probably has some strange skill. While Junsu is happily helping the poor, Deer says that since they know his secret, they can teach him a lesson about how truly scary the world can be. The scene shifts to a luxury resort, where we see Junsu through a window, receiving a massage. He comments, saying that money is really wonderful. He never imagined he'd see the day he could get a massage in a place like this, and being in the game is so much better than reality. The masseuse presses hard on his arm, and Junsu mentions he spent 3 whole days resting at the hotel but still feels pain. From now on, he'll have to think twice before using any mutant-related traits. Changing traits isn't as all-powerful as he thought. His body changes depending on the traits, and the intensity of the side effects increases as his body changes. The problem now is survival after limiting the use of traits. He looks out the window and recognizes a few people, saying that's the Iron Fist gang, while we see them all by the pool. He explains that Arcane Soul is ruled by local gangs, not the law. That's natural since there are so many monsters around, and people have to rely on superhumans. He says he's managed to survive so far, but it would be foolish to rely only on his traits in such a dangerous place. He starts to smile, saying that in the end, it all comes down to being overloaded with equipment. He goes to a miscellaneous goods store, and a woman asks if he's there to sell things. He says yes and mentions he has some monster byproducts. She looks at his clothes and warns that they don't buy level 0 mono cores since he's not dressed well. He replies that he already knew that. He pulls something out of his bag and says that this is what he would like to sell, revealing a blue mono core, which surprises her. She asks if it's a level 2 mono core, and he confirms, telling her to take a good look at it. He comments that it's nice to see she's surprised. He's really happy he managed to get a level 2 mono core, and the effort at the hotel was worth it. If he can sell it for the highest price, this will be the right path. He asks if she sells weapons and armor. She replies that she does and lets him into the back area. As he enters, he's surprised, saying that it looks like she has everything back there. He thinks the government should start keeping an eye on this woman since all the essential game items are there as well. She tells him to make himself comfortable. He responds affirmatively and then begins to get excited. He says that now is the time to get properly equipped. He starts putting various weapons into his backpack and says that now that he has weapons, it finally feels like he's playing Arcane Soul. Then he hears a woman calling for him and turns around. She asks almost casually if he's a mercenary, saying she needs help. He replies that he's not a mercenary and suggests she should look for someone else, but she pulls out a little money, explaining that she's on a business trip and that the Iron Fist gang scared her. She asks if he could protect her until she reaches her lodging. He realizes she's trying to offer him at least 500,000 to be her bodyguard, and wonders if he should accept now that he's well equipped. He places a hand on her shoulder, saying that he can't ignore a lady in distress, and tells her it's time to go, looking ready for the situation. They start walking through some alleyways and she says they're almost there. He wonders why she's staying in such a shady place, saying that, forget about people, there isn't even an ant around there. She quickly dashes around a corner, and when he turns, all he sees is darkness. She says they're nearly there and urges him to hurry. He replies that it's too dark and he can't see anything. Then his eyes begin to glow yellow as he acquires the night vision trait, and says that now he can see, but he didn't plan for this. In her hands there's a pistol aimed directly at him, and she remarks that he's a lot more cautious than she expected. He wonders who she is and if all of this was a trap, only for him to turn around and see Deer, who laughs and asks where he thinks he's going. Deer says it's good to see him again like this, asking if he agrees. Joe and Sue asks what he did to deserve this, and Deer responds that he didn't do anything, he just looks stupid. There's no other reason, calling him naive. Joe and Sue lets his weapons drop, immediately rushing to knock the woman down. Deer asks why he would start a conversation just to run away. He tells the woman to shoot him and she fires her gun directly at him, hitting him in the back. He starts falling down the stairs. Then Deer asks, "What the hell?" saying she should have shot him in the leg, not the chest. She responds that it's better than him running away. Deer says, "Damn, I think he's dead. Honestly, I think the guy can just get up, he looks fine." The woman mentions that someone might want to buy his body since he came back from being a mutant. The beggar says it's time to loot his gear now. When Deer looks down again, he says there's no way and they should do this first, only to find that Joe and Sue's body has disappeared. They all start wondering where the hell he went, growing uneasy. The street lamp breaks and the beggar is hit in the neck. The rest of them start panicking, wondering what's happening, and Deer says there's no way he's still alive. Joe and Sue says that he can't die at the hands of someone who repays kindness with betrayal, and it's a good thing he left the store after putting on the bulletproof vest. Thanks to that, he acquired the trait of playing dead after being shot. Deer looks around in panic, saying he can't see anything since the street lamp broke, wondering where Joe and Sue is. Joe and Sue suddenly appears behind him, saying he's right there. He says he saved his life, so now he's going to take it, landing a punch directly to Deer's face. Joe and Sue punches Deer in the face, sending blood flying everywhere. Deer falls to the ground but instantly gets back up, wiping his mouth. He stands up and kicks Joe and Sue, who dodges. Joe and Sue says he should be grateful for being saved in the first place, asking if Deer thinks trying to kill the person who saved his life is the right thing to do. As Deer is about to fall to the ground from the attack, Joe and Sue tells him to bite the curb and is about to land a kick when the woman shoots her gun at Joe and Sue, asking Deer if he's okay. She manages to hit Joe and Sue in the arm with a shot, and he says he was too careless. In Arcane Soul, the scariest thing isn't the monsters or mutants but the people. He was incredibly naive and trusted them too easily. He places his hand on his waistband and pulls out his weapon to avoid making the same mistake again. He shoots the gun out of the girl's hand and then shoots one of the men in the shoulder, telling them that's enough, as we see both of them on the ground, writhing in pain. Something bounces off the wall, and Joe and Sue turns, thinking he should kill Deer to stay safe, only for Deer to launch a surprise attack. Joe and Sue wasn't expecting that but manages to react just in time by blocking the kick, although he loses his weapon. We see that Deer's legs have now transformed, and he's awakened as a level 1 superhuman. Joe and Sue says the game is poorly made, explaining that the superhuman awakening is something all playable characters can undergo. It's considered the basic growth system in the game. According to the world of Arcane Soul, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to threaten an ordinary civilian with an automatic rifle. Joe and Sue starts backing away to create distance, while Deer declares he will kill him, and now Joe and Sue has to deal with a superhuman with nothing but his body. Deer disappears instantly before Joe and Sue, and he wonders where the hell he went. We learn that Deer has two unique traits: stereoscopic movement and kick. Stereoscopic movement allows him to use his incredible leg elasticity to move freely in any direction he wants. In his case, he's running on wall. Joe and Sue looks up and sees him coming from above. He used stereoscopic movement to gain height and is now coming down with a kick, using both the momentum and the height. Joe and Sue says he needs to dodge this, and he rolls to the side, letting the ground get completely smashed. Deer is surprised and irritated that he dodged, preparing to attack again, saying that this time Joe and Sue won't be able to dodge. The impact happens and Deer starts to smile, thinking it's over. But Joe and Sue says, "Sorry, but I didn't plan on dodging." As we see, he blocked the kick with a weapon, calling him a mutt who doesn't know his place. He knew buying that extendable baton was a great idea. A few hours ago in the girl's store, he was wondering if a weapon would really be worth it. Since Warrior Kim is a warrior class character, even though he gets stronger, there's a limit to how effectively he can use a weapon. That's why he decided to buy a close combat weapon, which turned out to be nothing other than this extendable baton. Each character has weapons and traits that are more effective for their class. We see Deer's leg trembling, and Joe and Sue manages to push him back. To defeat Deer, he needed to use a close combat weapon and traits suited for a warrior like him. He swings the baton downward, hitting Deer and knocking him to the ground, then acquires a trait called Strike. This is a trait specific to the warrior class. He then starts spamming his attacks to acquire even more traits, using moves like a downward strike, uppercut, and even an advancing attack. He tries a side strike, though it's unclear if he gained a trait from that moment. Deer searches for an opening and as soon as he finds it, delivers a direct kick toward Joe and Sue. Joe and Sue hesitates, wondering whether to dodge or not, but decides he can't stop now after coming this far. He grits his teeth, saying that even if he has to break bones, he'll block the attack with his elbow, hitting Deer's leg. He tells himself he needs to keep attacking. The fight continues with blows exchanged one after the other. Then Joe and Sue acquires a trait called Combo and starts smiling, saying, "That's it." The best trait build for the warrior class at the early stages is combining strike and combo. He uses his left hand for punches and his right hand to swing the baton, taking down Deer like it's a cut scene. Deer begs him to stop as he begins to lose consciousness, but Joe and Sue throws the baton directly into Deer's chest, hitting him with the strike trait. Deer finally loses his strength and collapses to the ground. Joe and Sue shouts, saying that he succeeded and defeated an awakened one. His arms begin to burn, as though the air itself is searing his skin. He wonders what this sensation is as he looks at them. His whole body starts to ache as a red aura begins to swirl around him. He says he can feel something about to overflow inside him, thinking he knows what's happening. There's a brilliant explosion from where he stands, and now, with a golden aura surrounding his fingers, he says, "This is the day I learned the cruel truth of the world of arcane soul, and now, I am awakened as a level 1 superhuman." Joe and Sue clenches his fist with excitement and starts shouting, saying that the time has finally come. He then pulls the fiercest face he's ever made, resembling Lloyd, and is so pumped up that he does a handstand, announcing that he's about to start taking low-interest loans and landing high-paying jobs. A man approaches him, asking what he thinks he's doing. When Joe and Sue turns around, he's shocked to see a giant, old man holding an enormous weapon. This man is Iron Fist Kim, the second basic character available in Arcane Soul after Warrior Kim. He's a reinforced soldier class character who specializes in firearms, primarily using his prosthetic arm to shoot. The issue is Iron Fist Kim is the feared leader of the Iron Fist gang, and since Joe and Sue fought within their territory, he's probably stirred up quite a mess. Iron Fist asks if Joe and Sue checked where he was before all of this. Joe and Sue responds that he was caught off guard and couldn't just stand there and not fight back. Iron Fist unlocks his weapon, saying this means they're more terrifying than his own gang. Joe and Sue is taken aback, saying that if he fights under these conditions, he'll die for nothing. Iron Fist presses the weapon directly to Joe and Sue's chest, stating that he made a terrible choice and will show him what happens when someone messes with his territory. Joe and Sue pauses for a moment, then asks if that's the best he's got, mentioning that Iron Fist forgot something. Joe and Sue grabs the weapon and puts his finger on the trigger. He shoots himself in the chest, saying that he's not the type to die so easily. Iron Fist is stunned, seeing the guy just kill himself with his own weapon, calling him a psychopath for pulling the trigger on himself. Joe and Sue starts laughing, asking if that's all, saying it was easy. We see that he acquired the regeneration trait. Iron Fist laughs, calling his ability interesting. Joe and Sue explains that the upgraded version of Wound Recovery is regeneration, and it can only be obtained when you become a level 1 superhuman. He warns Iron Fist that it will be the end for them if they start underestimating him. He realizes he'll need to bluff his way out of this. He points to the triple homicide case behind him, saying that, as they can see, he didn't survive by chance and that he doesn't care who they are. If they mess with Warrior Kim, they'd better be prepared. Iron Fist laughs, asking if that's his name, saying he likes his audacity, but he'll let him go this time. However, now Jo In-soo owes him a favor. He puts a hand on Jo In-soo's shoulder, saying that he surely knows what he means. Jo In-soo says he'll remember this, wondering if maybe Iron Fist recognized him. Iron Fist then extends his hand, suggesting that they might work together on a job next time. When Jo In-soo looks at her hand, he thinks that Iron Fist is not the type of person who would betray him. In that case, it wouldn't be bad to form a connection here. He says it's a deal as they shake hands, telling her he'll see her next time. The scene then shifts to the superhuman tower in Jamsil, where Jo In-soo says he had no idea when he first saw this place in the game, but now he realizes that it's really impressive, completely different from anything he's seen before. A woman then catches his attention, thanking him for visiting the tower and asking how she can assist him. The guy is stunned by her beauty and mentions that she looks familiar, wondering if she's an NPC. She tells him that if he's there for certification, he needs to head to the machine to measure his mana and trait circuits. He thanks her and starts walking towards it, thinking that he didn't even ask for help, but she guided him anyway. It just shows how much of a novice he must look. He thinks that once he gets his certification, he'll truly start his life in Arcane Soul. Suddenly, he hears a loud noise that startles him. When everyone tells him to look at the ceiling, saying the saint has arrived, he looks up and sees a bright light descending from an airborne ship. As the light appears right in front of him, we see some enchanting text spread across, while people are teleported. Jo In-soo is shocked, recognizing it as the Old Father's order and wondering why a boss monster is there. People begin praying, saying it's an honor to be in her presence. But Jo In-soo remembers that, since he's still in the tutorial timeline, she's a saint and not a boss monster. As the story progresses, it's revealed that the order is actually a cult disguised as a religion, and she is a complete psychopath. While people continue to praise the saint, they mention that she must be there for a level-up renewal. She then starts releasing a powerful aura, so strong that it knocks people down, with a golden light pulsing around her. Jo In-soo looks away, saying that it's a rather flashy way to do things, and that it's kind of too noisy. As the machine begins reading her mana, it starts collecting her energy until it completely disappears, leaving everyone in suspense, wondering what she'll get. We then see that she is 27 years old, a priestess class with mana level 8 and a 6-layer circuit. They can't believe she's only level 8. She smiles as they say she has up to 6 traits, which the layered circuits represent. But Jo In-soo has a different opinion. He's sweating nervously, saying that it's not the time to celebrate. A level 8 superhuman can be compared to an aircraft carrier, and she's a walking national powerhouse. Why are strong women always crazy? But even if he tried to warn them, they would just treat him like a madman and stone him to death as if it were the Middle Ages. For now, he decides to just measure his mana. It would draw too much attention if he had 6 traits, so he'll lower it to 3. The saint suddenly turns, sensing something. When her men ask what's going on, she says that she's found something that caught her attention. She appears right behind Jo In-soo, saying that he has an interesting ability. He says, "Damn," surprised, and then repeats what she just said, asking if she really noticed that he swapped his traits. He freezes for a second as the window remains open. Everyone wonders why the saint is talking to him, saying he looks like a normal guy. She then takes his hands, asking what his name is. He says his name is Warrior Kim and comments that the only reason a priest would ask someone's name in Arcane Soul is. Before he finishes his thought, he's interrupted as she declares that she represents the Old Father's order and baptizes him. Since the Old Father always desires powers like his, she tells him that he must submit and find peace in this hellish world, as the enchantment table begins moving across his arm. Everyone around him envies the fact that he's being baptized, especially because she is the Old Father's first daughter. Jo In-soo, however, has a different perspective. He's extremely nervous, thinking that if he's baptized and gains the baptism trait, he will have no choice but to become a paladin of the order. However, the Old Father's order loses to major figures in Arcane Soul during the war with South Korea, and this figure is none other than the Celestial Demon. As she continues with the baptism, he rips her hand off of him, saying it feels like being forced to invest in a stock that's about to crash. He kneels, refusing the baptism. We see her eyes turn completely psychopathic as she says that he must not have heard her correctly. He responds saying he's very serious despite being a little exhausted. She starts to control her anger, saying that it's anyone's right to serve or refuse. However, the old father has already set his eyes on him. She places her hand on his shoulder, warning him not to forget that a powerful divine energy is already rooted inside him, and that if he can't overcome such a small power, his fragile free will won't mean anything in the end. Then he begins to be enveloped by a yellow flame as he starts screaming in front of everyone. They question how someone like him can refuse the baptism, asking if he isn't religious or something. We see that he's being affected by divine fever, and that he will suffer a burning, endless pain as punishment for refusing the baptism. He was prepared for this, but it still hurts like hell, his whole body burning. This is one of the strongest debuffs in the entire game. The effect causes continuous, searing pain, preventing the person from continuing their normal life. The only way to get rid of it is to go to a temple and be baptized. He refused the baptism thinking about the future, but it seems he might die right here as we see his eyes rolling back. He loses consciousness until someone splashes water on his face, waking him up again. He wonders who it is, only to see the woman from before asking if he's okay. She seems genuinely concerned. He says that no one helps someone affected by divine fever because they fear the negativity will spread to them, and he's grateful that she took the risk to help him. He sits up again, saying that he'll endure a little longer. As he enters a lotus position, he gains a trait called divine resistance. We see that he's starting to build a resistance to the flames. He says he didn't refuse the baptism recklessly either, and that the debuff gets stronger depending on the total mana of the target. Since he's still level 1, the debuff is weaker in comparison, so there are some solutions. The first is to acquire the trait, which he just did, and now he'll focus more mana within himself. It's unclear whether he unlocked his traits or activated mana absorption. Still, he starts screaming in pain, while the woman continues to pour bottles of water over him, telling him that he'll make it. This immediately cools his body, and he says it feels like life-giving water. He needs to focus on this contrasting sensation between the fire and the water. As he begins to balance them inside him, it feels as though time stops. The burning pain and the sensation of cold begin to merge into one, while he uses the mana within him to extinguish the fire. When he opens his eyes, a powerful blue light starts emanating from him. It even blinds the poor girl. We then see that he has gained another trait called mana barrier, as the flames can no longer harm him. He smiles, saying that this is the common level 1 skill that a defender warrior should acquire. The woman asks if he's okay, and he replies that he's fine now, thanks to her. But everyone is in disbelief that he managed to overcome the divine fever, asking if that's really possible. Of course, he hasn't fully overcome it, and this is just a temporary measure against the fever, using the barrier. But at least he's free from the burning pain, and the black flame even makes him look cool. Now it's his turn to measure his mana as he steps onto the magical device. He begins to charge up, rising higher and higher. He smiles, awaiting the measurement, and we see that the device reports he is level 1 but has a 6-layer circuit. They can't believe he has 6 traits, saying this is the birth of a super newbie. It must be why the holy figure had her eyes on him. Joe and Sue says that he has attracted a lot of attention, and that his goal is to be the overpowered protagonist, but hidden in the shadows. The woman then congratulates him, saying she's never seen anyone start with a 6-layer circuit and that they can now issue his license. They move to another part of the tower, where she places it on the table, congratulating him for being officially certified as a superhuman. He starts crying tears of joy, saying that he worked so hard to achieve this, and she says she'll explain all the privileges. He replies that he doesn't need an explanation as he already knows everything. He begins to list the privileges, and she's surprised at how well he knows them. He says that he's addicted to games, or rather, a doctor in superhumanology. He then warns her that he doesn't like to waste time. While we see a crowd watching them, he asks if there's a way to leave discreetly. She laughs, saying of course she's already prepared a way. We see him blush as she stands up, asking him to follow her, smiling. They both appear cloaked, and he thanks her for taking such good care of him. She even provided him with a secret passage, along with a cloak, saying that it was nothing as everyone should help each other in the end. Just by wearing the cloak he acquires the stealth trait. The guy is broken. The woman then points to the exit, saying that he just needs to walk there as she can only guide him to that point due to the rules. He bows, saying that this is more than enough and thanks her for everything she did. She wishes him a good journey back. As he watches her walk away, he says he didn't know such a kind person existed in Arcane Soul. She's also beautiful, and once he becomes stronger, he'll have to repay the favor. Then he wonders what her name is. When he looks at the business card, he's completely incredulous. We see that her name is Beck Soren. He says this is the name of one of the 3 strongest warriors in the SSR class in the game. She's a berserker and has always had a rather intimidating appearance. He finds it strange that her face looks familiar and never would have imagined she once had such a calm demeanor. He wonders what happened to her between then and now. The scene shifts to him working as he cuts a slime in half. He says that he takes back everything he said about being cool as a superhuman, mentioning that he's been cleaning these monsters for a whole week and is about to die from exhaustion. Me too, man, me too. He then sits down, sighing, saying he's only finished 1 cave, but he's so tired that he can't go on. His efficiency is terrible. All of this happened because he focused his traits on maintaining the mana barrier. If he could customize them to specialize more in monster cleaning, he'd have been done hours ago, but now he can't do any other work because of that damn debuff. He needs a rare potion called Nectar to get rid of the divine fever, but it's so expensive that this monster cleaning job isn't worth it, and he starts feeling incredibly depressed. His phone starts ringing and we see it's none other than Seonsu. He wonders how many times this guy is going to call him, saying that Seonsu is persistent. Before he can reject the call, thinking he's tired of this guy, an idea pops into his head, and he starts grinning wickedly. At Seonsu's agency, he's thrilled to see him and says he can't believe he managed to overcome the divine fever without being baptized, starting to turn into a big brown noser. Junsu says that things have ended like this and asks if Seonsu has found the job he requested. Seonsu tells him not to even mention it, saying it was so difficult because Nectar is a medicine that can only be obtained through level 5 or higher requests. Junsu says that if he hasn't gotten the Nectar, he'll leave, but Seonsu tells him to wait, explaining that it involves their exclusive contract, and he needs to secure it at all costs. And of course he did. Junsu starts smiling, saying that since Seonsu is so desperate for a superhuman contract, he knew he would do anything to ensure the request was fulfilled. He then sits back asking what the content of the request is. As Seonsu hands him the paper, he asks if Junsu has heard of security number 1. Junsu says this is the first time he's hearing about it, wondering if it's a security company. Seonsu explains that it's a private military company, one of the top 10 in the sector. The CEO and the vice CEO are a married couple, both come from traditional martial arts families, which makes their foundation very solid. Junsu asks what they might be lacking that would require them to make such a request. Seonsu replies that the issue is their son. He's already over 20, but still hasn't awakened as a superhuman. Junsu finds this surprising, given that both parents come from martial arts families. Seonsu says the rumor is that he's already accumulated level 8 mana, but simply can't awaken, which is a mystery. Their condition was for a warrior-type superhuman, level 1 or higher. So, it seems to fit perfectly. Junsu then starts smiling, saying that he'll go see them right away. As he heads to their property, we see Seonsu's legs shaking uncontrollably. He says that they're quite busy as they aren't the type to be late. Junsu just looks around the house, commenting that it's very expensive. We hear a woman apologizing, saying she's very sorry for making them wait so long. The guy's about to have a heart attack. Finally, we are introduced to them. She says they are the clients. The husband's name is Seo Youngju, and the wife's name is Lee Miria. Seonsu bows, saying it's nothing, thanking them for the time they've spent with them. Junsu does the same, saying they must be superhumans of at least level 6, as both have a considerable amount of aura. Youngju sighs and says he can tell this one is weak just by looking at him. Miria tells him not to be like that, and if he's going to act that way he should go back to his room. He sits on the couch, saying he can't do that, and she says he's so stubborn before asking both Junsu and Seonsu to take a seat. They thank her, and Miria says that since they've come all the way here, it means they intend to accept their request. Junsu says that first he'd like to see the condition of their son, as there might be a special reason preventing his awakening. Youngju bangs his fist on the table, asking if he really thinks he'd share that with a novice like him, and he's absolutely furious. Miria tells him to calm down and apologizes, saying he gets worked up easily about anything concerning their son. She says this isn't something they can tell a stranger, but if he accepts the request, they'll call the son in and explain the situation. They're sure he's also desperately in need of the nectar, as they can tell the divine fever is affecting him. Junsu says that if it's a confidential matter, but they know exactly what he needs, it only makes him more certain that he will accept the request. He says he'll accept it and asks them to call the son in. While they do, he opens the door. He introduces himself as a Woojin. Junsu says it's a pleasure to meet him and shakes his hand, noting that he doesn't feel any mana coming from him. Then he notices something and tells the guy that his cloak is really cool. The guy responds that it's more than he deserves, but he always wears it with gratitude. Junsu says he imagines he needs it to seal his mana. The entire family is surprised and Junsu smiles, saying that the moment he saw the gloves he was sure of it. Although it's a matter involving a noble family, he deliberately set the conditions for a level 1 superhuman and used the nectar debuff to summon him. He was baptized under the order of the old father. The reason their son couldn't awaken is because he rejected the baptism and sealed his mana to avoid the divine fever. While they couldn't announce this publicly and were struggling with the situation, they must have heard the recent rumors about him overcoming the baptism. So they decided to seek him out. Wu Jin is extremely impressed and starts acting exaggeratedly, saying that no further explanation is needed. He almost thought Junsu was the protagonist of a detective novel. Junsu says that he's watched enough Detective Conan in the past and that there's nothing to fear, since he also knows the future. The moment he saw the photo, he understood everything because in the future, Wu Jin becomes the vanguard paladin of the old father's order. He rejected the baptism and resisted, but when his parents lost their power, he gave in and joined the order to help the family. Yongju then approaches, calling him sir and asking if there's any way for their son to avoid the baptism. We see everyone looking at him with puppy dog eyes. Junsu remarks that he was so arrogant just a moment ago, but now he's acting all polite, saying that, of course, there's a solution. He says that since he's spent 10,000 hours in Arcane Soul, it's obvious that he knows how to handle this. He places a hand on Wu Jin's shoulder, saying that he understands the pain he's feeling because he's been through it too, and that he'll get him out of this situation. Wu Jin begins to cry and hugs him, while Junsu says it doesn't matter whether she's a saint or not. She tried to pull him into some low-level cult, and now his future subordinate is by his side, showing yet another expression of loyalty. He then starts pushing Wu Jin away, saying that before they proceed, he'd like to add a condition. Yongju asks what he wants. Junsu says that since the difficulty of the request has increased, it means he should be entitled to something more. Miria agrees, saying it makes sense because now it's not just about awakening their son, but about overcoming the divine fever. They'll do whatever it takes if he can cure their son. Junsu says that as an additional condition, he'd like them to teach him the sword capable of breaking mountains. Both are surprised by this request. While Junsu smiles, Wu Jin looks scared. Seonsa strikes the "oh, I'm in danger" pose. It's not Yongju but Miria who steps forward, releasing a strong aura of murderous intent, saying that he surely understands what he just asked for. He looks up, startled, wondering what's up with her murderous aura. It's far more terrifying than her husband's. He realizes she would be furious because the sword capable of breaking mountains. He explains that people might doubt his decision to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century, but in Arcane Soul, it's a different story, where strength equals authority. As we see a woman slicing through a tank with a sword, he explains that a superhuman swordsman can easily destroy modern weapons, and high-level martial arts are traded for fighter jet squads. If a level 1 superhuman learns and continuously trains in the sword capable of breaking mountains, they can easily reach level 4, which is essentially a cheat code for the early game. He recalls that it was said that only elites could learn this technique, and he wonders if he has crossed the line. He tells her that he would only ask for this as an exchange if he truly completes the request. Wu Jin then calls her, which snaps her back to reality, and she stops releasing the murderous intent. She says it's fine, and if he succeeds she will give him a memory chip containing the sword, along with the nectar. Junsu is surprised that it actually worked, and he thanks her while once again showing his sinister smile. He thought she was going to kill him, but now he might be able to get the sword, which is great. She tells him that if he fails, both she and her husband will be genuinely disappointed, even angry. He responds that that won't happen, and that they should start as soon as possible. As we see them heading towards a warehouse, Miria says that a room with a mana focus circle and 200 intermediate grade mana potions have all been prepared, just as he requested. He says that should be more than enough, and that he would prefer to be alone with the patient during the treatment. She apologizes for what happened earlier, explaining that Wu Jin was forcibly baptized before he even had a chance to start school. He never got the chance to make friends, let alone go out as a family. He had to suffer being forced to stay in his room. It seems that she was being overly sensitive due to the situation, so she will trust him completely now. Junsu comments that everyone had to suffer because of the saint's trap, and Wu Jin tells his mother that it's okay. Junsu notes that in the game, Wu Jin ends up opposing his family, even though they were the reason he joined the order. It makes sense that he became so cold in the future, but he feels sorry for them. He says that he will succeed at any cost, and now that it's just the two of them they can begin. We see Woojin trembling and Junsu tells him to take it easy, asking what he's afraid of. Woojin replies that he thought Junsu was going to torture him, forcing him to awaken using electric shocks or something like that. Junsu asks what the hell they've done to him so far, and explains that the general treatment for curing divine fever is to drink nectar after awakening. However, since he had too much mana in his body, the divine fever was so severe that he couldn't awaken, and he failed. Junsu then tells him not to worry but to remember one thing. Everything he sees today is a secret. Junsu says he's about to begin. First, he needs to expand the mana barrier to its absolute limit. Then the barrier will weaken. As we see the divine fever starting to consume Woojin once more, he removes the caps from the healing potions, pouring them into his throat, saying that now is the time. Woojin is confused as the cycle repeats relentlessly, and he continues drinking the potions. He comments that it tastes awful. After several bottles fall to the floor, he finally acquires the drug addiction trait. The damage taken and mana consumption increase, but the effects of the drugs are amplified. He says that now, if he focuses on the mana shield with the drugs, he can level it up, transforming it into an area shield. After configuring the shield around him, he wipes his mouth, saying that the divine fever has been completely expelled from the barrier. Woojin says that was amazing, and Junsu responds that it's still too early to be impressed, asking him to take off the glove. Woojin is confused, asking if he heard correctly, and Junsu explains that he needs to push his hand through the barrier, and then he just needs to grab his hand. Woojin says that the two divine fevers will create a resonant reaction. Junsu begins to step out of the barrier while the divine fever starts to burn him again. He says that the pain will be bearable as he stays inside the barrier, and asks him not to question why, just follow the orders. Woojin's heart starts to race because it's the first time he's taking off the glove since he was baptized. He places his hand through the barrier and it starts to burn intensely. It's even more painful than Junsu's divine fever, even though it's only his hand. Junsu wonders how much mana this guy has in his body, to the point of being terrifying, but he grabs his hand because there's no other choice. Then he experiences one of the most unbearable pains he's ever faced, as if his entire body is burning. He screams in agony, saying it hurts much more than when he was originally baptized. Junsu's eyes start to roll back and he says it feels like his bones are being shattered into pieces. He bites his lip, saying that he needs to stay focused and endure it. Then he hears the notification of a new trait appearing, and he immediately jumps back into the barrier toward Woojin, and the two of them fall to the ground. Junsu starts to pant, and we see that he's still holding Woojin's arm, while Woojin acquires the damage absorption trait, meaning he can absorb damage from others. Junsu says that this was a success, and Woojin is staring at his hand, now gloveless, saying that he can't believe it's still bearable. Junsu says that everything was planned to go this way. Besides the barrier, he used damage absorption to take some of his divine fever for himself, which means his fever is severely weakened, and now it's the final stage. He hands a wooden sword to Woojin, saying that he can't stop and that he needs to attack him until he awakens. Woojin says he understands, and that it's time to use the swordsmanship he's been training since childhood. He then takes his stance and attacks Junsu, who we see getting hit in the forearms. While using the armor to block the attack, Woojin runs behind him, and Junsu just looks at his guards, armed with fear, since they're made of iron and were broken by a wooden sword. This means the situation is going to get bad. He acquires the protection trait and says that even with this trait, he'll be in a critical state if he's hit even once by these attacks. And to think that this is coming from a guy who hasn't even awakened yet is pretty terrifying. When Woojin begins to attack again, Junsu extends his hand, dodging the strike. He places his hand on Woojin's shoulder, spinning in the air, wondering what on earth they've taught this boy. He's struggling even to dodge the attacks. When he lands, he turns around and notices a small aura starting to leak from Woojin, and he's also acquired the evasion trait. Junsu smiles, saying that this means Woojin is about to awaken. As Woojin releases more aura than before, Junsu remarks that this is bad because the sword also starts to glow, and Woojin is now ranked SSR. It seems like he's unlocked a powerful trait, one with the sword, a state where the sword becomes the person themselves. That's an insanely powerful trait for a warrior class. But it's not the time to get excited as the guy is completely in a trance, firing a wave of aura directly at Junsu. He watches it approach and says that if he gets hit, he'll definitely be dead. Junsu says he needs to use all possible defensive traits and focus the barrier on his arms. With the help of the mana focus circle in the room, he might actually have a chance, and he begins using them together. The attack closes in and explodes, and the impact alone destroys the ground beneath him, sending out a powerful shockwave. We see a shield forming from the smoke as he acquires the mana shield trait. He says he's glad he managed to pull it off, and that when you combine mana barrier with protection, this is the result. He comments that he really almost died there. Woojin starts to stagger, which surprises Junsu as he watches the guy fall unconscious. Junsu asks how he can just lie there so peacefully after trying to kill him. He's relieved that Woojin is just sleeping since he was a bit worried he might be having a seizure. He probably just lost control due to the awakening. In the game, Woojin was a strong character with an SSR rank just like he is now. But because he awakened as a warrior instead of a paladin, he acquired the sword trait as his initial one. Junsu then picks him up, saying he doesn't know how this is going to change the story, but Woojin is a guy with privileges and immense strength. It's good that he now owes him a favor as he smiles again. This guy might just be a villain. We see Junsu lying on his bed, and they're extremely happy that he's truly overcome the divine fever to the point of bowing in gratitude to Junsu for everything. Junsu says it was nothing, and Seonsu once again becomes a sycophant, holding out a cup for him to drink. Miria gently pats Woojin's head, saying it's been so long since she's seen him sleep so peacefully and that she doesn't know how to repay this debt. Yeonju nods and she does the same. He says that, along with the promised nectar and memory chip, they would like to offer an additional success fee. Joansu replies that he doesn't have to, and the other man responds that he would like to give 1 billion wons, although this may seem small compared to what Joansu has done for them. Joansu nearly dies on the spot and forces a smile, saying that it would be painful for his heart to refuse, but of course he's actually overjoyed to hear this. That night, while he and Seonsu are on their way back, Seonsu says it was truly a lottery win. Joansu looks at the reward saying that it looks great. Seonsu asks if he's going to drink the nectar immediately, and Joansu says yes, since he has to do it anyway. He plans to take a break for a while. Seonsu says he understands, as Joansu doesn't want to attract attention from the order or anyone else who might hear about the rewards and try to pursue him. But it's a shame because if he refined the nectar and consumed it, it would significantly increase his mana. Joansu agrees, saying that if he refined it, his superhuman level would increase a lot instead of spending it on treating the divine fever. They head to a hotel, and when Joansu steps out, Seonsu says he'll see if he can find the necessary equipment to refine the nectar, so Joansu should hold on to the drink. Joansu says he'll think about it, but he's not thinking anything of it and he tears off the label. He decides to drink it as quickly as possible. He learned how cruel Arcane Soul can be during the incident with the deer, and he can't guarantee Seonsu won't betray him. He also has traits that can maximize the effect now, as he's a drug addict with mana absorption and potion dependency. These are just traits. He begins drinking the nectar and drops the bottle due to the pain he feels, describing it as if every fiber of his muscles were being dismantled and reassembled. He closes his eyes trying to focus, saying there's an incredible amount of mana inside him. His eyes begin to glow yellow as he shoots a brilliantly bright beam through the window. He's now reached level 2, but the divine fever still seems to be present. He says this is one of the best tier 1 traits in the entire game, and since it was added to his traits along with the mountain sword, he's relieved as he can now focus on training these two traits without any problems. His phone starts ringing and when he checks, it's Seonsu who says he has something to tell him. Joansu ignores it, saying he'll just train, but the phone keeps ringing several times until he answers, asking why the hell Seonsu is bombarding him with messages. He looks at the phone and sees that it's actually a strange message. He starts decoding the letters and reads between the lines, saying it's telling him to run from the Dagger Gang. He says he can't believe he found a secret message in the text and that the Dagger Gang is one of the rival gangs to the Iron Fist. If Seonsu had wanted to betray him, he would have called as usual to buy time. Considering that he sent the secret message, it must mean he was captured first, and it looks like the information was leaked while Seonsu was trying to prepare the equipment. Joansu starts to feel a little guilty but decides to ignore it since he got the nectar he needed, and everyone is responsible for their own life in Arcane Soul. Then the scene shifts to Seonsu screaming as loud as possible, and we see him sitting in a chair surrounded by 3 men. They say he's a stubborn man, and despite an entire night of interrogation, he still hasn't said anything about the superhuman rookie. Seonsu says he signed a contract because he trusted him, and he won't reveal anything no matter what they do to him. The man says he didn't want to resort to this but he had no choice. A man starts walking toward him menacingly, holding an axe, asking if he's going to use his right hand or left. Seonsu doesn't answer, and the man raises the axe, laughing, saying he doesn't care and that he's going to cut off Seonsu's right hand. But just before the axe comes down, an explosion happens behind them and they turn, wondering what it was. Then a man starts crawling forward, calling for his boss, saying that a madman is attacking them. It seems like he wasn't lying, as we see someone aiming and firing rocket launchers at their building. He says they're about to face the consequences of messing with him. He can't just let someone who keeps their promises in this cruel world of arcane soul be left alone. He pulls the trigger, saying that, with any luck, this will be a good lesson to show them that the war has just begun. The rocket strikes the side of the building, exploding violently and sending armed men rushing out in a panic. They look around frantically, trying to pinpoint the source of the shot, saying they need to find the shooter first. Joansu chuckles, commenting that, just as expected, they're spilling out of the building like a bunch of cockroaches. Even though the structure looks like a regular residential complex, he knows for a fact that they were all inside. This is the hideout of the Dagger Gang, a place he's cleared so many times that he's honestly sick of it. It's a complicated dungeon, made up of 6 different buildings. Since this mission is part of the tutorial, he can practically finish it with his eyes closed. He crouches down, then leaps from the rooftop, grinning as he says he's about to speedrun this thing. Nearby, in a narrow alley, a few gang members are patrolling, muttering that this must be the work of Iron Fist, since they're the only lunatics crazy enough to pull something like this. They confidently declare that once they find them, they'll wipe them out. Suddenly, one of them hears a noise coming from a dumpster and decides to check it out. His buddies warn him to be thorough. The man creeps forward, peering down the alley, trying to locate the source of the sound. He doesn't see anything. But in the blink of an eye, Joansu emerges from the shadows. Before the man can react, Joansu grabs his face with a crushing grip and slams him brutally into the nearest wall. Joansu laughs, saying the guy didn't even recognize him despite being right in front of his face. And that when it comes to infiltration, there's no better combo than playing dead and using stealth. With the henchmen stumbling around outside like fools, he takes the opportunity to slip into the main building. He lifts the lid of a dumpster and begins descending a hidden staircase, commenting that this is one of the gang's secret entrances. Moving swiftly and silently through the corridors, he takes pride in the fact that he's avoided combat so far. Pressing forward, he notes the gang's unusual obsession with hostages. He remembers that the boss's room is on the 5th floor, which means he still has a long way to go. Because of that, he decides to advance as stealthily as possible, making sure no one notices him. Suddenly, the building's loudspeaker crackles to life, blaring an urgent announcement. Enemy infiltrated the building. All members, arm yourselves and assemble at the rendezvous point immediately. Joansu stands before a door, murmuring to himself that he needs to make a decision. If he exits through here, he'll be in the lobby, which is the most efficient route. The central staircase leads directly upstairs. However, there's a problem. Now that the gang has detected an intruder, they've barricaded the lobby to create a defensive line. The moment he opens the door, he'll be shredded by gunfire. Even so, he decides to press forward. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he steps directly into the middle of the enemy formation. Without hesitation, he pulls a Gatling gun from his inventory and unleashes hell. Chaos erupts. The enemies panic, scrambling to retaliate, but the front line is obliterated under the relentless storm of bullets. The rear guards manage to recover and open fire on him. Joansu decides he's had enough of this game. He pulls the pin on a grenade and tosses it. The gangsters freeze, watching in horror as the grenade arcs through the air, before detonating right in their faces. Laughing, Joansu ducks back behind the door, muttering that stealth was never his thing. Then, lowering his gaze, he reveals a fistful of explosives, grinning as he says he knew one grenade wouldn't be enough. Without hesitation, he hurls 8 more into the room and slams the door shut. Screams of terror echo from the other side. Joansu simply smirks. "Hope you guys enjoy the show," he muses. Moments later, silence. Stepping back out, he surveys the scene. Bodies litter the ground. He wonders if he managed to wipe out the entire group in one go, but he knows better than to lower his guard. And sure enough, as if on cue, one of the enemies suddenly staggers to his feet, gun raised, screaming that Joansu is going to die. Joansu watches calmly. Then, at the very last moment, he sidesteps the shot. A notification pops into his mind. New trait unlocked. Sensory awareness. He chuckles. This was exactly the trait he needed from this dungeon. And now, there's not much left to gain here. Joansu stares down the enemy, letting out a cold, sharp laugh before stating flatly that the only one dying here is him. The only sound that follows is the man's scream, cut short by dead silence. When the scene is revealed, a bullet hole is cleaned through the unfortunate man's skull. With the henchman out of the way, Joansu announces that it's time to move up. He may have reached the 4th floor without much trouble, but he knows the real danger begins now. The fourth floor houses the gang's gambling den, and directly above it on the fifth floor is the boss's room. Moving cautiously, he edges toward a corner and peeks around, expecting enemies. But to his surprise, there's no one there. His brow furrows. Keeping his guard up, he advances to the game room's door and carefully pushes it open. Empty. Something's wrong. He can feel the air itself thick with danger. At that moment, a notification flashes. New trait unlocked. Focus. Suddenly, a sound from above catches his attention. He snaps his gaze upward. It's not an enemy. It's a drone. And worse, it's dropping a grenade. His eyes recognize it instantly, a flashbang. The grenade detonates. For a moment, Joansu is left blind, deaf, and completely vulnerable. Taking advantage of the opening, a man bursts from one of the side rooms, sprinting toward Joansu from behind, knife raised high. The impact lands. The attacker laughs, convinced he's caught a rat in a trap. And just like that, the boss of the Dagger Gang makes his entrance, a level 2 assassin named Tung. But Joansu remains unfazed. He smirks and tells Tung he really shouldn't be so excited. Tung, confused, notices something's wrong. His blade didn't pierce. What? Why the hell didn't it go through? He instinctively steps back, creating distance, still struggling to process what just happened. Joansu eyes his stance and scoffs. Who's the real rat here? He mocks. You sure it's not just your own insecurities talking? Joansu hadn't expected the gang boss to show up on the fourth floor. That complicates things. This wasn't in the original game. But even so, he had anticipated the attack pattern. The flashbang was part of a chained ambush triggered as soon as the player stepped into the boss room. If he hadn't unlocked sensory awareness and focus before this point, he would have walked straight into the trap. Tung may be a skilled assassin, but Joansu knows that the key to defeating him is to predict where the attacks will come from. Tung, in disbelief, asks how Joansu managed to block his ambush. Joansu simply smiles and replies that it's the bare minimum. Without wasting any time, he draws his blade and warns Tung that he's going to regret picking him as a target. He moves swiftly, launching an attack, but Tung dodges at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, the assassin disappears and reappears behind him. You're acting pretty tough for someone so slow, Tung taunts. Tung throws a dagger directly at Joansu. He notices the movement, spins his blade, and deflects the projectile in midair. As expected from an assassin. You're damn fast, Joansu acknowledges. He quickly realizes that the dagger was enchanted with poison. One simple touch and it would be lethal. The longer the fight drags on, the worse it'll be for him. Tung grins maliciously. You're pretty lucky, huh? How about making a deal? If you surrender now, I'll only cut off one of your arms. Joansu rolls his eyes. Less talking, more fighting? Tung laughs and mocks him. I can tell from a mile away that you're a gunman just by how terribly you hold that sword. And you talk too much. Joansu wonders why Tung is so confident about that. Maybe it's because until now he's only used firearms. The gang leader charges at him, declaring that he's going to make his death painful. Joansu raises his sword above his head. I only have one shot, and it's now. He strikes, but Tung easily evades and laughs. Too slow? But that's exactly what Joansu wanted. In the middle of the swing, he twists his body, spins the sword, and redirects the strike straight at Tung's head. The assassin's eyes widen in shock, realizing too late the mistake he made. What? A marksman using a combo attack? Tung falls to the ground but manages to block the blade at the last moment. Joansu smiles, shaking his head. I hate to break it to you, but as soon as I switch traits, I stop being a marksman. He releases a faint aura around his body and declares, now I'm a classic warrior trained in fencing. He adjusts his stance and activates the Mountain Crusher style. His blade descends with overwhelming force. Blood flies. Tung lets out a scream of pain as the blade tears through his chest. Joansu laughs. You dropped your guard. That's why you lost. Tung, on the verge of death, grips his knife tightly and throws it forward, shouting that he won't fall so easily. Joansu, completely caught off guard, didn't expect anything more from someone who was already defeated. The impact happens. Blood sprays through the air. Tung is sprawled on the ground, motionless, but Joansu looks to his side and sees the blade lodged in his own body. Damn it. I dropped my guard. Amateur move. He feels the poison spreading quickly through his veins. Without wasting any time, he reshuffles his traits to counteract the toxin. He manages to hold on, but the pain is intense. Outside he hears voices. Hurry. We need to get in. There's an intruder in the building. Joansu looks around. his vision begins to blur. He feels his energy draining from his body. No time to waste. I need to get out of here. On the 5th floor we see Joansu tied to a chair. He struggles until he falls to the floor trying to reach a shard of glass. I need to get out of here fast. He hears footsteps approaching. He looks up and sees none other than himself. The other Joansu crosses his arms and asks, "How the hell were you captured?" Without waiting for an answer, he crouches down and begins to untie him. Once Joansu is free, he can't hold back his tears. "You came all the way here, to save me?" The other Joansu merely sighs. "We'll talk later. We need to get out of here. They're coming." Now free, Shinsu tries to stand but can barely walk. Joansu watches him and clenches his fists, frustrated. "I can't believe they did this to you." He then crouches down. "Get on my back." Shinsu hesitates. "I can't ask for anything more. We don't have time for that. Hurry up." Shinsu hesitates for a moment but eventually gives in. "Just this once." He climbs onto Joansu's back, apologizing for the inconvenience. Joansu, however, is surprised by his loyalty. "I thought this world was a hell where I couldn't trust anyone, but I guess I was wrong." Back in Shinsu's office, Joansu devours healing soda bottles one after the other, trying to purify his body. After a while he finally smiles. "I did it, poison resistance. That took hours." Shinsu says, bringing even more bottles. "Drink as much as you need." Joansu grabs one last bottle and refuses the rest. "That's enough. I got the trait I wanted." Shinsu lowers his head. I can't apologize enough. It looks like information leaked while I was preparing the nectar. I shouldn't have trusted my employees." Joansu just smiles faintly. "Relax. In the end, I drank the nectar anyway." Shinsu is shocked and asks why he did that. Joansu responds casually. "If I hadn't drunk it, I never would have been able to save you." Shinsu starts to feel incredibly guilty. "I can't believe you wasted the precious nectar just to save me." Of course, that wasn't the real reason, but Joansu prefers he thinks that way. Suddenly, someone starts banging loudly on the door. Shinsu panics. "Is it the Dagger Gang? What do we do?" Joansu smiles. "Let's welcome them." He opens the door and to Shinsu's surprise, it's not the Dagger Gang standing there, but the Iron Fist Gang. The leader of the group looks at Joansu with a half-smile. "It was about time I got here." He crosses his arms. "I knew you weren't an ordinary guy, but I never imagined you'd wipe out the entire Dagger Gang. What do you want from me?" Joansu reflects for a moment. "Well, it's my turn to receive the reward for cleaning up this tough mission." He begins to explain how the two gangs hated each other and were constantly fighting over territory. In the game, the tutorial required the player to annihilate the Dagger Gang by helping the Iron Fist Gang take the building. As a reward, the rival gang offered various advantages. But now, Joansu is struggling with an internal dilemma. Iron Fist asks, "Do you intend to create your own organization?" Joansu shakes his head. "That's not my style. I called you here to tell you that you can have the entire area that used to belong to the Dagger Gang." The gang leader is surprised. "You don't want anything for yourself?" "I prefer to work alone and have no intention of getting into the crime world. This is the best deal I can offer." Iron Fist ponders. "Such a deal has no drawbacks for me. Compared to the debt I had before, this feels like a bonus." Joansu laughs. "Looks like we're on the same page." Now that Iron Fist has the territory, Joansu finally makes his request. "So, I want a favor." "What do you want?" Just thinking about it, Joansu starts laughing darkly, but at the same time he smiles genuinely. "I want a house." Iron Fist is taken aback by the request. "A house?" Joansu explains. "I've been alone for a long time, and I realized I need a real base." He then begins clutching his stomach, pretending to be gravely wounded. Shinsu panics. "Joansu, are you okay?" Iron Fist clears his throat. "You wiped out those bastards. Then it's a deal." Joansu smiles. "I like direct people." Inside he's buzzing with excitement. "What kind of house are you looking for? A villa? An apartment?" Joansu shakes his head. "None of those. I need a secluded house with security, soundproofing, and an underground training center." Iron Fist thinks for a moment, then starts listing some options. Joansu bites his lip, hoping he'll mention exactly what he's waiting for. Then, finally, Iron Fist mentions a place. "There's a house on the outskirts of the area, on the Jenyabang slope." Bingo. Joansu feigns indifference, but inside he's ecstatic. That's the first house the player gets in the game. The main base in Arcane Soul? He heads to the location and upon arriving, can barely contain his excitement. Finally, he takes in the view and laughs to himself. This house is way better than I imagined. Memories flood his mind. When he first fell into Arcane Soul, he had no idea what to do. His hospital bill was a ridiculous 20 million won, and now he has a house that feels like a palace. Plus, now he has money coming in from the city's biggest security company. He could pay for a full year of hospital bills without a second thought. But this is still Arcane Soul. No time to relax. The game's story is going to move forward, and he'll have to face enemies like the Saint, who threaten to destroy the city. He grabs his pickaxe. Time to find out the real reason I chose this house. He heads down to the underground training room and starts tapping on the walls. It must be around here. After a few minutes, he finds a specific spot and begins hammering with force. The wall finally breaks. Joansa smiles. My instincts never fail. I think I'll finish this faster than I thought. He continues swinging his pickaxe back and forth, deep in the mine. However, things aren't going as quickly as he expected. Man, I had no idea this was so deep when I played. Even so, he's determined to continue. There's no turning back now. He keeps breaking the rocks until, suddenly, he hits a water source. Water begins pouring out, and without hesitation he takes a drink. Immediately, he feels a wave of revitalization course through his body. This is perfect. Along with the refreshing feeling, his body also starts to warm up. So this is it. A mana spring. As the name suggests, this spring is filled with pure mana. Even characters whose HP has reached 0 can fully recover by immersing themselves in it. Additionally, most debuffs disappear, showcasing its incredible therapeutic power. And guess where one of these free springs is located? That's right, in the house Iron Fist Gang gave him. This was one of the main reasons why this house was essential for his progress. Without wasting any time, he prepares a bath. In the game, I handled this with a click. Here it's much more labor-intensive. But it was worth it. He feels the energy flowing through his body, confirming just how powerful this spring really is. He grabs his blade and holds it firmly. This place is perfect for training. Here he can fully heal whenever he runs out of energy. So there's no excuse not to give his absolute best. 2 weeks pass. Throughout this entire time, he's been locked in the training room. Now he can activate the black flame whenever he wants while wielding the Mountain Breaker sword. He lifts his blade and strikes downward. Mountain Crusher. In a fluid motion, he moves into the second stage. Mountain Divider. Finally, he finishes with the third stage. Mountain Piercer. With a precise strike, he drives his sword forward. Not only has he mastered this technique, but he's also become accustomed to combining it with the black flame. Additionally, he gained new abilities during his training. Crushing Strike. Single Point. Meditation. Mana Stabilization. Fire Resistance. He leans back, catching his breath. Now that I've completed my training goal, there's just one thing left. The Mana Cultivation Technique. Unlike other skills, this one can't be acquired simply by training. Had he refined the nectar properly, he would have already reached level 3. But since he's only at level 2, there's still residual mana in his body. To fully absorb the mana from the nectar and level up, he needs this technique. The problem? It costs tens of billions of won. But he already knows where he can find a copy without spending that fortune. He heads to an antique shop. The shopkeeper eyes him, confused. Are you sure you want to buy this? It's been sitting in the back for over a decade. At that moment, a memory floods his mind. He recalls when he played Arcane Soul and discovered this secret. He's probably the only person in the world who knows that this technique is hidden in this shop. He makes his way to the market where the shop is located, walking casually. Time to level up. Upon arriving, he notices something strange. The shop's door is locked, and surrounded by a blue mana barrier. He touches the barrier, feeling the energy pulse. Not only is the door closed, but there's a mana seal blocking the entrance. Looking around, he takes in the vastness of the area. This is the market with the most shops in the city. You can buy anything here, but what he needs is locked behind that barrier, and he's going to find a way in. In the game, this shop would be open at any time during business hours. But now in real life it's closed. And not just that. All the other shops around it are closed, leaving only this one standing. This is the complete opposite of how it was in the game. He narrows his eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine. This means that the world of Arcane Soul isn't exactly as I knew it. He finally spots a store with its lights still on in the market and heads over, asking the man inside if things are going badly. He remarks that even the owner of one of the few shops still open doesn't seem to be doing well. The man responds that it's obvious just by looking at him. He's not in a good situation and has to fight off thugs every single day. How could customers possibly come under these conditions? Joansa comments that he thought the Iron Fist gang was the only one around. The man tells him he's dead wrong. Ever since the Dagger gang was wiped out, several other groups have been battling each other daily. There's the Iron Fist gang, the Venom gang, and the Naked gang. Who in their right mind would want to step into this mess? Now Joansu understands why all the markets are closed. According to the original story, the Iron Fist gang destroyed the Dagger gang and rightfully claimed the territory, naturally bringing the market under their control. But this time he was the one who took down the Dagger gang. Because of that, the market has turned into a battlefield with other gangs fighting to claim it. Joansu is considering his next move when he suddenly hears people shouting, telling someone to take them down. The old man says they're at it again, and Joansu decides to check out what the thugs are up to. Rounding a corner, he sees a man being thrown into a small tent. A woman confronts him, reminding him that she already told him this was Venom gang territory. She's talking to a member of the Iron Fist gang, flipping him off as she orders him to go back to his own turf. And that's when we're introduced to Steel Scorpion, the sub-boss of the Venom gang. The Iron Fist gang member is bleeding from the mouth. Then, the most elegant voice ever is heard, asking what all the commotion is about. Everyone turns to see none other than our Lord and Savior, Captain Underpants, arriving on the scene with his allies. Scorpion immediately starts yelling that the perverts have arrived. The leader of the Naked gang, known as the Exhibitionist, though I'd rather just call him Captain Underpants, declares that this three-way intersection belongs to him and orders everyone to clear out. If you really want to keep fighting, he warns. The Iron Fist gang members start backing off, calling them lunatics and saying they should take this chance to get the hell out. But one of them accidentally bumps into Junsu, who sighs, saying this whole thing is a complete mess. The Iron Fist guy recognizes him and Junsu helps him up, telling him to focus on his job. Then he shouts, ordering both Captain Underpants and Scorpion to stop fooling around and come to him. The guy he just saved asks what the hell he's doing, and Junsu calmly replies that he's here to help. If he wants the market to return to normal, he needs to establish a clear hierarchy. Scorpion barks at him, demanding to know how he dares to tell her what to do. Captain Underpants chimes in, asking if he's trying to make an offering. Junsu explains that if he fought at full power he would probably win. But that would only cause unnecessary damage to the merchants. So he's come to a decision. There's only one way to settle this. He's going to unleash everything from the very start and show them his true strength. Both of them recognize the black flames in his swordplay, realizing that he's the same warrior who single-handedly annihilated the Dagger gang. Junsu confirms this and adds that this time he's feeling generous. He's offering them a deal they can't refuse. He doesn't want to drag this out, he'd rather settle it with a one-on-one duel. So what do you say, he asks. Scorpion scoffs, laughing with disdain. Do you seriously think we're dumb enough to agree to a direct fight against a warrior? Junsu smirks. Don't worry. We'll compete in the area you have the most confidence in. Sometime later, after a bit of negotiation, we hear Junsu talking with Captain Underpants. The so-called leader smirks and declares that his specialty is mind control. If Junsu can resist it, he wins. Captain Underpants then gets excited, saying it's an honor for such a handsome man to know so much about him. Scorpion looks like she can't believe what she's hearing, while Captain Underpants continues, insisting that they don't even have to go through with this competition. Junsu can just join his religion instead. Junsu replies, "Nah bro, I'm good," and tells him to think for a second. His religion isn't even one of the 7 major ones or even one of the lesser ones, it's literally an unnamed backyard cult. Why would he join a random sect that isn't even listed anywhere? Captain Underpants sighs and says that, as expected from a non-believer, Junsu will have to be enlightened by the love and mercy of his goddess. He then stretches out his hand and a green aura begins to form around him. He commands Junsu to kneel before him so that he may grant him the privilege of meeting his goddess. As the aura starts wrapping around him, Junsu immediately recognizes that the mind control ability of a combat priest is no joke. He struggles against the influence, admitting that he feels the urge to kneel, but his traits are far too strong to let that happen. Then, without warning, he delivers a brutal uppercut, sending Captain Underpants flying. As the cult leader crashes to the ground, Junsu casually apologizes but warns him that not even a saint could manipulate him. His divine resistance is too high. Captain Underpants' followers rush to carry him away, muttering that it was one hell of a fight. Junsu then turns to Scorpion and says it's her turn now. She folds her arms and smirks. Not bad, I'll give you that. But the Venom gang is on a whole different level compared to the perverts you just dealt with. Junsu grins. Yeah, I don't think so. But I guess we'll find out soon enough. He tilts his head toward her. Your specialty is obviously poisons, right? Then go ahead, prepare the strongest one you've got. He gestures at himself. I'll drink it. She laughs. If you're that eager to die, I'll be more than happy to help. The Iron Fist guy starts begging, saying he knows Junsu is strong, but drinking poison is literally suicide. Junsu waves him off. Relax. I got this. Scorpion extends her hand, holding out a small vial. Drink it. If you survive, you win. If not, well, obviously you die and that means I win. He takes the vial and examines it. As expected. You gave me picnic knockout, the most painful poison among all the gangs. He sniffs it and grimaces. Ugh. Smells like ass. Just so you know, if I survive, I'm punching you in the face. She cackles. Then don't come crying for the antidote later. That never even crossed my mind. He replies before downing the entire vial in one go. The pain hits instantly like a thunderclap. His knees buckle, his face turns purple. It feels like his blood is boiling. Scorpion places a foot on his back, grinning in triumph. You're feeling it now, huh? If you beg for your life like a good little dog, maybe, just maybe, I'll consider helping you. Woof woof. But Junsu isn't here to play games. He grits his teeth and forces himself to focus. The poison was created using a mix of special medicines. Ordinary resistance won't be enough. He needs to take control of the venom inside him. Slowly he directs it toward his arm. Scorpion's eyes widen as she realizes what he's doing. Then a silent notification flashes through his mind. New trait acquired, drug resistance. With this, he can now manipulate poison using his own mana. Junsu draws his sword. Time for the final step. Without hesitation, he slashes his own palm. Blood drips from the wound, then, it transforms into a stream of pure venom. The entire crowd falls silent. No way. He actually expelled the poison? Someone mutters in disbelief. Scorpion shakes her head, calling it insanity. But before she can react, a chill runs down her spine. She realizes too late, he's already on top of her. Junsu grabs her finger and, with a sharp twist, rips it off. Her scream echoes through the market as the severed finger hits the ground. She collapses, trembling. Do you really think you can just walk away after doing this to me? Junsu rolls his eyes. Quit your third-rate villain monologue and get lost. Staggering to her feet, she backs away, vowing she won't forget this. Meanwhile, the Iron Fist guys erupt in cheers, yelling that she and her gang got exactly what they deserved. Junsu lets out a tired sigh. The outcome was never in doubt. The real problem starts now, getting the shops to reopen. The merchants exchange uneasy glances. Just because the Iron Fist gang won, does that mean the extortion will continue? Junsu folds his arms and looks at them. I hope you all understand, I did all of this to reach this outcome. The Iron Fist guy beside him nods furiously. There's just one thing the Iron Fist gang needs to keep in mind from now on, Junsu says. Of course. What is it? Junsu grins. The protection fee for this market will be half of what the Dagger gang used to charge. The Iron Fist guy's eyes go wide. Wait. That means we won't make any profit at all. Junsu stares at him, expressionless. Are you really arguing with me? And no way. The boss will totally understand. The merchants overhear the conversation and can't believe what they're hearing. Half the fee? To them, this is practically a miracle. In an instant, Junsu becomes a hero. They start bowing, thanking him in every way possible. He chuckles. I just did what needed to be done. But I do expect some good discounts now. After all, this market has everything and I plan to take full advantage of that. The merchants immediately offer him an 80% discount. Junsu smirks. Good thing I leveled up my NPC affinity. With the antique shop finally open, Junsu heads inside. The shopkeeper greets him with a smile. I've heard a lot about you from the other merchants. The hero who saved the market. Junsu shakes his head. Nah, I just did what was right. The shopkeeper laughs. Don't be so modest. Those gangsters have been tormenting this place for years. He lifts his bandaged arm and explains that he had to close the shop after getting beaten up. His arm was broken in the attack. Junsu frowns. Were you able to get proper treatment? The shopkeeper nods. Yeah, I had a Qigong treatment. Worked like a charm. If it weren't for the therapist, I'd still be in the hospital. There's a Qigong therapist in this city? Junsu asks, surprised. The shopkeeper smiles. Yeah, and he's damn good at what he does. I can introduce you. Junsu thanks him but says he came here to buy something first. The shopkeeper gestures toward the shelves. We have everything, except what we don't. Junsu laughs. Now that's how you run a shop. He scans the store, admiring the quality of the goods. Then, tapping his foot against the floor, he says, I want to see what you've got downstairs. The shopkeeper's eyes widen. How do you? Junsu flashes a smug grin. I have my ways. Of course he does. He's a no-lifer. They head downstairs and the shopkeeper explains that he normally never shows this collection to new customers. But for Junsu, he'll make an exception. Appreciate it? Below, the secret collection gleams before him. A true treasure trove of magical artifacts. Junsu's gaze sweeps across the items, confirming that Chunbok has always had rare pieces, both in the game and now. But the real prize is right there. The hornpipe of the ancestral god, which contains a secret mana cultivation technique. This is the jackpot. Now that he's secured the most important item, he might as well grab a few extras. He gathers everything and sets it on the table upstairs. I'll take these. Chunbok eyes the selection sharply. As expected, you've got good taste. He starts listing each item, but Junsu only listens until he hears the price. For everything. 2 billion won. Junsu stares at him like he misheard. Chunbok bursts into laughter. Relax, relax. That's the price for a stranger. But you? You're the market's guardian angel, so I'll cut you a deal. 500 million. Junsu lets out a relieved sigh. Damn, you almost gave me a heart attack. That 80% discount is a lifesaver. Now, all he needs is a superhuman priest capable of removing the sacred seal on the hornpipe. Luckily, he already has a lead on where to find this person. Purely by chance, of course. He asks Chunbok for the Qigong therapist's address and heads deeper into the city. There, he spots someone knocking on the door of room 101. Hey, anyone in there? No response. Junsu presses his ear against the door, wondering if the guy stepped out for a bit. Suddenly, the door swings open. A pale man with white hair glares at him, looking more than a little annoyed. What do you want this early in the morning? Junsu raises an eyebrow. Dude, it's the afternoon. The man shrugs. Morning for me. Now hurry up and spit it out. Junsu studies his appearance and confirms it. This is the guy. I heard your treatments are top tier. The man's expression shifts immediately. His suspicion fades, replaced by interest. Oh, I see. Thought you were one of those gangsters. Come on in. He gestures toward the bed. Lie down. Where's the injury? Junsu glances around the room, noticing a statue in the corner. That just confirms his suspicions even more. The therapist frowns. What are you doing? Just get on the bed. But Junsu smirks and reaches into his bag. Actually, I'm not here for treatment. He pulls out the hornpipe of the ancestral god and holds it out in front of the man. I came here for you to remove the seal on this item. The man furrows his brows. What do you mean, remove the seal? I'm a therapist, not a priest. If that's what you want, go to a temple. Junsu shakes his head. Not a chance. A temple would charge a fortune. Not to mention they might just confiscate the item. He then smirks and continues, but if you do it for me, I'll pay you 100 million won. Priest Kim. The man freezes. How do you know that name? Junsu shrugs. Of course I know. You're the third tutorial character in Arcane Soul. He explains that Kim is a priest of a forgotten religion that worshipped a god who died 3,000 years ago. Among the countless corrupt priests in Arcane Soul, Kim is one of the rare few who are truly innocent. With so many frauds out there, finding a good-hearted guy like you is practically a miracle, Junsu says with a grin. And that means you're going to be very useful to me? He leans in slightly. But let's keep this between us, yeah? The priest sighs, scratches his head and replies, this won't be easy, but I'll try. Junsu smiles. I knew you were a good guy. The two sit down on the floor. Kim places the hornpipe of the ancestral god between them, closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Slowly, a divine aura begins to surround the artifact. The seal weakens bit by bit and he murmurs, it's working. The sacred ribbon wrapped around the artifact starts unraveling, then snaps entirely, revealing its true nature. Just as expected, the hornpipe holds within it the Einherjar cultivation technique. Kim stares at the item in awe. I actually did it? Junsu nods. As expected, you've got incredible talent. Kim keeps his gaze fixed on the hornpipe. This is a mana cultivation technique? Junsu confirms and thanks him. Then, without hesitation, he brings the hornpipe to his lips and blows. A powerful energy field spreads through the room, hitting him like a tidal wave. His mana circuits start purifying. The bad mana inside me, it's being completely absorbed. A deep sense of tranquility washes over him, as if he's reached a new level of serenity. If he keeps this up, in 2 weeks he'll reach level 3. Kim claps his hands impressed. This is the first time I've ever seen a warrior using a mana cultivation technique. It's a rare sight for sure, Junsu replies. Kim grins. You must be exhausted. Lie down for a bit. Junsu shivers slightly. I just got hit with too much information at once. I'm fried. He lets out a deep sigh and collapses onto the floor. I'll rest for a while. I'm in your care. Kim chuckles. For what you paid me, you can stay as long as you want. As Junsu drifts into deep sleep, a thought lingers in his mind. This guy is really reliable, just like in the game. Having a trustworthy priest around is going to be a huge advantage later on. Sometime later, a sound wakes Junsu. Something is being poured. He opens his eyes, confused. What the hell? The strong smell of gasoline floods his nostrils. He turns and sees Kim pouring gasoline over the bag full of money. Junsu's eyes widen. What the hell are you doing? Kim sets the gas can down and pulls out a lighter. Oh, forgotten god, accept my offering and rise once more. He drops the lighter. The fire devours the bills instantly. Junsu can only think, what the hell is happening? Without hesitation, he lunges forward and grabs Kim's wrists. Are you insane? He pushes the priest to the floor, pinning him by the shoulders. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you burning the money I just gave you? Kim, his eyes glowing with devotion, responds, It's an offering to my god. Junsu clenches his jaw. And why the hell would a god need money? Kim answers as if it's obvious. Because my god only accepts cash offerings. It's the only way to obtain divine power. Junsu sighs. Ah, so this is that phase where you still believed in this nonsense. He crosses his arms and continues, The god you worship has been dead for 3,000 years. Even in the game, your religion was weak and had no influence, until you resurrected him. Which means, you clearly didn't know how to worship him properly. And you know what? Your method is wrong. Kim furrows his brows. Wrong? Yes, Junsu states firmly. You're not supposed to burn cash. What you actually need to burn is gold. You have to melt it down and vaporize it. Kim's eyes widen in outrage. Only a heretic would say that. Junsu shrugs. Or maybe it's something only someone who actually knows what they're doing would say. I bet you've never even tried it before. Kim scoffs. Don't talk nonsense so confidently. The order has practiced this method for thousands of years. Oh yeah. Junsu smirks. Then why is your god still dead? The argument hits so hard it practically leaves a bruise. Kim is speechless. Junsu stands up and dusts himself off. Melting gold is kind of complicated these days. But I have another solution. Kim eyes him suspiciously. What solution? Well, Junsu grins. You helped me obtain my cultivation technique, right? So now it's my turn to help you. Cut to a pot filled with a shimmering golden liquid. Kim stares at it, hesitant. I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be doing this here. Junsu pushes a bowl toward him. Just drink it. Kim hesitates. If you do, your divine power will increase drastically, Junsu insists. But you need to focus and sense whether your god is responding. Kim bites his lip. Jiske, since you won't shut up about it? He closes his eyes and downs it all in one go. Junsu smiles, satisfied. Suddenly, Kim trembles. His chest burns, his hair stiffens, and divine energy begins to surge through his body. Junsu crosses his arms. So, how do you feel? Kim's eyes widen in shock. Holy shit. This is real. This is way better than burning millions in cash. Junsu nods. Your growth will skyrocket if you stick to this method from now on. Kim wags his tail excitedly. I have no idea how I can ever repay you for this. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulls a necklace from inside his robes and hands it to Junsu. Take this, Kim says. Junsu takes the object and examines it. A sacred artifact with the heal ability. Not bad. Kim smiles. I believe my god will be pleased to see you with it. Junsu holds the necklace between his fingers. Well, since you're offering, it would be rude to refuse. Then he thinks to himself, this turned out to be even more profitable than I expected. In fact, Kim's order also provided incredible quests in the game. He suddenly grabs Kim's hands, looking him straight in the eyes. Let's pray together. Kim blinks, confused. What? Why? Junsu grins. Because I want to repay you. And just like that, in true Pokemon fashion, Junsu captured Priest Kim. 1 week later. The room is filled with bottles of shimmering golden liquid. Kim is pleading. Please, no more. If I keep drinking this, I'll turn into gold. Junsu crosses his arms. Until you become Midas himself, you have to keep drinking. Kim trembles. I am going to die of mana poisoning. Junsu's eyes shine like a shoujo anime protagonist. Do you really think so? He smiles. I guarantee that won't happen. Kim swallows hard. Junsu picks up another bottle, grabs Kim's face, and pours the entire contents into his mouth. Now just pray. Kim thrashes in protest, but Junsu keeps smiling. Oh, and one more thing, he adds. The 4 tutorial characters each have unique traits. He watches as Kim writhes on the ground. If Warrior Kim had an entirely white body, then Priest Kim? Junsu's grin widens. Is completely immune to mana poisoning. This allows his growth rate to skyrocket. The bottle empties and Kim feels like absolute garbage. But then his divine power explodes, forming a glowing circle around him so intense that it blinds Junsu. Kim has reached level 3. His eyes widen. At this level, I can even start preparing to become an apostle. Junsu laughs. Perfect. At this pace, it won't be long before you're ready. I'd say you've accumulated more than enough divine experience. He then crosses his arms, thoughtful. Besides, now that you're level 3, you need to call a regional assembly and gain official recognition as a bishop. Kim nods. Yes. I have 2 bishops already, and thanks to your help, I've grown so fast that I'll never forget this debt. Junsu waves his hand. Oh, relax. I just like helping people. But of course, he's betting everything on the fact that this guy will want to repay the favor for the rest of his life. After all, he wants access to the artifacts in Kim's God's vault. Kim then takes a deep breath. Actually, I'd like to make a request. Junsu raises an eyebrow. What is it? Kim hesitates. I need to call a regional assembly, but I'm worried about going alone. Could you be my bodyguard until the meeting? The other bishop will be there too. Junsu smiles. Of course. That's easy. Now that Kim has completed his growth, it's time to start the mission line. The next day, the church is still under reconstruction. The faithful surround Kim, congratulating him for reaching level 3. Kim thanks them, but Junsu just watches disappointed. What's this? The scale is so small. I can't believe this is all that's considered an assembly. Then a man enters the room. He looks around and scoffs. What a sight, pathetic. The other bishop finally appears. He glares at Kim. Tell me, who gave you permission to organize an assembly? Kim breathes deeply. Every priest in the order has the right to call one. The bishop smiles coldly. That only applies to regular priests. He leans forward. When it comes to an apostate, it's a whole different story. Kim furrows his brow. What do you mean by that? I never renounced my faith. The bishop smirks. Your level increased to 3 in just 3 months. There's no way someone could grow that fast by normal methods. So there's only one explanation. His eyes gleam. You sold out your brothers to gain more powerful divine power? Kim's eyes widen. That's absurd. I just found an efficient method. The bishop sighs. Enough with the excuses. He raises his hand and soldiers enter the room. Capture him. But before they can move, Junsu steps forward. Hey, we can't let you scare the kid like that. The soldiers turn to him. And who the hell are you? Junsu laughs. I'm his bodyguard. The bishop narrows his eyes. This is an affair of the order. We don't need outsiders interfering. Junsu smiles. But I just said I'm his bodyguard. So I'm not an outsider. He crosses his arms. By the way, what kind of boomer logic is that? Kim then speaks up. I just drank gold to level up. This can't be considered a crime. The bishop grows furious. Consuming gold is the act of a heretic. How dare you commit such blasphemy and still expect to escape unscathed? Kim opens his mouth to retort, but the bishop raises his hand. A fireball materializes in his palm. I'll purify you personally and offer you to our God. He casts the spell. Kim screams. The explosion lights up the entire room. Everyone holds their breath. Did Kim? But when the dust settles, Junsu is standing in front of Kim, unscathed, with a mana shield still glowing around him. He sighs. Attacking someone without warning? He furrows his brow. Now that's blasphemy. The bishop is left speechless. Why you blocked my magic? Junsu smiles. So, you really want to attack a potential apostle like this? The bishop grits his teeth. There's no way a heretic can become an apostle. Kim looks at Junsu confused. What do you mean? Junsu smiles. Don't worry. He pulls something out of his pocket. Just eat this and pray. Kim blinks. What? Why? The bishop raises his hand again. If you don't want to burn along with Kim, get out of the way. Junsu smiles even more. If I prove that he is an apostle? He narrows his eyes. What will you do? Suddenly, a golden aura fills the room completely. Kim falls to his knees, his eyes shining. He begins to pray. The bishop's eyes widen. It can't be. The arrival of an apostle? Junsu crosses his arms. There's a reason I didn't make Kim an apostle yesterday. He glares at the old man. It's because you have a serious mental delay. He then gives a half smile. And also, you're a detestable villain who envies Kim. So I need to eliminate you here. He grips the hilt of his blade tightly. The requirement for Kim to awaken, he points, is to consume a golden relic from another order. The bishop's eyes widen. Junsu smiles. And with you being accused of blasphemy, it won't be hard to ensure Kim becomes the true apostle. Suddenly, a golden halo appears above Kim's head. His eyes shine. The bishop takes a step back, terrified. Junsu raises his blade. Now that the apostle has arrived, his eyes turn cold and sharp. It's time to teach this blasphemer a lesson. He then looks at Kim. By the way, I want to ask something to your God. He smiles. How should we punish a bastard who murdered a bishop out of envy, and tried to blame his own son as a heretic to kill him? The bishop pales. How do you know this? Then, Kim hears the voice of his God. He lifts his head, and with an unwavering tone he responds. The only answer is to kill him. Junsu swings his blade, aiming directly at the bishop's neck. The blade stops a hair's breadth from his skin. He smiles. If this is the divine order, I can't refuse. The bishop trembles, his eyes filled with despair. Please, have mercy. Junsu runs the blade across his throat. Blood sprays and the body collapses to the ground. The air in the church grows heavy. Everyone is in shock. Someone has just died in the house of their god. Junsu then smiles indifferently. The problem was solved before this worm could cause any more damage. Even Priest Kim seems stunned. Still, he was one of our bishops. Junsu shrugs. No reason to feel sorry for him. He deserved this. He then looks at Kim. And now, what is your God commanding you to do? Kim closes his eyes for a moment as if listening to something. Then he breathes deeply. He ordered me to go to the Levant region where our order began, and offer gold there. Junsu smiles. I told you gold was the best choice. He crosses his arms. Now go there and expand your influence. Kim bows deeply. I don't know how I can repay you for all of this. Junsu pats him on the shoulder. You don't have to. I already planned to take advantage of it. Sometime later, Junsu arrives home. He stops in front of the statue of Kim. He smiles, satisfied. The reward for helping the priest was worth it. He looks at the valuable items he acquired. Among them, his first holy sword of rank or worth billions. But the most interesting thing is the divine statue, which creates a sanctuary around it. The sanctuary effect turns an area into a safe zone, protected by the will of its owner. If an enemy tries to invade, they suffer an expulsion or suppression effect. In other words, he can train like a madman without worrying about any interruptions. He begins his training. His sword strikes cut through the air. Time to have some fun. He raises his blade, an excited smile on his face. Sometime later, Junsu is submerged in the bathtub, holding his breath. He wants to test how long he can last without air. He emerges, looking like a wrinkled old man, gasping desperately. Okay, maybe I trained too much? Even the mana source isn't healing him properly. But still, he had plenty of time to practice his Enherjar cultivation technique and his mountain-crushing swordsmanship. And now, finally, he can assess the results. He picks up his phone. Su appears on the screen. Been doing well? Junsu laughs. Of course. But I need a warm-up. He stretches, excited. Is there anything I can help with? Su makes a face. Actually, we have a rather troublesome request. He pauses for a moment. Do you remember the first landfill? Junsu frowns. How could I forget? It was the first job I did, where I fought the porcupine. Su nods. Well, a whole cleaning team went in there, and they were massacred. This means that there are at least 6 active mutants there now. Junsu narrows his eyes. And why the hell haven't you called in the Janitors Association? Su sighs. The authorities asked us to handle it secretly. They don't want this to become a scandal. Junsu snorts. If this leaks, some of them are going to lose their jobs big time. He crosses his arms. And what's the reward? Su scratches his head. The payment is kind of pathetic. 100 million for a level 1 mutant. 300 million for a level 3. Junsu rolls his eyes. Is that all? Actually, Su smiles. They're offering an artifact. An arcane rifle with a cursed debuff. Junsu raises an eyebrow. What kind of debuff? Su hesitates then smiles. It's an item that's related to you. A rifle used by the old order of the Father. Junsu's eyes widen. Then he chuckles softly. This mission. I can't refuse. That arcane rifle used by the order. It has a black flame debuff that consumes its user. But Junsu has already overcome that before. He gets up from the bathtub. Alright. I'm heading there right now. Junsu is definitely fired up. He heads toward the landfill and right from the start, he can feel a sinister aura emanating from the place. As he moves forward, holding his rifle, he mutters. They haven't cleaned this place for just a few days, and it's already this chaotic? Something's very wrong here. His senses are scrambled, he can barely see properly. He needs to prepare for a surprise attack. With a quick movement, he activates his sensory focus. Almost like an immediate warning, he feels something moving fast in the mist. He looks around, tense. The sounds of the creature come from multiple directions. He can't pinpoint exactly where the enemy is. A strong wind blows behind him. He spins around immediately. And there it is, something like a gargoyle bat leaping straight at him. Junsu pulls the trigger. Die. The monster is riddled with bullets, but instead of falling, it flies away only wounded. Junsu frowns. Is that it? He keeps firing but soon realizes the bullets are ricocheting off the creature's wings. The beast loops through the air and launches back at him. Junsu rolls to the side, sliding to avoid the strike. Oh shit. If he hadn't switched to the evasion trait, he would have been torn in half just now. A flying bulletproof enemy? If I keep this up, the longer this fight lasts, the worse it'll get. There's only one solution. He lowers the weapon, aiming directly ahead. The monster charges toward him. I need to end this with a single shot. The enemy gets closer and closer. Bang. The shot hits directly between the eyes. With its last breath, the creature screams, crashing down on him, blood pouring from its head. Junsu laughs, still lying on the ground. I won. And on top of that, he unlocked a high-level shooting trait. Then he hears footsteps. The sounds of the fight have attracted more mutants. There are too many. He wouldn't be able to handle them all. But then, he smiles. Or maybe, he would. He activates stealth and hides behind a pillar, near the monster's corpse. I'll wait for them to show up first. In the next moment, a group of ridiculous-looking guys starts advancing. They seem to be made out of modeling clay. Junsu smiles, holding a grenade. Ah, it's nice that my little cuties have arrived. He throws a few grenades. Let's see. When you all gather in one spot, goodbye. Boom. The landfill explodes, debris flying in every direction. Junsu laughs, raising his rifle. That was just the beginning. He begins unloading bullets at the surviving creatures, turning the slime monsters into chunks. And he laughs even more, thinking that he should use these clever tactics more often. Then, something alerts him. More creatures appear around him. But these are different. They don't make a sound. Junsu hasn't noticed them until now. And there's one more thing wrong. They're not mutants. They're specters from a necromancer. And there are a lot of them. Suddenly, a radio in one of the specters begins to play. A voice speaks directly to him. Can we have a little chat? Junsu narrows his eyes. Are you talking to me? Then he sees it. The specter wasn't speaking. There was a speaker attached to it. He sighs, understanding everything. Well. So you're using these specters to communicate, huh? This means you're the necromancer who created them. The voice responds. Why are you causing destruction in my territory? Junsu scoffs. Your territory? This is a contaminated landfill, my friend. But then, something clicks in his mind. The truth hits him like a weight. The Cleaners Association on the surface seems like a benevolent organization. They clean contaminated mana, bringing safety. But in reality, they're one of the most dangerous groups in Arcane Soul. Ah, I get it. The mana cleaning is just a cover. Behind the scenes, the organization is involved in all kinds of crime, expanding its influence. And this This is probably yet another one of their schemes. They created this situation on purpose. The government would have no choice but to ask for their help. And with that, the Cleaners Association's influence would only grow. Junsu closes his eyes for a moment. He smiles, full of adrenaline. This just got a lot more interesting. Meanwhile, the Cleaners Association already has another plan in motion. They intend to use these incidents as an excuse to dismiss public employees who oppose them, consolidating their power even further. The necromancer's voice echoes through the speaker. There's really no reason for us to fight, you know? He pauses. I've got a proposal for you. Junsu rolls his eyes. Here we go. You're quite talented, the necromancer continues. Why don't you join us in the Cleaners Association? Junsu scoffs. And why would I join an organization that spreads terror with monsters and landfills? The voice stays calm. I'm serious. With your skills, you'd be at the top of our hierarchy. Without a second thought, Junsu flips him off. No fucking way. Besides, he adds, that name is garbage. Totally lacking style. The necromancer bursts out laughing. Looks like you don't know your place. If you don't want to join us, the voice turns cold and sharp. Then you can just die. The specters charge toward Junsu. He shoots, causing a massive explosion that sends the specters flying in all directions. Sit down, buddy, he taunts. But the specters aren't mutants, they're magical summons. As long as there's mana, they simply regenerate. Junsu lets out a frustrated sigh. Oh shit. I forgot that firearms are useless against these things. He holsters his weapon and pulls out his sacred sword. Well, if that's the case, sacred attributes will take care of them. The necromancer's voice falters for a moment. A sacred sword? I thought you were just a shooter. Junsu charges, slicing through the specters with precise strikes, cutting them in half. Shut up, he growls. I'm going to find you, and when I do, you'll regret it. He advances, slicing through the fast-moving specters, severing limbs and limiting their mobility. Thanks to his attribute advantage, the fight isn't difficult. But the specters keep coming. Okay, enough, he mutters. Time to change tactics. He activates his resistance traits and combines them with the abilities of his artifacts. The sword, gloves, and necklace he bought from the store. Now, with 9 traits active, he believes this will be more than enough. Let's see how far this takes me. He launches forward, releasing an attack in the form of 4 aura blades, sending the specters flying backward. It works, but it's draining my energy pretty fast. He fires another attack, destroying even more of them. But some simply ignore the damage. The world around him begins to spin. Shit. I'm getting dizzy. But, just one more attack. His body starts to glow blue. He takes a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he surges straight ahead like lightning. The ability he just unlocked is called Charge. A trait that allows him to move at high speed, dealing damage to everything in his path. He grins excited. I didn't expect to get this, but I'm glad I did. As he cuts through the specters like a rocket, he's already thinking ahead. If I can unlock another skill now, that'd be perfect. He bends his knees and leaps into the air, unlocking another trait called Jump. Yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like, he laughs. With Charge and Jump combined, escaping or attacking becomes a breeze. As he descends at high speed, he mocks. Now these idiots won't even know what hit them. He leaps and charges repeatedly, bouncing across the battlefield like a human projectile. After a while, he collapses, exhausted. Most of the specters have been destroyed. But his body is on the verge of breaking down. The necromancer's laughter echoes from the speaker. I didn't expect you to be a paladin. Now, I want you even more. Junsu struggles to get back on his feet. If you're so confident, why don't you show yourself? The necromancer responds with contempt. What kind of idiot mage would face a warrior in direct combat? Instead, accept my gift. Before him, a corpse begins to move. It's a shield bearer, a level 2 undead. Junsu clicks his tongue. This is going to be a problem? He still hasn't fully healed. The shield bearer raises its weapon and brings it down violently toward him. Junsu narrowly dodges. But before he can react, a purple arrow soaked in dark mana cuts through the air, and it strikes him in the back. He spins quickly, trying to understand what's happening. The necromancer's voice comes through again. Your moves are pretty decent. I can't wait to turn you into a death knight. Junsu narrows his eyes. This reminds me of a rule in Arcane Soul. When you fight a necromancer, you should never focus on their servant. He leaps into the air, pretending to prepare an attack, but it's a feint. Instead, he dives straight to the ground, sliding beneath the undead's shield. His eyes scan the area, searching for the origin of the shot, until he finally spots it. Up high in the balconies, a silhouette stands out. So, it's you? Junsu activates charge, dodging the shield-bearer's attack and rushing directly toward the necromancer. He propels himself off the ground, soaring through the air. Time to finish off this coward. He draws his sacred sword, pointing it at the enemy. You made a fatal mistake by revealing yourself. Karen, the necromancer, smiles with disdain. So, you have a brain after all? Junsu narrows his eyes. Now that I see your face, I recognize you. You're Karen, a Reincarned necromancer. One of the directors of the Association of Cleaners, and the final boss of this damn landfill. Superhuman level 3. Karen raises his hand indifferently. Things aren't going to go the way you expect. Suddenly, spectral purple hands shoot out from his back, grabbing Junsu from all sides. He struggles trying to break free. Karen simply laughs. You'll never catch me. Then he fires magical arrows and releases a devastating electrical discharge. Junsu screams in pain while Karen watches, satisfied. That scream? It's beautiful. He laughs loudly. You should have known your place. Junsu, still trapped, smiles. Actually, this is my ultimate technique. He raises his hand, conjuring a massive black fireball. Black flame. Karen's eyes widen. What? Junsu forces his arm to break free. This is the end of the game. Karen tilts his head. Why are you trying so hard? It's actually adorable. Junsu grins slyly. You really think so? From the very beginning, I never intended to finish the fight quickly. Karen furrows his brow. Junsu continues. When a boss uses their ultimate attack, if you equip the right traits, something fun happens. Karen rolls his eyes. Enough with the small talk. He shoots the black flame directly at Junsu. The black sphere, roaring with malevolent flames, advances rapidly. The spectral hands still hold him in place. Junsu smiles. It's now. When the three pillars, sword, magic, and physical power, align in perfect harmony, a supreme technique manifests in the face of certain death. It's the ultimate technique. The blade that cuts through everything, both the tangible and the intangible. Junsu raises his sword and brings it down. A massive golden burst erupts from the blade, slicing the black flame in half. The light illuminates the battlefield. Karen trembles. It can't be. The name of this trait? Cutting lightning. Karen watches in panic as the golden cut heads straight for him. And then, it cuts through his body, splitting him in half. The explosion of the black flame happens shortly afterward. The shockwave hurls Junsu back. He crashes to the ground, gasping for breath. Almost died. He lets out a sigh of relief. But a smile forms on his face. He won. Karen, the dungeon boss, was defeated. In the game, if you want to defeat this boss on level 2, you need an entire group. Even at level 3, winning alone with common traits and basic equipment would be impossible. He only managed it because he's been playing this game for way too long. But now, time for the loot. And since he did everything alone, he doesn't have to share anything with anyone. Cut to Ciansu's office. Ciansu is waving at Junsu, looking at him with admiration. You're amazing. Junsu boasts. Oh, it was nothing. Ciansu lightly touches his shoulder. Junsu winces in pain. Hey, be careful. That's where I got hurt. Ciansu apologizes. Meanwhile, the others around them are just staring, trying to understand. What the hell did they just witness? They thank Junsu, still in disbelief. I can't believe you did it all alone. Junsu just shrugs. I was just doing my job. He pauses. But there's one problem. He looks around at everyone. When I entered the landfill, something very different from what you asked for happened. Junsu slams Karen's equipment onto the table. Do you recognize this? The others look at it, confused. He points to the pieces. They're manhwa equipment, used to create specters. Equipment that belongs to Karen from the Association of Cleaners. A heavy silence falls over the room. Then Junsu confirms. That's right. This incident wasn't an accident. It was planned. The man slams his fist onto the table, his face red with anger. I can't believe those bastards did this. Junsu crosses his arms. Looks like they never liked you from the start. The man grinds his teeth. They always charged us ridiculous fees. We've had our own conflicts before, but I never imagined they'd take it this far. Turning innocent people into mutants? Junsu observes his reaction. Did he really not know? But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the game, The reality of the association is only revealed after the player completes this mission. The man lowers his head, ashamed. I'm sorry we put you in unnecessary danger because of this. Joansu shrugs. I just did what I had to do to blow up the bad guys. He smirks. But, of course. I hope there's a good compensation, not just a simple apology. The man nods, picking up 2 boxes and placing them on the table. This is the reward we promised. Joansu furrows his brow. Wait a minute. Why are there 2 boxes instead of 1? The man explains. One contains the arcane pistol we promised. The other is an extra reward for you taking on such a dangerous task. Joansu opens the second box, his eyes widening. Wait, is this sacred water? He nearly freaks out but quickly hides his excitement. This is an essential potion and I always have to buy it at the temple. Are they giving it to me for free? The man gives him a final warning. Stay safe. We'll use this evidence to officially accuse the Association of Cleaners. Joansu clicks his tongue. So that means they're going to retaliate against me, right? The man confirms with a nod. Exactly. But we can't just let this slide. Joansu smiles, confident. Don't worry. I'll find a way to survive. That night, Joansu and Xiansu are driving through the city center. Xiansu at the wheel sighs. Maybe it's a good idea for us to stay off the radar for a while. The Association of Cleaners won't let this go. Joansu shakes his head. I don't think hiding is the best plan. After completing the landfill mission, the player gets a chain of quests. Eventually we'll end up clashing with them again. It's natural. After all, I just killed one of their directors. He looks out the window, thoughtful. But the most important thing? The association's quest line splits into 2 routes. The worst one is doing nothing and just wasting time. Xiansu raises an eyebrow. And why is that? Joansu smiles bitterly. Because in that case, the president of the association attacks your house with dozens of superhumans. Xiansu swallows hard. Joansu continues. On the other hand, the easier route is the one I'm considering. He turns to Xiansu. Have you ever heard of Genyabong? Xiansu goes serious. Of course. It's that restricted area south of the region. There's a huge poppy plantation there. If you're caught inside, you're screwed. Joansu smiles sideways. Exactly. And guess what? That place belongs to the Association of Cleaners. Xiansu's eyes widen. They have dealings with poppies? Joansu shakes his head. No. It's not about the poppies. They're conducting body modifications and human trafficking there. They're nothing but a luxury crime syndicate. Xiansu's eyes widen. Are they crazy? Joansu nods. Exactly. And that's why I'm going to strike first. Xiansu jerks the steering wheel abruptly, almost crashing the car. What? Say that again? Joansu ignores him and instead pulls out his phone, showing a list of supplies. Claymores. EMP bombs. Among other dangerous and expensive things. Xiansu blinks, confused. What the hell do you plan to do with all this? And, do you have any idea how much this is going to cost? Joansu smiles wryly. Money is something only amateurs worry about. These items? I got them while cleaning up the monsters at the landfill. Xiansu inspects the materials and nods, impressed. This should cover the costs. But, Joansu, even you couldn't take on the association alone. The president is level 4. The executives, level 3. Joansu leans back in his seat, looking at him with a confident smile. Who said I'm going to fight alone? For now, just focus on getting the items on the list. 2 days later, Poppy Farm hideout. The night was dark. Guards patrolled the perimeter. But they didn't notice the shadow creeping up from behind. Joansu, in stealth mode, holds a cloth and presses it against one of their faces. The guy trembles, his eyes widen until his body goes limp and crumples to the ground. High level, he's done. The other guard turns at the sound. Hey, what? Bang. A direct shot to the chest. The man falls dead immediately. Joansu deactivates his stealth and cracks his neck. I never get tired of infiltration. He smiles, satisfied. This should take care of the external security. And, to think I said I didn't like stealth before. Well, sometimes it's worth it. He moves away, grabbing his communicator. But before he could speak, crack. A man flies into the wall, his face deformed by the impact. And then he appears. Iron Fist. Thanks for clearing the way. We've taken control of the underground with no trouble. He spits on the ground, scanning the area. These guys are real monsters. They forced body modifications on both kids and adults. and then traffic them out of the country. Jo-Su nods. That's exactly why we need to put an end to them. He adjusts his earpiece. Did you finish checking the place? Iron Fist walks through the lab examining the machines. Yeah. This place is a legitimate modification workshop. Jo-Su smiles. Great. Once we're done, it's yours. I'll help you strengthen your men. Iron Fist crosses his arms, studying Jo-Su. This sounds good. But are you sure you can take on the association? If they get involved, it's going to be a problem for everyone. I don't want to deal with the fallout. Jo-Su laughs, pulling out his lighter. Have you ever seen me act without a reason? He lights the flame, watching it dance between his fingers. This farm is their main source of income. But the security here is much weaker than the rest. That means it's the perfect place to start bringing down the association. Iron Fist narrows his eyes. Wait, what are you? Jo-Su tosses the lighter. The next morning, Association Tower. A man runs down the corridor panting. He bursts into the presidential office. Mr. President, we have a problem. The man sitting at the desk furrows his brow. What happened? The employee swallows hard. The poppy farm was attacked. The president furrows his brow. By who? The man trembles, his voice caught in his throat. It was the man who killed Karen. He took control of the hideout. The president clenches his fists. Then, boom. His punch destroys the desk, cracking the floor. How dare they? His eyes burn with rage. And then, the screen presents his name. Park Dae-iop, president of the Association of Cleaners. The assistant, trembling, extends the phone to the president. Sir, look at this. On the screen, a ridiculously bold selfie of Jo-Su appears. Behind him, the poppy farm is ablaze. The president grits his teeth, his eyes twisting with fury. Then, with a single grip, he crushes the phone in his hand. I will make sure the warrior Kim is reduced to ashes. Sometime later, farm grounds. The poppy field? Completely destroyed. In its place, an entire battalion from the association. Soldiers scan the area dazed. I can't believe it's all gone. That warrior Kim is a damn psychopath. In the middle of them, a bald man steps forward. It doesn't matter. Our only job is to capture him. The Department of External Affairs will show the president what we're capable of. The troops begin advancing. Baldy, the bald man, eyes the surrounding buildings. He might be sniping from one of these. Stay alert. One of his men grips his weapon tightly. If he shows up, we blow him to hell on the spot. Suddenly, something glints from a window. There. Gunfire rips through the air, striking the barrel of a rifle. Falls and Baldy smirks. My prediction was right. The troops start celebrating, but then the ground trembles. Baldy frowns. What? Boom. A massive explosion sends soldiers flying. The survivors glance around, panic setting in. Are those claymores? Before they can react, a rocket streaks across the sky, heading straight for them. Baldy looks up. Oh shit. Our IP brother didn't even last 5 pages. Meanwhile, in the underground security room, Jo-Su laughs, watching everything through the cameras. Good thing I spent all night setting up these bombs. And of course, thanks to my special talent. Stealth, obviously. They never would have found them in time. The troops start retreating, but it's too late. Every step triggers more mines, throwing them into total chaos. Jo-Su crosses his arms, satisfied. I may be crazy, but I'm not crazy enough to take on hundreds of them head-on. I'll wipe them all out from right here. Explosions consume the battlefield. In the midst of the carnage, something gleams. A mana barrier. The association's president, Dae-iop, narrows his eyes. Looks like he came well prepared, despite the way he taunted us. Beside him, a man steps forward. Leave this to me. I've analyzed all his patterns. His voice is so cold, so precise it almost sounds... Wait. He talks exactly like me. He must be a robot. On the screen, a name appears. Cyborg. Superhuman class R level 3. Vice President of the Association. Dae-iop glares at Cyborg, his voice dripping with hatred. Bring him to me. I'll make sure he dies the most painful death possible. Suddenly, boom. A grenade detonates near them. Cyborg doesn't move. The blast radius doesn't reach here. Well, since they're throwing grenades to test the waters, we can just clear the traps and move forward. Another rocket fires straight at them. Sometime later, Cyborg raises his hand and simply swats the rocket aside, sending it exploding behind him. His men stare, slack-jawed. He turns to them. Did you track the shot? Yes, sir. It came from the right side of the rooftop. Good. Shoot him. The troops opened fire, tearing the location apart. But as the dust settles, it was just automated turrets. Cyborg grins, satisfied. We're almost at his hideout. Time to show that bastard what hell looks like. Or maybe, he's already getting a taste of it. Inside the bunker, Joansu clenches his teeth. As expected of cyborgs. Not even remotely human. Suddenly, a red alarm flashes on the control panel. Joansu leans forward, surprised. They're here already? Faster than I thought. This newbie hunting event really lives up to its name. Then, crash. The doorknob explodes. The door creaks open. And in the entrance, two women appear, smiling. Why are you hiding down here, little rat? Come play with us. God, I wish I were him right now. The moment that thought crosses our minds, we're introduced to Ebony and Viper. Both are level 3 superhumans and executives of the association. They step into the room and... The chairs? Empty. The screens? Just images of Joansu flipping them off. Viper frowns. How did he know we were coming? The answer? Joansu, invisible, grinning in the corner. Of course I saw this coming. As Ebony and Viper scour the room, Joansu observes. The Custodian Association wants to put on a big show, pretending this is a straightforward conflict. Meanwhile, their assassin executives attack from behind. He chuckles softly. Too obvious. I know all your tricks. Click. He pulls the pin on a flash grenade and tosses it to the floor. Ebony narrows his eyes. What is? Flash. Both are blinded instantly. They realize too late. It was a trap. Joansu dashes past them, cackling. Damn, that was perfect. I've got no business with you too. Viper, still dizzy, screams in fury. I'll kill you, you little shit. But he's already sprinting up the stairs. The assassins will catch up soon. I need to move fast. Gunfire. Bullets zip past his head. He twists, gritting his teeth. Shit, they're already on me. I need to focus on defense. He activates his mana barrier, forming a shield in the hallway. Bullets slam into it, but don't break through. And yet, crack. The barrier begins to splinter. Joansu grins defiantly. Shoot all you want. I'll block everything. Ebony smirks. You sure about that? Bang. A bullet pierces the barrier. Joansu's eyes widen. Shit. The shield shatters. Shards fly across the corridor. He stumbles back, trying to recover. Ebony steps forward, gun still smoking. How'd that taste? These bullets are laced with explosive magic. Joansu mutters a curse under his breath, but then, his eyes land on a clock. Important enough to catch my attention now? Viper pulls out a crossbow, loading a shot. Oh, and don't forget. The sweets come from the sides. Twang. The bolt whistles through the air, and buries itself in his side. Tisk. Pain flares through his body. Viper smirks cruelly. That's nothing. Compared to the pain you're about to feel. Joansu grits his teeth. You guys are just dime store villains, in ridiculous latex suits. Viper's smile vanishes instantly. What? She lunges forward, and kicks him square in the face. Bam. Joansu is sent flying. Straight into the clock he had just noticed. Viper laughs, enjoying herself. Bet that hurt like hell. By the way, that poison's pretty strong. It's already in your arteries. Good luck surviving. Ebony steps up, grabbing Joansu by the collar. It's over. Time to bring you to the president. But then, Joansu smiles. A confident smile. Now you're in my domain. He exhales slowly as if relaxing. Acting was harder than I thought. Ebony narrows his eyes. What do you mean? Joansu gestures with his chin. You hear that ticking? Tick, tock, tick, tock. Viper frowns. And? He chuckles. Surely it reminds you of something? Joansu grins wickedly. Almost like there's a giant time bomb right next to you, huh? He channels mana into his feet, preparing to rush. With a burst of speed, he rockets down the corridor. Stay put and rot. As he runs, his mind races. Ebony and Viper are stronger than Karen. If this were a direct fight, I'd have no guarantee of winning. So I had to play my role perfectly. I disabled all my abilities to appear weak. Lured them toward the clock while they let their guard down. Because, inside the clock, he had planted white phosphorus munitions worth over $1 billion. Pretty sure that's illegal under the Geneva Convention. Now he shifts into a dramatic tone, like a character from a novel. Sleep tight, ladies. And dream of me. With a smug grin, he presses the button. Boom. The explosion engulfs the corridor. Ebony and Viper's weapons fly from their hands, their eyes widening in horror. They realize they've walked right into his trap. But it's already too late. After the explosion, Junsu starts laughing. He has successfully eliminated the executives, but more of them are coming. He needs to recover quickly, so he equips all his healing abilities, especially because he has no idea when the guy with the machine will show up. And then, suddenly, multiple enemies start appearing. Speak of the devil. A group of men with robotic features approach the protagonist. You took down Ebony and Viper? Yeah, Junsu replies, grinning. And you'll be the next one buried in a grave in just a few moments. Don't even think about walking away from this unscathed, one of them snarls. I'll make sure to modify you until you're begging for death. Junsu smirks. Wow, what a terrible attempt at being scary. Try acting a little more human next time, he mocks, playing on the fact that his opponent is part machine. I can already tell talking to you is a waste of time. I'll end this right now. The enemy growls as a metallic claw extends from his wrist, just like Wolverine's. The others raise their weapons. Junsu chuckles. I love how you guys modified your bodies based on your own wild imaginations. Thanks, idiots. He grins, pressing a red button. Suddenly, sparks erupt from the area, and an electrical surge paralyzes all the enemies. Without missing a beat, Junsu opens fire. A-1 in EMP bombs. EMPs and rifles, my best friends when fighting machines. With the robotic men stunned, Junsu mercilessly guns them down. However, one of them remains standing. I guess that's the real RoboCop, he mutters, staring at the unfazed enemy. Damn. How much money did you pour into that stupid body of yours? The EMPs didn't even faze you. This is unavoidable, the cybernetic warrior growls. I'll rip you apart and kill you right here. Dragging his blade across the floor, he charges at Junsu, swinging with lethal intent. Junsu narrowly dodges, but in the process he loses one of his guns. You're just gonna keep dodging forever? The enemy taunts. Fight like a man. Or better yet, like a machine. Damn, he's seriously strong. I have to be faster, Junsu thinks. He slashes at the enemy's midsection, but even his abdomen is made of iron. Only his eyes remain human. What a joke, the enemy laughs. What a pathetic excuse for a sword. Then, with a burst of fire from the thrusters in his feet, he lunges forward. That sword strike didn't even scratch me, bastard, he sneers, delivering a brutal kick to Junsu's chest. The force sends him crashing into a concrete wall, blood spraying from his mouth. His entire body is covered in mana, so swords don't work on him. Before Junsu can react, the enemy steps on his chest, pinning him down. What did you expect with such a weak body? The enemy scoffs. Humans are pathetic. You machine bastard. Wait. Junsu's eyes narrow. A mechanical body that only moves using mana? How the hell is that even possible in this world? I'm going to cut off your arms and replace them with umbrella handles, the enemy sneers. Just as he raises his blade to strike, something unexpected catches his eye. What the hell is that tiny pistol? He scoffs. Junsu smirks. Looking at your body, I had an idea. Are you seriously trying to shoot me? Haven't you realized yet? Ordinary bullets can't hurt me. Who said these are just ordinary bullets? Junsu says darkly. Black flame. He pulls the trigger. The bullet lodges itself into the enemy's body, and instantly, black flames erupt, consuming him entirely. You run on mana, Junsu explains. And black flame burns mana. In other words, once it touches your body, there's no way to extinguish it. The enemy's mechanical body is engulfed in unrelenting black fire, his movements growing sluggish. You really should have stopped modifying yourself at some point, Junsu taunts, laughing wickedly as he watches his opponent burn. RoboCop continues to burn. As he falls to his knees, Johnson bids him farewell and drives his sword straight into his eyes, leaving his lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Now there's only one step left in his plan. It's time to wipe out the entire association, he declares, laughing as he guns down every enemy in sight. Explosions erupt throughout the garden. They're just headless chickens without their executives. Run, run, there's no hope for you. The screams of his enemies are music to his ears. Suddenly, a deafening sound rings out, sending a sharp pain through his head. What the hell is this? And then he finally arrives. Eyes glowing red like a tiger's. It's really him, the president of the association. A level 4 superhuman. His gaze locks onto Junsu. And then, he leaps. A massive jump, like something out of a superhero movie, soaring straight up and landing right in front of Junsu. What the? Did he just jump from the ground to the rooftop of a 5-story building? I have never experienced such humiliation before, the president says coldly. I will take great pleasure in punishing you for interfering with the Custodians Association. He moves fast. Shit. Junsu tries to unsheath his sword, but before he can react, boom, he's sent flying. Had he not swapped his abilities to defensive traits in time, that single attack would have killed him. But I can't beat him if I only defend myself. Without hesitation, Junsu switches back to offensive traits and launches a piercing attack. The president dodges effortlessly. Interesting skills you have, he muses. But how will you handle this? Junsu pulls out his pistol loaded with black flame rounds and fires. The president smirks. Oh, I like that. With a flick of his hand, a barrier materializes, blocking the attack with ease. He nullified my 2 best abilities like they were nothing. Before Junsu can react, the president charges in and lands a rapid barrage of punches, knocking him to the ground. He's unbelievably strong. Is that all? The president sneers. As expected. It was impossible from the start. Park Daop was born with an SR rank, his stats overwhelmingly powerful from the beginning. Meanwhile, Warrior Kim was just an NPC. A weak, low-level character. The gap between them was absurd. Is this your final battle? The president taunts. You know how I took down your subordinates? Junsu asks, wiping blood from his mouth. What? I took out Ebony and Viper with white phosphorus rounds. The cyborg? EMP bombs. Now tell me, what do you think I've got prepared for you? You? Prepared for me? Impossible, you idiot. No, it's not. Junsu's body begins to change. For a level 2 superhuman to defeat a level 4 superhuman, there's only one way. Trait activated, body mutation. Muscle mutation. His body shifts and twists into something monstrous. Warrior Kim has become a mutant once again. What? He chose to become a mutant. Junsu's breathing grows heavy. I won't be able to control myself for long. But he's prepared for this. Flashback. In the shop he bought a specific item, Berserk glasses. This item grants the frenzy trait for a limited time. And that's exactly what he needs right now. Junsu crushes the glasses. A new sensation floods his mind. All distractions disappear. His thoughts fade. Only bloodshed, death, and combat remain. Here we go. Junsu launches a furious barrage of punches. The president blocks them, eyes narrowing. He doesn't know what ability Junsu just activated, but one thing is clear. This is about to get fun. Let's begin again, the president says, activating his own ability, Rage. His base stats skyrocket. Now let's have some real fun. Both fighters charge at each other. Fist meets fist. Neither backs down. This won't be enough to take me down, Junsu grins. Same to you, the president replies. Their battle turns into a brutal exchange of punches, fists flying like a high-speed boxing match. A real Japan versus USA boxing showdown. Who got the reference? Leave a comment on the video. Junsu lands a solid jab straight to the president's face, sending blood spraying through the air as the impact forces him back. New traits acquired, super strength and iron armor. A primal roar erupts from Junsu's throat, his excitement for battle overwhelming all reason. I can do this all day. Alright, the president chuckles. I'll admit you're strong. It's been a while since I had a fight this good, but I'm done analyzing you. This is my victory. Quit bluffing and fight. Junsu growls, throwing another punch. But the president effortlessly dodges. All you do is throw mindless punches, he scoffs, sidestepping each blow with ease. Then, in one swift motion, he counters, driving a devastating punch into Junsu's gut. Blood spurts from his mouth. Bastard. The president smirks, dodging again. Go on, keep swinging those sloppy, untrained fists, he taunts. And then, boom, he delivers a brutal uppercut, sending Junsu flying. Damn it. In close combat, he has a massive advantage. The frenzy trait's effect is starting to wear off. There's no other way. I have to go all in on this next attack. Junsu knows he can't win a hand-to-hand fight. He begins channeling his energy, preparing to swap his traits. What kind of cheap trick are you planning now? The president sneers. You're done. He charges forward to end it, but Junsu grabs his wrist. Fine. I'll admit it, you're better than me in hand-to-hand combat, Junsu says, locking eyes with him. But as you can see, I'm not a brawler. A dangerous grin spreads across his face. I'm a swordsman, you bastard. Junsu channels power into his hand. And in an instant, a massive sword materializes. Before the president can react, a blinding light erupts point blank, piercing straight through his heart. You can use that ability barehanded? The president gasps. This was a good fight. His body trembles, and then collapses lifeless. Junsu exhales heavily. Shit. I really pushed my body too far this time. A system notification appears. Status effect, disease. Suddenly, a wave of unbearable pain surges through him, like his body is tearing itself apart. Arg? But then, a golden beam of light bursts from his body. His monstrous form begins to fade, his body slowly reverting back to normal. Warrior Kim has ascended to level 3. Oh god. Thank you, I leveled up just in time. A weak chuckle escapes his lips. I really am one lucky bastard. Then, his body gives out. He collapses unconscious. When Junsu finally regains consciousness, he finds himself submerged in the bathtub of his own home. Home? Mr. Superhuman, are you alright? Junsu blinks, looking up at the concerned face of Director Choi. What happened? Choi. I thought you were dead. Choi says, tears welling in his eyes. You were lying there, surrounded by all the members of the association. So, you brought me back home? Junsu asks, piecing it together. Yeah, Choi nods. I noticed you were still breathing, so I threw you into a mana spring. You've been unconscious for a week. A whole week. Now that Choi mentions it, he does feel a lot better. You're seriously amazing, Choi says, shaking his head. You single-handedly wiped out the president of the Plumbers Association. Yeah. I know, Junsu smirks. I guess I'm kind of a big deal now. Not just kind of, you're insanely incredible. Stop flattering me, Junsu laughs. Oh, and by the way, Choi adds, I took the liberty of collecting all the loot from the fight. Take a look later and let me know if you need anything. Got it? But first, I need to fully recover. Junsu's expression darkens slightly. Now that I'm level 3, there's somewhere I need to visit. A malicious smile crosses his lips. 1 week later, Junsu arrives at the Mana Measurement Center. Now that he's level 3, he will officially be promoted, receive a certificate, and gain access to countless benefits. This is insane, Mr. Superhuman, Choi exclaims. I've never seen anyone level up as fast as you. You're gonna start your own country soon at this rate. Junsu scratches his head, looking embarrassed. I wouldn't go that far. Maybe I should get my certification now? He asks, flashing a JoJo fan grin. The examiner chuckles. Of course. Please come this way. After a while, the girl officially hands over the certification paper. Thank you. I'm so jealous of you. Ha. Me? Why? Junsu asks, puzzled. For so many reasons. I wish I were as strong as you. Beck Soren showing this kind of emotion? Feels so strange. Unimaginable even. In the game, she's a berserker warrior, a ruthless killing machine, more like a psychotic girl drenched in blood than someone who'd ever say something like this. Junsu pauses, thinking. He doesn't have any immediate plans after this, so... Hey Beck, would you like to become a superhuman? Of course. Who wouldn't want that? Then how about you become my student? Beck blinks in surprise. If you agree, I promise, I'll turn you into a superhuman. And a strong one at that. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? Trust me, Junsu smirks. Warrior Kim has the ability to see latent potential. Beck's cheeks turn slightly red. That's right, Junsu nods, grinning as he makes a Dragon Ball Scouter reference. After all, he can see the potential radiating from an SSR rank individual like her. So what do you say? Want to be my student? Beck hesitates for a moment, then firmly shakes his hand. All right. I guess I can trust you. A wise decision, Junsu says. But inside, he knew it, he'd captured her just like a Pokemon master. Now it's time to train an SSR rank warrior. You won't have to pay me anything, Junsu continues. Just return the favor once you awaken as a superhuman. That's nice and all, but I should warn you, I already failed to awaken once, even after undergoing rigorous training. It won't be easy even for you, Mr. Superhuman. Junsu just grins. Don't worry about that. Just have faith. Because he already knows what will trigger her awakening. He's seen her story unfold in the game. Beck Soren's unique awakening. Star Killer of the Heavens. A trait that signifies an embodiment of pure bloodlust, a force that stains the world red. Berserker Level 1 Trait Effect. Combat Experience plus 1000%. While this trait dramatically increases the experience gained in battle, it comes with dangerous side effects. It risks corrupting her mind, turning her into a bloodthirsty psycho-killer obsessed with combat. Her awakening event perfectly matches her unique trait. You'll need to prepare yourself, Junsu warns. Prepare? Isn't. I'll need a lot of money? I don't make much in this job, Beck jokes, making a quiet hand gesture. No, Junsu shakes his head. You'll need something far more important than money, mental fortitude. Beck tilts her head, confused. But before she can ask more, "Excuse me, Mr. Kim," a staff member interrupts. "You've been invited to a meeting. Would you follow me to the 5th floor lounge?" Junsu's eyes narrow. An invitation to the 5th floor? That's strange. As he and Beck step into the elevator, a realization dawns on him. In this tower, superhumans are divided by their power levels. He's being summoned to the 5th floor. That means a level 5 superhuman invited him. Who could it be? As the doors slide open. Professor? Wait, it's really you? A familiar voice greets him. Xiao Wujin. A level 5 superhuman. Congratulations on earning your level 3 certification, Wujin says warmly. I'm so happy to see you here. I'm happy to see you too, Junsu replies. But inside he's assessing him. Despite his natural-born talent and wealthy family, Wujin reaching level 5 this quickly is still surprising. He's already surpassed me. Also, Wujin continues, I'd like you to have this. He hands Junsu a small ornate box. A gift? You didn't have to. Inside, Junsu sees the item description. Item acquired, Mana Focus Crystal. A rare artifact that enhances mana control and efficiency. Perfect for Warrior Kim. A warrior who relies on mana. For a split second, Junsu almost drools at the thought. But instead, he clears his throat and coolly says, I shouldn't refuse a friend's gift, right? Thanks, Wujin. Use it well, Wujin nods. But then Wujin's expression turns serious. Mr. Warrior, he says, there's another reason I called you here. Junsu raises an eyebrow. A favor? Yes, Wujin nods. Junsu leans in slightly. Why do you suddenly look so serious? Could you help some of my friends who are also suffering from divine fever just like you helped me? They contracted it as well? Yes. The 4 of them have been dealing with this since childhood. They were blessed alongside me. For people suffering from divine fever, huh? Wait a second. Is he talking about those characters? If so, then this is the perfect opportunity to make things a lot easier. Of course, Junsu nods, radiating an angelic aura. I could never refuse to help those in need. Thank you so much, Sir Warrior, for your generosity. But before we begin the treatment, I'd like to meet them first. Of course. I'll arrange a meeting right away. Later that day, Wujin's estate. Here they are, Professor. As expected, Junsu was right. These 4, they're the supporting characters meant to assist Paladin Xiao Wujin. They're all children from wealthy families, essentially kidnapped and forcibly baptized under the orders of the old father. Junsu folds his arms and cuts straight to the point. Let's be clear, you were all forced into this baptism without consent, right? Yes, that's correct. Is it really possible to cure this? One of them hesitates. My treatment is painful, Junsu warns. But if you endure it, you'll awaken, just like Wujin did. If you follow every single one of my steps, you will succeed. Do you have what it takes to withstand it? For a moment, the 4 hesitate. Then, in unison, we'll do whatever it takes. Please help us. Junsu smirks. Spreading massive black angel wings, he declares. Then let's begin. 1 week later. All 4 of them awakened. We actually did it. Just as Junsu had predicted, their innate talent ensured a smooth awakening. Professor, thank you so much. The 4 students burst into tears, overcome with gratitude. Junsu nods, satisfied. You endured my method, that credit belongs to you. Well done, students. Just then their parents enter the room. Professor, we can't thank you enough. You freed our children from this curse. As a token of our appreciation, though it's not much, we hope you'll accept these gifts. A mountain of presents is placed before him. Junsu waves his hands modestly. You didn't need to do this. Their success was thanks to their natural talent. But inside, he's grinning ear to ear. This order only favors rich families, which means I can milk this system for all it's worth. For a brief moment, he makes one of the funniest faces seen in this entire manhwa. Lately, his luck has been insane, like he's been rolling SSR pulls in a gacha game. Now then, let's see what I got. Rewards obtained. Extreme speed trait. Steel-plated boots. Detection trait. Helmet. Fury trait battle axe. Acropolis trait shield. Nectar, a rare consumable item. All of them are valuable. All of them perfectly suit his needs. We selected these gifts together, one of the parents says. We hope you like them. Jinsu smiles. You have my sincerest gratitude for these rewards. But now, it's time for his real reward. You mentioned you wanted to talk to me for a moment, right? Yes, one of the parents nods. I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Junsu tilts his head. Yes. I represent the Galaxy Shopping Mall. Junsu raises an eyebrow. All right. How can I help the savior of my son? The man hesitates before answering. I'd like permission to enter the underground gold mine beneath the Hanam branch of Galaxy Mall. A gold mine? We don't have anything like that under our shopping mall. Junsu smirks. I'm talking about the one hidden between areas A1 and A2 on the 8th floor of the underground parking lot. Are you sure it's not there? The man stiffens. Got him. I don't know how you obtained that confidential information, he says carefully. But even coming from you, I can't grant this request. Junsu leans in slightly. I promise you this, I won't speak a single word about what I see down there. Just for one day. That's all I ask. The man stays silent. Junsu smiles knowingly. All I'm asking is to keep your little secret, a secret. The next day, Junsu walks alongside the girl he promised to help. After smashing through the wall, she stares in disbelief. I can't believe there was actually a hidden space inside this shopping mall. See? Told you, Junsu grins. This is the place where you'll awaken. You have no idea how hard I worked to get us here. But, are we really going to train in a dirty place like this? She asks, wrinkling her nose. Of course, Junsu assures her, stretching out a hand. I promise, it'll be fun. Characters with the trait star that kills the sky can't be awakened through traditional methods. They have to be pushed to the absolute limit, forced into a life or death situation. This dungeon hasn't been discovered by the world yet. But this is the exact place where Beck Soren awakens in the future. Sir Warrior, this place is so dark, and it smells weird. Her voice trembles and she grips her arms tightly. Junsu can tell she's afraid. Then, a zombie suddenly lunges at her. She barely dodges in time, but the impact sends her glasses flying to the ground. Warrior. Please help, she cries out. Junsu tosses a sword to the ground. The training has begun. Excuse me, what? Kill that zombie yourself. What? Fight for your life. That's what I'm telling you. This is the only way for Miss Soren to awaken. What kind of nonsense is that? The zombie lunges again. Get away from me, you monster. Soren swings instinctively, and in a single devastating slash, she cleaves the zombie in half. Junsu's eyes widen. What the fuck? How is that even possible? That was just a single strike, and it had that much power? Beck Soren. Maybe she has even more talent than I expected. As she stands there, sword trembling in her grip, a red aura begins to radiate from her body. Wow, very well, you started off strong. You're so cruel. You can't just tell me to fight without any warning. Soren shouts. But you went all out, didn't you? Yeah, but. Soren hesitates, a sad look in her eyes. As expected from one of the top 3 warriors in the game, even without awakening, she fought like a character with the sky-destroying star trait. The moment she entered battle, it was as if she became a completely different person. You really think I have to fight for myself? Yes, but don't worry, I won't let you die. At least not yet. That doesn't sound reassuring at all, haha. Let's just keep going. She continues cutting down zombies. You mentioned taking a few superhuman classes before. Did you learn any sword techniques? Nope. I've never even held a sword before, nor learned any techniques. But you said I had a certain talent, right? She says proudly. Then there was that instructor who had to use every possible method just to acquire a single trait. Isn't that way too overpowered? This place is way deeper than she expected. She can't even see the end. How much longer will they have to keep moving forward? Maybe there's an exit just around the next corner. As things stand now, we're not getting out of here until she awakens. Suddenly, a zombie attacks them. Wait, is that a drill? Drill-wielding undead. The drill zombies were tough enemies back in the game. Maybe he should help her, but with a devastating strike, she slices the zombie's arm clean off. If you're a zombie, fight fair. Don't you dare use a weapon. Then, with brutal efficiency she cuts the zombie in half. Jusun watches in surprise. Well, that was a clean victory. She felt her body moving on its own. But just then the still-living zombie sinks its teeth into her foot. You bastard. What do I do now, master? Well, common sense says if you get bitten by a zombie, you'll turn into one too. Please kill me before I become one of those things, she cries. Miss Soren, of course I came prepared for this. Wait, is that holy water? Yes. In this game they actually developed a cure for the zombie virus. After the chaos they decide to rest for a bit. She had been so desperate, she really thought she was going to turn into one of those horrible creatures. It's a harsh world out here, but these zombies are acting strange. Some of them are even picking up weapons and using them like gear. It's almost like this place was artificially designed. Well, you're not wrong. The Galaxy Mall was built much faster than any other location of this size. It was thanks to the efforts of a massive workforce. But because of the extreme labor conditions, many were injured and some even died. But the official reports claimed there were 0 incidents during construction. The corrupt executives of that wicked corporation just dumped their bodies here. Later, the representative of Galaxy Mall learned about the situation. However, since it would critically damage the company's public image, he decided to cover it up and keep the area a secret. Such corruption was only possible because of how rotten this world had become. Soren never imagined there would be such a tragic story behind this place. But how did you find out about their secret? Because when the Order of the Old Father unleashed zombies to overrun Seoul, the dungeon that opened up was none other than Galaxy Mall's forbidden area. Well, let's just say the professor has a special ability. Wow, and you already have so many abilities. Since this was the place where Beck Soren was first attacked by zombies, he figured it would be the perfect location for her to train and awaken. But up until now there had been no sign of her awakening. These victims are still suffering even after death. I just hope we can at least put them to rest. Oh, so it looks like you've finally found some determination. At the same time, she couldn't shake the strange feeling that she had to keep fighting. Alright, let's go. It's finally starting. All of a sudden, the temperature in the area plummets. This place, it's eerie. Let's be careful. Then they spot an open warehouse, almost like a giant freezer. What is this place? Upon entering they see a radio. There are 3 bears in the house. Papa bear, mama bear, baby bear. A children's song. This is creepy. 3 bears in a house. The song starts to glitch, distorting into an ear-piercing screech. What the hell is this? Then, an ice spear shoots straight at Soren. Watch out. Junsu throws himself in front of her, blocking the attack with his own body. Sir Warrior, are you alright? He hadn't expected an ambush like this. Then a grotesque monster emerges. Conjoined Phantoms. Boss of Galaxy Mall's forbidden area. Level 3 mutant. A level 3 mutant? Soren, you need to get out of here, now. This thing is way beyond your abilities. But the creature launches another barrage of ice spears. I don't want to hear any complaints, get out. And I don't want a popsicle either. He deflects the attack, but suddenly the enemy starts channeling another ability. A massive ice lance forms in midair. He can't block this one. Professor. Soren, run. I'll buy you some time. How can I just leave you here? She cries. One of us has to make it out alive. She can't do it. Miss Soren, the reason I was so sure about your talent is because you possess the ability, Sky-Slaying Star. The Sky-Slaying Star? This can't be true. Believe in yourself. If you do, you'll awaken. And with that, my final lesson is complete, my apprentice. The monster fires a storm of ice arrows, obliterating everything in the area. Believe in herself? Oh. As the icy onslaught subsides, Soren stands frozen in place. Then, alright. I will. I will trust in my own abilities, Professor. A golden light surges around her. Her eyes burn red. What was this power she was wielding? Ha ha ha. Then please, don't give up. Junsu watches in awe. In an instant, she shatters the thick layer of ice encasing her. She has finally awakened. Beck Soren, SSR rank superhuman, level 1 warrior. What is this power? Shrill. I've truly awakened. Before a spear can pierce her, Junsu moves, cutting it to pieces. Now that you've awakened, it's time to drop the act. The Sky-Slaying Star has a condition for awakening. You must face a life-threatening situation and possess the mental strength to overcome it. You put yourself in danger just to make me awaken? You did an excellent job. But now, it's time to fight. Beck Soren, the sky-slaying star. The mutant lets out a furious roar, then begins channeling a new attack. He looks pretty pissed off, Professor. Don't worry. You'll be fine as long as you deflect his attacks before they touch your body. To prove his point, he demonstrates, effortlessly knocking aside an incoming strike. See? It's not that hard. But when he glances back, he sees Soren trapped in ice. Are you alright? Right. Even though she's awakened, she's still just level 1. It's unrealistic to expect her to master everything perfectly right away. She had been caught by multiple ice barrages, yet she wasn't seriously injured. Looks like you're fine. Upon awakening, every warrior receives their initial trait. Hers was indomitable, a trait that grants strong resistance against all abnormal status effects. Before awakening, she constantly felt like she was about to die. Now she barely feels a thing. Fascinating. As expected from an overpowered character, she got indomitable, the best defensive trait. As for him, since he had overseen multiple awakenings from his previous apprentices, he had gained the perception trait, allowing him to see all of his enemies' traits. A ridiculously powerful PvP ability. Oh yeah, that's broken. I don't think that'll be of much help right now. Well, don't worry about it. For now, let's train with your new awakening. Both of them start running. She acquires the haste trait. Good, you've already picked it up. Her combat growth is incredible. Her body feels like it could take off at any moment. She wants to keep fighting. Watching the professor leap to dodge 2 ice blocks, she instantly learns the same technique. Wait, I'll cut it for you. But before he can react, she's already next to him. What the? How did you get here? Well done. You can already use that ability. It felt like I was flying. Will she surpass Junsu in just a few days? Just like Seo Woojin did? Alright, Professor. What's the next move? Use the traits you just learned to pull the mutant's attention. While you keep him occupied, I'll finish him off. I've already taught you everything I could, so it's best to end this quickly. Understood. Soren starts dodging every attack with ease, gliding across the ice as if she were skating. Come on, hit me, you dumb mutant. She suddenly gains 2 more traits. She keeps accumulating traits. Her talent is truly something beyond normal. Alright. Now that I've helped Beck Soren awaken, it's time to wrap this up. Junsu channels a golden aura into his sword. With the skill flash, he unleashes a devastating light-infused slash, instantly obliterating the mutant. Whoa. Congratulations, Professor. That was amazing. Nah, that was nothing. Then a phone appears on the ground. So this was the monster's mana core? How does a phone work as a monster's mana core? Well, this happens a lot with ghost-type monsters. A worker who ended up here valued his daughter more than his own life. Before he died, his resentment possessed this phone, turning it into a monster's core. I hope he can rest in peace now, Soren says, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sure he will. Suddenly, the phone transforms into 2 mana cores. These are called crystals. If you hand them over to someone who knows how to use them, you can get some pretty good equipment. This is an incredible reward, something only obtainable by defeating this area's boss. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking. What's happening now? We already defeated the boss. This area is collapsing. Then what should we do? Have you managed to fully adapt to the traits you just acquired? What? There's no time. Start running if you don't want to die. Now. Both of them take off at full speed. Run as fast as you can, Soren. If you keep going this slow, it'll be the end for you. This is as fast as I can go, Professor. There's still a long way to go before they reach the teleportation portal. If she doesn't push past her limits, she won't make it. Suddenly, large chunks of debris start falling in her path, blocking her way. No, not like this. She just awakened. There's no way she's going to die so easily. There. The teleportation portal. Hurry. Junsu can't help her. There's still one last trait she needs to obtain. The reason she became one of the game's best characters was because of 3 defining abilities. The Sky-Hunting Star trait allowed her to grow rapidly in battle. Indomitable nullified the deadly side effects of Heaven-Slaying Star. And the last trait. Soren keeps running, desperate to survive. A massive rock crashes down, slamming into her arm, injuring her. Damn it. I won't give up that easily. I will survive, no matter what it takes. She pushes forward. Here I go again. Trait unlocked, runaway train. Ignoring the pain, she dashes forward, barreling past the obstacles in her path. Junsu loses sight of her. Did she fail? Then out of nowhere she burst through the rubble, grabbing onto him. Let's get the hell out of here, now? Whoa, damn, something big is pressing up against me, haha. Just as they leap through, the portal shuts behind them. Trait unlocked, narrow escape. Grants a second chance at life when facing certain death. The next moment, they reappear in the middle of the city, still clinging to each other. A crowd immediately starts murmuring. Where did they come from? They look like a total mess. Junsu exhales in relief. I knew you could do it. Now that she's obtained the last trait she needed, his mission is complete. Sir Warrior. Baeksoren, are you okay? Can you stand? I'm fine. The hell do you mean fine? Your face is completely red. That's just because. Sir Warrior, just let me stay like this for a little longer. Could you hold me a bit more? Meanwhile, some jealous bystanders grumble in the distance. That lucky bastard. Why couldn't that happen to us? So, returning to the scene where the bastard makes the viewers jealous. Sir Warrior, please let me stay like this a little longer. Could you hold me just a bit more? She says with an angelic and timid face. He has to fix her clothes for a moment, and in the process, we witness something truly beautiful. Alright, done. Thank you, Sir Warrior. You're welcome, Junsu replies, his face flushed. That surprised me. It was close, but we made it out. Yes, we did. That smile on her face after awakening. It's definitely a sign that she will be different from the game. Perhaps it's because she awakened in a way that diverged from the original story, where she had survived after an endless massacre. Junsu managed to steer her away from the path of evil. Alright, let's get the hell out of this damned mall. After leaving the shopping mall, Junsu offers one of the crystals to Surin. Are you sure you want to give me this crystal? It's worth at least 2 billion. Yes. So try to evolve quickly using this material I gave you. This is far too much for a simple gift. Honestly, I don't even know how to repay you for this, or if I should even accept it. Don't worry about it. Just pay me back in the future when you can. Of course, our protagonist had a plan behind this. There was another reason he was willing to spend so many resources to awaken Baeksoren. The Martian sword technique, one of the 3 top-tier sword techniques in the Arcane of Soul. Once learned, a character experiences rapid growth. However, it's a unique trait that only Baeksoren can use. The only way to acquire it is to obtain the trait in the form of a memory chip. Thank you very much, Sir Warrior. Don't worry about it. Just don't forget what I did for you because I'd really like to learn that sword technique that only you know. Hehehe. After returning home and finally getting a chance to rest, a car honks in front of his house. All he wanted was a little break. Sir Warrior, please come here. The damned world of Arcane Soul wouldn't simply let him rest. Alright, Woojin. Thanks for coming to my residence at this hour and making the trip all the way here. I'm so happy to finally be able to repay you for healing all of Woojin's friends. I would have preferred if he hadn't come now. We miraculously managed to schedule a meeting with the Armor Meister. I'm beyond excited. There's no devil in existence that could stop me from attending this event if he is the one we're meeting. In this world, good items belong to those with good skills. The master craftsman we contacted this time is incredibly busy, but he can forge level 7 armor. Level 7? Alright, let's go now. Moments later, they arrive at the entrance of a grand house, with several guards stationed outside. Are you serious? What a fine house for such a fine craftsman. Woojin, do you have any idea what religion this artisan follows? Religion? Why are you asking something like that all of a sudden? I see, so you don't know. Of course he wouldn't. Considering all the suffering he endured because of the Order of the Ancient Fathers, it made sense. This is the home of an artisan devoted to the Order of the Old Father, Jo Chul. Jo Chul is a devout believer firmly committed to his faith. In the future, he will stand at the forefront of the war artisans of the Order. Jo Chul, the Artisan of Death, mid-boss of Episode 3. I already refused to be baptized, yet he's still willing to craft armor for me? What does he want from me? Stop. Extend your hand for identification. Identification. Show me your black flame. Grabbing the protagonist's hand roughly, what the hell is with this guy? Here it is. He then releases a powerful surge of black flames. Are you satisfied now? Yet the guard doesn't seem pleased. What is the meaning of this? Let go of his hand. We are visitors with a reservation to see the artisan. Stop. Who said you could treat my guest this way? The master artisan, Jo Chul. Level 6 superhuman. Sir. My apologies for the intrusion. Refusing baptism and awakening the black flame. You are indeed an honored guest. And this is how you treat me? Please forgive me. The light and the Savior recognized by the saint. What? The light and the Savior recognized by the saint. What the hell does that nonsense even mean? Alright, now come inside. Let's start discussing what kind of equipment you're looking for. Alright. A plate armor of this style is my specialty. Since it's a request from the saint, I can craft it in this design if you'd like. Before them stands a medieval suit of armor, reminiscent of the Templars. Junsu scans the area, searching carefully, until he finally finds something that catches his interest. Alright, I've decided. I'd like this outfit. Its appearance resembles a military uniform. Seriously? You want that kind of clothing? Yeah, I love its style. This is ridiculous. Infusing magic into that type of armor is incredibly difficult. We won't be able to create a holy armor with it. He doesn't need holy armor, the artisan remarks. I just need to infuse it with the magic of giant and extreme. Judging by his reaction, Junsu can already tell what the order is trying to do, push him toward holy armor. Also known as paladin's armor, it grants an absurd amount of attributes to tank-type users. However, in order to wield it properly, the user needs immense divine power. To increase his divine power, he would have to join a religion. The artisan sighs in frustration. So he's choosing the worst option instead of the best one. But fine. The customer makes the final decision. They're pretending to offer me something good while trying to trap me in their religion. Then I'll be expecting great work from you, Master Artisan Jo Chul, Junsu says with a grin, shaking the artisan's hand. After a long discussion, they finally leave the house. Woojin hesitates, then asks, "Are you sure that was the right decision? Not choosing the holy armor?" Junsu shrugs. "No. I just like the other one more." Meanwhile, the guard from earlier continues watching Junsu strangely. "I can only imbue a few traits into this type of armor," the warrior comments. "Are you really going to make it the way he asked? So, you want me to defy the saint's order? She said that man is the light and the savior of our order." The warrior cannot believe the saint's words. No matter how many times he thinks about it, there's no way Junsu is the Messiah. He'll have to confirm it with his own eyes. 1 week later, Junsu is back at the shopping district. "Sir Superhuman, you really shouldn't be downing mandrake elixirs all at once like that. You glutton." "Thanks, but I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Of course. I got the treatment I needed." A notification flashes. "New trait obtained, energetic. Thanks a lot for giving me these elixirs for free." "Don't worry about it. It's thanks to you that our market was saved. Now we're flooded with customers every day. Consider this my way of saying thanks." "So that's why there are so many people here today? Looks like business is really thriving." "That's great." "Hello, Superhuman," a man says, lowering his head in respect. "Hey, you're that guy from the Iron Fist gang? It's a pleasure to see you again," Junsu says, laughing loudly as he slaps the poor guy on the back. How have you been, sir? Could I kindly request a few minutes of your time?" "For what?" "Our boss wants to see you for a bit. There are too many eyes around." "Let's move somewhere else," Junsu says. "Understood." They get into a car and drive onto the road. "We've prepared a high-quality bulletproof car for you, sir. Do you like it?" "Not bad." A sign reveals their destination, Miram. Something feels off. Has the Iron Fist gang always used Miram as their meeting spot? If Junsu remembers correctly, that place is nothing but a slum filled with human garbage, the worst kind of murderers and degenerates. The car runs out of gas, forcing them to stop at a gas station. Of course. Wait, this place is Miram gas station. Junsu turns back, only to see the driver grinning. "Alright then, have a nice rest here, sir." With a murderous gleam in his eyes, the driver grips a detonator. "Seriously? He's trying to set me up?" Junsu glances at the car. Several C4 explosives are planted inside. "Shit. I walked right into a trap. Hey buddy, do I look like an idiot to you? Who do you think you're messing with?" "Excuse me? What the hell are you even saying?" Junsu suddenly kicks the car door open and swiftly jumps out. "Stay in the car, you idiot, with all those bombs you set up. Go ahead, stay inside forever." Then Junsu throws a grenade. The driver screams in panic as the car erupts into a massive explosion. Junsu dashes forward, activating his abilities, speed and breakthrough. But something is off. That explosion was way too powerful for just a single grenade. There was no way it should have caused that level of destruction. As expected, that guy was a traitor. The bulletproof luxury car speeds toward Miram and ultimately the gas station. That lingering sense of déjà vu, there was a reason for it. A flashback begins. We see Iron Fist's boss lying on the ground. Then it becomes clear, Junsu knew this would happen because all of these events had already played out in the game's story when Iron Fist Kim was betrayed by his own men. He doesn't know exactly why, but this time the traitors of the Iron Fist gang have chosen him as their target. Suddenly, a hail of gunfire rains down on his location. One of the men shouts, "That's him. The guy on the most wanted list. Ah. If we take him down, we'll get that billion-dollar bounty." Excitement spreads through the group as they ready their weapons. Guns, knives, and eerie grins. Of course, this wouldn't end with just that bomb-filled car, Junsu thinks, dodging the storm of bullets. The gunmen keep firing relentlessly. Junsu ducks behind a car for cover. Damn it, there are too many of them. He knows the vehicle won't protect him for long. With no other choice, he activates his leap ability, launching himself onto a nearby building. They probably didn't expect this. I should be safe up here. But the reprieve is short-lived. There he is, on the rooftop. Shoot him down, one of them yells. Damn it, they caught on fast. Junsu grits his teeth, raising his mana shield just in time to block another volley of bullets. They're not even enhanced. How the hell are they reacting so quickly? What's wrong with these bastards? Then their leader shouts, "Everyone aim for the center of the shield. Fire all at once. Let's end this now." A synchronized barrage slams into his barrier. The sheer force causes it to crack, leaving Junsu momentarily stunned. What the hell? How do they have this kind of precision? He instinctively takes a step back, just as a bullet grazes his arm. He clenches his teeth. He had underestimated them. He really didn't want to use these, especially since he had just bought them, but at this rate he had no choice. Reaching into his jacket, he pulls out a handful of odd-shaped grenades. "Here, have some gifts, you bastards." The grenades slowly fall near the enemies, releasing smoke. They begin coughing. What the hell is this smoke? Wait, these are tear gas grenades. Damn it, I can't see him. We can't let him escape. We need to kill him to get the antidote. Who do you think you're chasing if you're not even superhuman? Junsu mocks them. Well, anyway, it's time to say goodbye to the failures. Time to get the hell out of here. As he runs between the buildings, he finally manages to lose them. Finally, a group of thugs showing focus almost like superhumans, huh? Junsu thinks. There's only one way that could happen, the damn combat drugs. They have serious, harmful side effects, but they can temporarily enhance combat abilities. That's probably how they almost trapped me for a while. Considering they mentioned something about an antidote, Junsu is sure that's what they're after. The only problem is, the only person who could lead that gang in Miram is the human hunter. He's the first person that comes to the protagonist's mind. He's a superhuman with excellent abilities, a sharpshooter with deadly aim, focus, and precision. He's the master of cowardice in combat, active in Miram. His methods are simple. First, use the betrayal of an infiltrator to plant a bomb. Second, send in a gang of criminals under the influence of combat drugs. And third, his specialty being a sniper. Knowing this, Junsu activates his abilities to see beyond normal vision on the battlefield. With great effort, he spots a distant light coming from a building. Just in time, he narrowly avoids a shot from the building, but despite his speed, the bullet grazes his face. If he had reacted even a fraction slower, he would have definitely been dead. But the risk paid off. He now knows the enemy's location, where they're hiding. Looking out over the city, part of it is on fire, and an idea forms in his mind. Got you, you bastard. He leaps down, sprinting toward the flames to confront the cowardly human hunter, the sniper. He has no choice but to go straight for him. However, the fire is intense, so he'll need to use his defensive abilities. Fire resistance, perseverance, black flame, leap, dash, and the Einhijar cultivation technique. He pushes through the fire, running as fast as he can, even though the flames are burning him. He ensures that the sniper can't see him through the smoke, making it harder for the shots to land. To fight such a skilled sharpshooter, he has to get close. Finally, as he looks up at the building, he sees a red light. So that's where you're hiding, you bastard. I found you. Locating the sniper's position is the top priority when facing these kinds of players. Damn, I can't see him, the sniper grumbles. Maybe I'll need to change positions. As the sniper scans the city, looking for Junsu and aiming at every possible spot, he catches sight of a blue trail in his scope. He realizes he has to get closer and create an unexpected variable. Wait, did he jump from that height? The sniper is taken aback by Junsu's move. And how dare he challenge a sharpshooter to a shooting duel? With that, the sniper activates all his abilities. Sniper, focus, deep breathing, incite, gun shooting, ein. He fires his pistol, the black flame, at the same time that Junsu shoots. What will happen next? Who will win this cowboy-style shoot? Then both fire at the same time. They take a deep breath in this moment of tension. It's all or nothing. The sniper's shot hits Junsu's arm. Shit. He really is a damn sniper. And to think that even in this surprise situation he was still able to shoot. But we know our protagonist never does anything for no reason. With a smile on his face, he declares that it's over. He also managed to land a shot on the sniper's shoulder. The sniper is shocked. After all, it was just a shot from a regular pistol. But then, flames start spreading rapidly over his body. Black fire engulfs him as he screams in agony. Junsu barely manages to land on the ground, struggling due to his injured arm. Their bullets are deadly even if they only graze the enemy because they consume their target's mana. As he writhes in pain, Junsu declares his victory, only to realize he has fallen into a trap. A pool of sand appears beneath his feet. It's a magical snare. Meanwhile, Human Hunter starts taunting the protagonist, calling him a brat and a fool. Don't think this is over, you bastard. He pours holy water over himself to extinguish the black flames. Shit, this is bad. If Junsu doesn't get out of this trap now, he's dead. The moment I put out this damn fire, I'll fill your body with bullets. You'll look like a damn sieve. Damn it, I need to think fast or I'm a dead man. He hadn't expected this to turn into a race against time. For now, he needs to slow down the infiltration of magic and minimize the damage. He equips the traits: Mana Barrier, Perseverance, and Resolute. Then he adds the traits of Brute Strength, Strength and Super Strength. Pressing both hands against the ground, he yells that survival comes first, pouring all his strength into escaping the trap. He activates his last available trait, Purification. With Purification, he will destroy as much mana in the trap's magic as possible. But before he can react, his enemy is already in front of him, fully recovered. The enemy acknowledges the protagonist's resilience against the magical trap, but it's too late. Has he already extinguished the black fire? This victory is mine. If he kills the protagonist now, he'll spend the rest of his life relaxing on beaches. He raises his gun to shoot, but the protagonist vanishes. Before he can grasp what's happening, a fist slams into his cheek, making him spit blood. This is what a comeback feels like, you bastard. Thank God he managed to obtain the trait at the last second. Earth Resistance. It worked. Since you're a sniper, don't even think about fighting back at this distance. Now tell me who ordered this assassination. Alright, he admits defeat. He'll tell everything he knows, he just wants to light a cigarette first. Fine, you're free to talk, start now. As he lights a cigar, the protagonist already finds it suspicious. His expression shifts as if he knows exactly what's happening. So, do you enjoy the taste of that cigar? Of course he does, without a doubt he loves it. His mouth changes shape. Because it tastes like my sweet victory. He looks like a zombie now. Just as he is about to attack Junsu, a sudden gunshot rings out, and a hole appears in the Human Hunter's chest. So, you knew what was going on. Of course he did. Did he really think that a player with 10,000 hours of experience wouldn't recognize the cigar that turns the smoker into a mutant? What a mess. In the end he had to put him down. That was unexpected and bizarre. The hunter was always a cunning bastard, but in the game he usually surrendered after admitting defeat. This time though he chose to fight to the very end, transforming into a mutant? Maybe he had a hidden motive. Not that it really matters. What's important is making it out of this alive. As he searches through the hunter's clothes, he finally finds a flash drive. Alright, let's see who's behind this plan and trying to kill me. The next day the news is all over TV, reporting on the chaos from the previous night. Last night, a large-scale shootout between gangs erupted in Miram. The explosion of a gas station triggered a massive fire, and it is estimated that the death toll is in the dozens. The president doesn't believe Junsu was involved in the massacre. How did you even survive that? That's why he's in such a complicated situation. It was truly dangerous. Who the hell tried to kill you? Tell me now. That's a long story. Where should he even begin? Suddenly the door is kicked open. The president of the Iron Fist gang steps in and throws a body onto the floor. Both the president and Junsu are taken aback by his sudden arrival. The gang leader immediately starts apologizing. He failed to keep his subordinates in check. At least now he knows what happened. Hey you bastard, stop breaking the damn door every time you come in, the president complains. So, was it the Iron Fist gang that attacked you? The president asks, his expression somber. The gang leader responds that it was one of the lower-ranking members of his group. Still, after interrogating the culprit, he managed to obtain some useful information. The guy who set up the trap was desperate for money? Something like that? How did you know? Turns out he had lost everything in illegal gambling and was drowning in debt to loan sharks. Well, the reason for his betrayal is pretty obvious, isn't it? Whatever the reason, it's his fault. Once again, I apologize. Apology accepted. Even as a gang leader, keeping every low-level member under control isn't easy. Iron Fist Kim truly had no knowledge of what was going to happen, because if it hadn't been Junsu, he would have been the target of the betrayal himself. He'll take responsibility and track down whoever was behind this malicious plan to have Junsu killed. Oh, for that, he already has a piece of evidence that might lead to the culprit. He then shows the flash drive. The president looks at it. Is this a USB? The superhuman who tried to kill Junsu had it on him. Do you know how to use a computer? I even have a license for it. Has my time to shine finally come? Aside from my bald head, obviously. After plugging the USB into the computer and searching through its contents, he finally finds something. Alright, this guy was a big deal. He killed at least 20 superhumans. He's a psychopath. Well, his name was Human Hunter, so that makes sense. Forget all that, let's get to what really matters. Let's check his most recent job requests. Alright. His latest request. Let's see. This was the last one he received about 5 days ago. The bounty was 20 billion? The president is shocked. 20 billion? Even the protagonist is stunned by the absurd amount. Maybe it would be worth turning himself in just to collect the reward. Who the hell could afford to offer that kind of money? The client was someone from the Ascendant Group? Someone from a major corporation? This person right here was the one who made the request. As soon as the name appears on the screen, Junsu recognizes it. Son of a bitch. So it was that bastard. The paladin who had gripped his hand tightly and questioned him. Things just got complicated. So it was that bastard. He's the paladin Junsu saw at Juchul's house. Why the hell is that rich kid trying to kill him? Maybe he has a suspicion. Can you pull up the Ascendant Security family tree? Sure, just a minute. Here it is. Just as he suspected. Now he can finally piece together what's going on. Ascendant Security, a private military company under the Ascendant Group, one of the top 5 corporations in Arcane Sola. Lee Jaeol, the eldest son of Ascendant Security, was originally first in line for succession. However, after receiving the baptism of the order from his old man and becoming a paladin, he was pushed to the very bottom of the inheritance line. Now the only path left for him is to succeed as a paladin. But the Saintess has been obsessed with Junsu, calling him the light, the savior. Maybe it's just jealousy. Maybe he's furious that he lost the Saintess' attention and is taking revenge. Watching Junsu surpass the baptism and rise to prominence must have driven him mad. Mad enough to order an assassination. The president is outraged. What? To think he would target you just because of his own inferiority? He needs to be taught a lesson, he shouts, furious. But how? The opponent isn't just some heir to a small company. He belongs to a family that owns a major corporation. One wrong move, and the entire company will come after them until nothing is left. That doesn't mean they should just sit back and take it. Yeah, you're right, Junsu says, smirking. I have an idea. The president was already expecting that answer. With an almost theatrical reaction, he exclaims, I knew you were plotting something. If we have to take down a big name, let's start by focusing on our expansion. Hours later, Seo Woojin is shouting. That damn bastard. How dare he try to assassinate the Lord Warrior? He slams his fist on the table, shattering it. Junsu sighs. Relax. I'm still alive. Woojin looks at him with concern. You're not hurt, are you? Dear viewers, I'm starting to think he has something different about our protagonist, haha. Back to the manhwa. The other two stare at the destroyed table, stunned. Nothing could be better than having Woojin on their side. He's not just insanely rich, he's also a level 5 superhuman. He won't let this slide. An eye for an eye, as they say. We should hire an assassin to do the same to him. I can't even begin to imagine how much it would cost to put a hit on the eldest son of Ascendant Security, but... Don't worry, Junsu interrupts. I have an idea. What kind of idea? I'm going to challenge Lee Jaeol to an official duel. A duel? Woojin questions, clearly alarmed. The other two are equally shocked. This can't be avoided. If he lets him go free, he'll just keep hiring stronger and stronger assassins to try and kill him. But that guy is a coward, he'll probably just hire someone strong to fight in his place. Either way, this world is full of unfair advantages. If he wins the duel, he'll receive a formal apology and proper compensation. Right now, this seems like the most realistic solution, analyzes the gang leader. Junsu won't be able to fight him on equal footing, so he'll have to rely on the duel. With clear evidence in his hands, he has more than enough justification to challenge him. If they allow Jaeol to send someone in his place and keep the duel private, with only close acquaintances present, he will accept. All right, the president says, preparing to formally send the duel request. We'll also need an official notary. I'll take care of that, Wu Jin offers. His parents know a lawyer who used to be a Supreme Court judge. All right, thank you everyone. I can always count on you guys. Why are they all looking at him like that? Everyone has a sad expression, almost as if they're mourning him. I'm not going there to die. Don't look so down. Don't kill me off just yet. Are you confident you can win? The gang leader questions. Since your enemy knows your strength, he'll bring in a fighter who's at least level 4. Of course this won't be easy. Especially since he can't use his mutation characteristic in an official duel. This will be much harder than when he had to face that man before. Either way, he can already predict who the fighter will be. So you already know who your opponent will be? Yes, and that's why I need a good amount of preparation. Wu Jin, can we spar for a bit? Of course. I'll help you with everything I've got, Wu Jin says, gripping his sword with a happy expression. Thanks a lot, but please take it easy. Last time we fought, you nearly killed me, Junsu thinks to himself. 3 days later, they all gather in an arena inside a warehouse. Some spectators are present. We're all cheering for you, Lord Warrior. The president is dressed up like a cheerleader, completely decked out. The gang leader can't believe what he's seeing. And, of course, she's there too, the girl who got the protagonist all fired up. She's in the stands cheering for him. We believe in you. Don't give up. Alright, thank you everyone. He trained so relentlessly over the past 3 days that he feels like he's about to drop dead. But thanks to that brutal effort, he has managed to complete his preparations to face the enemy. And there he is, Dusik, the paladin captain of the Order of the Old Father. It's been a while since I've had to participate in a duel, he says, laughing. Oh, Dusik, the paladin captain of the Order of the Old Father. A level 4 superhuman. Captain, you didn't have to come all the way here to settle this. Silence. What makes you think you have the right to speak to me that way? No paladin of the Order will ever lose an official duel while he is captain. Jaeol stays silent. Lee Jaeol, acting all high and mighty in front of me, yet he's nothing more than a sheep before his captain. What a coward. It's a pleasure to meet you, Warrior Kim. Hello. First of all, I would like to apologize for this unpleasant situation. What? He's apologizing in such a civilized manner? Junsu is taken aback. This incident is entirely the fault of one individual. The esteemed saint has nothing to do with it. Alright. Then what is the official stance of the order? The saint has proclaimed that Warrior Kim shall be our light and savior. Light and savior? Jochul said the same thing last time we met. What the hell does that even mean? Therefore, the condition the saint proposes is this. If you lose the duel, Warrior Kim, you will join the order alongside us. What? Join the order? Why are they so obsessed with this? Why do they want me to join so badly? In the background, Jaeol is trembling with rage, while Junsu grows uneasy. It is the will of our saint and our lord. Just then an official interrupts them. It is now time for the duel to begin. Now that all parties are present, please confirm the terms of the duel oath. If the paladin wins, Warrior Kim will join the Order of the Old Father. If Warrior Kim wins, Lee Jaeol will be prohibited from harming him directly or indirectly, and will also be required to provide financial compensation. Do both parties agree? Both nod in confirmation. Junsu feels something tightening around his heart. In Arcane Soul, a dual oath is a magical contract. If you break it, your heart will literally explode. Even in this chaotic world, no one is reckless enough to defy such an oath. The official proceeds with confirming the rules of the duel. This duel will follow the standard international regulations set by the Superhuman Federation. All personal superpowers and weapons are allowed. However, all consumable items must be crafted on site. Dusik is already prepared, but before proceeding, Junsu requests time to craft his items. Understood. The time limit is 10 minutes per item. He grips 3 potions in his hand. He's practically an alchemist with how he formulates, crafts, and modifies substances. These elixirs are specifically designed to counter paladins. Elixir of Steel Body, Elixir of Flash, and Elixir of Arcane Dragon. Are these correct? Yes. I will now consume all 3 elixirs. Doping is essential in PvP. He drinks all 3 at once. Now that both sides have completed their preparations, The duel is about to begin. 10-9-8-7. Both warriors stand face to face in the arena. Warrior Kim, it is a great honor and privilege to have you join our order. Why not reconsider and join us voluntarily? Just start the fight. Alright, we tried. If you refuse salvation, then so be it. Dusik raises his hammer. It's like watching Thor himself. But there's no need to worry too much. After all, he can't kill Junsu. He needs him to join the order. Then suddenly his entire body radiates an overwhelming aura, filling the arena. He looks like a Greek god, just like Thor. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains still, gripping his sword, a mere blade in the face of such power. The mana surrounding Dusik is incredible. He is clearly on an entirely different level. No matter how much Junsu has prepared, he cannot win unless he is willing to risk his life. 3-2-1-0. The paladin charges forward like a berserker. Then he vanishes. The only thing left in the arena is a trail of destruction carved into the ground. Junsu frantically searches for him. Where did he go? Wait, no. He didn't just disappear. He activated his haste ability. A moment later, Dusik reappears, right behind Junsu, hammer in hand. Warrior Kim, you shall ascend and become a god. As he prepares to bring the hammer down. Wait, say that again. I will become a god. Then Dusik strikes Junsu, causing a massive explosion of aura that lights up the battlefield as if two nuclear forces were clashing. Kim's friends watch from a distance. What the hell is that? He's insanely strong, comments the president. Did it really end in just one hit? Wu Jin questions with a worried look, while the gang leader stands there, speechless at such a display of power. However, our girl manages to see what really happened. Look right there. As the smoke clears, the two warriors stand face to face, Kim with his mana barrier raised and Dusik holding a hammer and shield. Becoming a god. Is that what he said? What kind of nonsense is that? Dusik is intrigued. So this kid actually managed to avoid his attack. As expected, he used his sprinting ability right from the start. It's a high-level trait for surprise attacks, but if the opponent is already aware of it, there's no reason not to block it. Then he quickly equipped all his defensive traits, area shield, mana defense, protect, interior cultivation technique, and mana heart. Yet, even using all of them together, that ability of his was still enough to shatter his triple-layered shield. Congratulations, Warrior Kim. For a level 3 warrior to block his surprise attack. Now he understands why the saint values him so much. Stop talking nonsense and explain. First, he calls me light and savior and now a god? Explain it better. It's exactly as it sounds. You, Sir Warrior Kim, are the hope of our order and the one who will save us from the coming judgment day. Junsu can't understand what he's saying. The hope of the old father's order? Now that he thinks about it, the god they serve is dead. In the game's story, a few years later as the plot progresses, the saint performs a revival ritual for her god, triggering a boss battle in the middle of Seoul. A massive octopus appears, wreaking havoc on the city, and it must be stopped. So wait, if they keep mentioning this over and over, does that mean that by savior, they're actually referring to the vessel of God? Yes, exactly, Dusik confirms with a malicious look. A noble sacrifice and sacred devotion. These insane bastards. So in the end, they've just been planning to sacrifice Warrior Kim this entire time? He had actually thought there might be some genuine purpose behind all of this. Your body and soul will become part of the old father and his avatar. Because you will lose this duel, and join our order. Dusik shouts, radiating pure hostility and arrogance. Yeah, go to hell, you bastard. He then charges forward, quickly activating his sprinting trait and striking at Dusik with his sword. However, he isn't fast enough. Dusik easily blocks the attack with his shield. But even so, he is sent flying backward from the sheer force of the blow, eyes wide with shock. What kind of power is this? Then we see the new traits of our protagonist: strike, rush, endurance, strength, super strength, perseverance. Confusing, isn't it? Of course it is. He has swapped out all his traits for those suited to an offensive warrior. Right now he is fully optimized for battle. He lunges at Dusik again, this time fully engaging in the fight. He unleashes a series of swordsman strikes, attacking relentlessly with every warrior trait at his disposal to keep Dusik on the defensive. Then, in an instant, he switches traits again: mountain-breaking swordsmanship, smashing strike. With this, he delivers a relentless barrage of consecutive attacks, putting Dusik under immense pressure. Ah, your swordsmanship is quite the challenge, isn't it? Alright, this is the chance. Now that Dusik is completely focused on defense, Kim grabs the axe he had equipped and quickly switches his traits once again. Strength, super strength, endurance, strike. Dusik is distracted. Taking advantage of the opening, Kim swings the axe and lands a solid hit on Dusik's left rib, cutting through his skin and drawing blood, forcing him to step back. Finally, things are starting to get interesting, aren't they? He says with a laugh. It's working. The 3 days of preparation weren't in vain, Kim thinks to himself. A flashback begins. The reason he trained with Siu Wujin wasn't just to acquire the right traits for this duel, but also to learn how to switch them instinctively in a fraction of a second. We see him training, shifting his traits while attacking Wujin, and when Wujin counterattacks, Kim immediately switches to defensive traits to absorb the hit. Back to the fight. When facing superhumans far stronger than him, he must use defensive traits at the right moment. Just like now, as he swiftly switches to defense to block Dusik's hammer strike. However, the strike is too powerful, shattering the shield and forcing Kim to step back slightly. But within a second he switches his traits once again. Use offensive warrior traits when executing a surprise attack. He dashes forward, aiming another strike at Dusik, who manages to block it. Use other warrior traits when unleashing multiple attacks to keep up the pressure. Dusik struggles to keep up, forced entirely onto the defensive. This is the perfect opportunity. Wielding both his axe and sword, Kim activates his berserker traits, taking full advantage of the opening to push forward. For a level 3 superhuman to fight a level 4, the only thing he can do is continuously switch traits mid-battle. And so, he keeps the pressure on Dusik, driving him further and further back. It feels as if he's fighting 4 different warriors at once. How the hell is this possible? Then, in a brief moment of distraction, Junsu seizes the opportunity. With a swift move, he disarms Dusik, knocking the hammer from his hand and sending it flying across the battlefield. All the paladins watching are stunned. Impossible. How could this happen? Even Dusik himself is shocked. He quickly turns to Junsu. This kid is actually going to win this duel. But there's no way he will let that happen. He has no intention of becoming a sacrifice for their rotten order. Alright, he admits it. He can't hold back against Kim anymore. He'll fight seriously now. Gripping his shield tightly, his aura begins to surge. He has given up on being Thor. Now he's Captain America. Dusik channels power into his shield and warns Kim. This next attack could kill him, so he'd better be ready. Then with a sudden motion he hurls the shield like a spinning blade. Kim quickly raises his own shield to defend. A direct attack like this won't work, or so he thinks. But in an instant, his shield shatters, and the sheer force sends him flying to the far end of the arena. Shit. The power output just skyrocketed. Was Dusik really holding back this whole time? Before he can recover, Dusik appears right in front of him and lands a devastating punch straight into his stomach, striking in a stance straight out of JoJo. How dare you mock our order? Kim is sent crashing into the wall, spitting blood as his body collides with the thick stone. If he begs for forgiveness now, Dusik will accept his surrender. But as Warrior Kim stumbles back to his feet, rolling onto his side, he simply smirks. No. The only way I lose is if you kill me. So be it. Now both warriors engage in an all-out frontal clash, neither backing down. Kim charges at Dusik, who manages to block his attack. Then, in a calculated move, Dusik allows himself to take a few hits just to land a clean strike on Kim. With all his strength, he slams his shield into Kim's shoulder, cutting deep. The pain is so intense that Kim nearly loses consciousness, but he refuses to give in. In an instant, he counterattacks, driving his axe once again into Dusik's ribcage. Dusik grits his teeth and retaliates with a powerful kick to Kim's chest, sending him flying across the arena once more. Both fighters lock eyes, exhaustion weighing on them. Their bodies are battered, barely holding together, they are at their absolute limit. Dusik declares that it's time to end this meaningless battle. Oh, great Father! Lord, hear my prayer and fulfill my wish. From heaven bring down the hammer of your wrath. Raising his shield to the sky, he calls upon a massive storm. Dark clouds swirl, and the arena trembles as if about to be swallowed by a raging sea. Kim instantly recognizes the ability, Dusik's ultimate move. Darkness Tsunami. Now that he's seeing it with his own eyes, there's no doubt, this is a catastrophe. If that attack lands, he will lose. 100%. But there is no way to dodge it. If he wants to win this fight, he has to go through it. He stares directly at the approaching tsunami as his sword begins to glow. Suddenly, everything shifts. The colors around him fade to gray, as if time itself is slowing to a stop. He is afraid. But he has to trust in the traits he has built as Warrior Kim. He takes a deep breath, shutting out everything around him as if he exists in another world entirely. Mountain-breaking swordsmanship, the technique he has never stopped training. The swordsmanship, sharpened through battles and sparring against Seo Woojin. The Einherjar cultivation technique, honed through years of dedicated practice. Mana heart, which has grown alongside him. Rush, earned through sheer desperate willpower. And finally, the ultimate trait, one that can cut through any material in the universe, flash. Then, as if a divine force is descending upon him, a surge of power crashes down over his body. He will trust in his abilities. He will trust in the time and dedication he has poured into them. A brilliant four-pointed star flashes for an instant. Kim launches himself forward, dashing headfirst toward the oncoming tsunami. And above all else, he will trust in himself. He charges straight into the massive wave that gave birth to the tsunami. The entire arena is consumed in blinding light. No one understands what is happening. What the hell is that light? What's going on? Kim's friends question in shock. Then finally the light fades. Kim is on his knees, gasping for air, while in the background, Dusik remains standing. Suddenly, Kim starts coughing up blood violently. His body is battered, barely holding on. Dusik speaks, his voice steady. That was a magnificent duel, warrior Kim. But then the truth becomes clear. A massive hole gapes in Dusik's chest. Kim's power had been so overwhelming that it pierced straight through Dusik's ultimate ability, shattering his shield and tearing through his body. All that remains is an empty husk, standing lifeless. Then the announcement is made. The judge raises Kim Warrior's arm, declaring him the winner of this duel. His friends start running toward him, and in that moment we get a glimpse of the arena, now scarred by the destruction. Junsu is happy he did it. He managed to defeat a superior-level superhuman without using the mutation trait. Professor, he really is the best. That was unreal, almost inhuman, our girl remarks, her face lit with joy. He knew he was capable of defeating that paladin, the president says, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't help it. He was simply amazed by what he had just done against that superhuman, adds the gang leader. But suddenly someone shouts, "Son of a bitch." It's Jaeol, gripping his axe, ready to strike Junsu. Die now, cheater. However, Seo Woojin was prepared. He reacts instantly, protecting his master as we see a punch followed by a blue explosion, sending Jaeol flying. He crashes to the ground, landing near other paladins after being thrown several meters. How dare you refuse to accept the outcome? That chief paladin Dusik lost in a fair and honest battle, and yet you still try to attack his teacher? Do you truly wish to meet death now? At last we see Woojin in a fighting stance, his expression filled with rage. Sir Lee Jaeol, do not forget the magical pact both fighters agreed to. If he acts recklessly, his heart will explode. Kim Warrior, because of him, the captain of the paladins is dead. We see his heart being crushed by magic, making it impossible for him to even breathe properly. They will have their revenge. The Order of the Old Father will not forget this, the other paladins shout. So they're saying that Kim was the one who killed Dusik in this duel? Is that really what that worm is trying to claim? Yes, everyone saw it, he was killed by Kim Warrior's hands. Stop talking nonsense, Junsu says in a serious voice. The one truly responsible for Dusik's death was none other than Jaeol himself. Though he was an enemy, Dusik was an outstanding example of a warrior. He fought bravely for what he believed in and battled to the very end. Without a doubt, he was not someone whose life should have been lost in an open duel, all because of Jaeol's petty assassination plot, driven by his inferiority complex. In the end, he was just a captain trying to protect his battalion, the very battalion Jaeol tore apart and led to his death. In the name of Dusik's honor, accept the outcome of this duel and uphold your promise. Jaeol begins to cry. Deep down he knows the truth. Dusik died trying to protect his reputation. Captain, forgive me. We need to leave now, sir. The paladins lift Jaeol and begin to retreat. Not even the Order of the Old Father would dare seek revenge after he had already gone this far. The next day we find ourselves at Seonsu Workforce. The president is on a call, bursting with excitement. That's right. He officially hired the superhuman warrior Kim, the one who defeated the captain of the Order of the Old Father. He understands you'd like to make a request. All right, my apologies, I'll call you back in a few minutes. Then we see that Junsu has entered the room. He had been worried that master craftsman Jo Chul might have tampered with his armor. But no, he had crafted it just as requested, embedding the giant and extreme traits. Wow, this armor really suits him. Here, why not try this on while we're at it? It's a gift from the president. A gift? Seriously, this is much better. It's a handcrafted luxury training suit. It even has self-cleaning and regeneration magic. Very nice, this is quite to my liking. President Choi knows exactly what I like. Thank you. Haha, wearing this you almost look like a model. Well done. Then our protagonist makes one of those familiar expressions just like Lloyd. In any case, maybe he can ask Junsu for something? And what would that be? Thanks to him, our business is thriving now. But since you have a relatively short work history with us, some people are questioning our contractual relationship. If that's the reason, then he should comply. Do you have any decent work for Kim? Yes, he has the perfect job prepared for Warrior Kim. The Sun Magic Tower wanted to study his black flame for research purposes. The Sun Magic Tower, It's one of the 4 great magic towers of Soul Arcana. If he remembers correctly, this is the place where one can acquire fire-related magic. It's an excellent trait for mages, maybe even for him. They will reward him with membership. Very well, he'll accept. This character is in the Sun Magic Tower, so he knows exactly what rewards he can get from them, Junsu says with a sinister grin. Then he heads to the designated location, a place where magic and science intertwine. It truly is a fascinating sight. Superhuman Warrior Kim? The man introducing himself is Park Hyungju, a senior researcher. You must be here because of our request to study your black flame, correct? Park Hyungju, senior researcher, level 5 mage. Yes, that's correct. He had expected him to be much older, but he's actually quite young. There's not much time, so they'll get straight to the point. Please, this way. Then he introduces a capsule surrounded by cables and a computer. First, we'll perform some basic measurements. This machine looks oddly familiar. Please step inside. You only need to remain still. So he enters the machine. The assistant shuts the door and a robotic voice announces, initiating ultra-precision measurement. Ultra-precision? Wait, this is the machine used to reveal everything about a character to the player. He's walked right into a trap. Information about him starts appearing on the screen. This machine will expose all the secrets of his traits. Hey you bastard, what the hell? Shut this thing down right now. This wasn't the reason he came here. Please stay quiet and still. This is all part of the necessary process. This information was in our contract. Screw you, you bastard. He pulls back his fist and smashes the machine's glass with a single punch. Hey, what's the meaning of this? The contract he signed only required him to demonstrate his black flame to cooperate with the research. Who the hell do they think they are to pull this on him? Then the assistant gets slapped across the face by an old man. Park Hyungju, you idiot. Are you doing this again? Boss. Now we're introduced to the old man, Yoon Myung-seok, chief researcher, level 6 mage. How dare you try to ruin my project? This is a misunderstanding, chief. A misunderstanding, my ass. He had planned to sell Mr. Warrior's information, the sole possessor of the black flame trait. There's surveillance footage proving it. My apologies. I let my greed get the better of me for a moment. Get the hell out. You're exiled from this team. What the hell is going on? Kim has no idea what to make of any of this. 1,000 apologies, Warrior Kim. I am Yoon Myung-seok, the head of this research division. This was an unfortunate incident. What he means to say is, well, it wasn't his fault, you know. He thinks this kind of thing must happen often. So, that idiot sold our confidential information because of his gambling addiction. If it weren't for his mentor Elder Joe, he would have been kicked out of this place a long time ago. I see. In any case, I came here to fulfill your request and nearly had my personal information stolen. As an apology, we'll upgrade your membership status. Alright, I'm listening. What exactly are the benefits of this so-called upgrade? You'll have access to our commercial facilities as well as our training grounds. I assure you he'll make excellent use of them. The training facilities of the Magic Tower can only be used by its mages. What an unexpected stroke of luck. Yes, this doesn't seem too bad. Please, take some time to rest while we prepare for the research. Alright then. He'll take a look around the Magic Tower. As he enters a room, a floating golden orb appears. He almost fell for it, just as expected from Arcane Soul. But in the end, everything worked out. This is a chance to acquire many excellent traits from the Magic Tower's training grounds. Initiating electric magic training. The golden orbs suddenly begin releasing fierce lightning bolts that strike the protagonist. The pain is unbearable. He complains that it feels like it's shocking him down to his very bones. But if he can endure it for a while using his traits, perseverance, determination, revitalization, After withstanding the pain for some time, he gains a new trait, electric resistance. Nice. He has finally obtained the ultimate resistance trait for all 6 attributes. Okay. Even with resistance, this still hurts. You can turn it off now. At this point, he's going to get fried alive. However, something happens. The lights turn red and the robotic voice announces, "Training system has been switched to manual. Warning. The intensity of the electric magic has been adjusted." Wait, what? It said the training was already over. Who the hell switched it to manual? Wait, that bastard, what is he doing there? He tampered with the settings, that son of a bitch. So he pulls on the machine. Maximum output. Electric magic beginning. All the golden orbs begin to gather massive amounts of energy simultaneously, and then they release it all at once, like a huge kamehameha of electricity aimed straight at Junsu. Hey, calm down, what the hell is this? Die, you bastard. Then Junsu receives an enormous, concentrated surge of energy. Hyungja laughs a lot. This is what happens when someone messes with his business. Now die. However, after a moment he's surprised. What the hell is going on? Is he actually withstanding this massive electric discharge? There's no way he would go down from a simple low-level lightning strike like this garbage. There's a reason he's been training during his free time. We see his trait window showing 5 resistances already acquired. Divine resistance, which he gained by enduring the holy baptism. Fire resistance, obtained by boiling himself in the mana spring. Darkness resistance, earned during the battle against the necromancer Sharon. Cold resistance, obtained in the fierce blizzard of the conjoined ghosts. Earth resistance, which he acquired while trying to escape the magic trap set by the human hunter. And lastly, not least important, electric resistance, which he obtained through the training he just did. With all 6 traits now combined, we see a bright green aura surrounding the protagonist's body, as if he's undergoing some kind of mutation. His body begins to change from the inside. His heart starts beating harder as it draws more blood, more veins connect to his heart to increase its power. Then he finally gains a new trait, magic resistance. A green shield forms around him. How thrilling. This new trait came at exactly the right time. Hyungju can't believe what he's seeing. How is this possible? Can he really block a level 3 magic spell using only his body? Is he even human? This is going to be harder to deal with. Attention. The program is now out of control. Please terminate all training and evacuate the facility immediately. The system is out of control. This is going to get dangerous. In that case, he'll start dodging all the attacks using his perception trait. Then he quickly begins evading all the electric strikes, adding 2 more traits, movement and dash. By using this combo, he ends up gaining another new trait, secession. Good. He managed to acquire this useful trait as well. At this pace, he should be able to obtain the high-class trait, air raid. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Hyungju starts to panic and frantically presses all the buttons. He's really trying to kill the warrior Kim. However, he's stopped by his superior. That bastard of an assistant. He thought he'd heard the warning sounds and came running to check what was happening. What the hell does he think he's doing? Shut it down now before it explodes. Yes, sir. Resetting the training program. The training program has been stabilized. Lunatic. How dare you try to harm Mr. Warrior Kim? Chief, that's not what you think. Harm who? Mr. Warrior Kim? He seems to be unharmed after all that electricity. Well, it was definitely a bit electrifying, no doubt. But it was a good warm-up. Everyone present is left in disbelief at what they're seeing. Chief, please forgive this fool. Please don't expel him from the tower. He has nothing else left in the world. What will happen if he's expelled from the tower, asks Kim. He'll be magically marked in the brain so that he can no longer learn any new magic, just like a thief who loses his hands after stealing. His life as a mage will be over, and he'll be useless for the rest of his life. That seems fair, considering the trouble he caused Junsu. He's already done many bad things. This is just a natural consequence. And look at this, Mr. Kim. It may not be much, but it's a symbol of our apology. This is an elixir. It's a miraculous potion that can take you from 1 HP to full health in a single gulp. Thank you. This gift is like an extra life for him. He needs to calm down. Ah yes. He believes this is the proper compensation. He doesn't want this incident to turn into something bigger. But there's something else he needs to gain from this magic tower. But he must say that although this gift is great, still, it's not enough to make up for the fact that he was attacked twice after visiting this tower. So, could he be informed of what he might need in order to receive proper compensation? He's held on to this request for a long time, ever since he arrived at the tower. It's to experience the 4 magical spells from the 4 great magic towers. Pardon? Is he perhaps saying that he would like to experience the solar explosion? Yes, that's exactly it. Please, fire the solar explosion at him. The doctor is afraid that this request might not be possible. A level 3 superhuman can't withstand the solar explosion for even a single second. Maybe after he becomes stronger and grows a bit more. No. He's certain he can endure it for about 15 seconds. But that's a feat not even a level 5 superhuman can achieve. Alright, but he is different. Then he starts emitting black flame from the palm of his hand. The black flame, it can burn away an enemy's mana. Maybe with that, he'll be able to withstand the solar explosion a bit longer. But even so, it will still be dangerous. Let's see it, says Kim, excited. And of course, our protagonist clearly has some kind of plan. Then we see a massive cannon being aimed directly at Kim. It's quite terrifying now that he's about to be hit by the solar explosion. But it can't be avoided. There are only 3 ways to obtain the solar explosion trait. First, enter the magic tower as a disciple of a tower master. Second, defeat the tower master in a one-on-one duel. But both of those are only possible for mage-type superhumans, so he can't do either. Alright, pay attention, Warrior Kim. We're about to begin the explosion. Get ready. In any case, there's one reliable way to obtain it. He can use a hidden quest, which is unlocked when he builds enough favorability with the tower master. A man who looks slightly old, dressed like a corporate executive. Then we see the solar explosion starting to activate like a rocket being powered on. In other words, he's putting on a show to prove his worth to him. The solar flare will be activated for 15 seconds. Then, the solar attack is launched. Kim stands with his chest exposed, ready to endure this insane assault. He begins to burn, but he can handle it. Because there's a trait he can obtain, magic armor. Through the trait embedded in his gear. Magic armor. Wait, is he actually withstanding it? So they're telling us that this superhuman isn't level 6? He's only a level 3 warrior and yet he's enduring all 15 seconds of our strongest magic? That bastard is level 3? How is that even possible? It hurts. He prepared so much, acquiring all the necessary traits, but even so, it still hurts a lot. Alright, the 15 seconds are over. Shut it down now. Abort the solar eruption. Finally, the machine stopped. We see smoke rising from it after being used. Damn, it's finally over. He really thought he was going to die. Those were by far the longest 15 seconds of his life. Even longer than when the woman's on top, haha. What was his name again? Warrior Kim? Truly very impressive. Then we see the two of them having a cup of tea together. That was truly impressive, Mr. Kim. Using the black flame to endure the solar explosion for so long. He will be a great help to our long-awaited project. It would be a great honor if he could help in any way. Favorability increases at this moment. Haha, he enjoyed the words spoken by Warrior Kim. So, he would like to request a favor from Kim. A request, you say? Yes. It worked. I triggered the secret quest. Grandfather, I came because I got a call. Was it you? Yes, and say hello to Mr. Warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. His name is Mage Kim. Magic Kim is the mage-type tutorial character who appears after Iron Fist Kim and Priest Kim. Apologies, he's late. Was he always this gloomy? He's my grandson. He has the potential to become a high-level superhuman, but his growth was halted at level 1. That's strange. He apologizes for being strange. Forgive me for being the shame of this magic tower. That's not what he meant. What the hell is wrong with this kid? So, how does this work, Mr. Kim? He heard that Kim also healed Director Seo's son. He believes, and hopes, that maybe Kim might have some idea on how to awaken this boy. Awaken him, right? Of course I can help. Would be an honor. Is that true? Please help us. If he somehow succeeds, he will be given anything he desires. Anything you say? And we see the protagonist's famous look, as if he had something in mind from the very beginning. This marks the start of the hidden quest of the solar explosion. And a beautiful shot of the prettiest girl in this manhwa. What? Say that again. Warrior Kim wants what? Solar explosion. Should he spell it out for him again? Right? Solar explosion. Of course, he can do that for him, since the future of their tower depends on it, but he's not sure if he would be able to use it. That's why he's going to give it to him in the form of a memory chip, right? So he can learn it instantly. Well, fine. If he can solve the problem with his grandson, then his request won't be a problem. Alright, sorry to interrupt you both, but how is Warrior Kim planning to train him and make him awaken? Alright, let's begin. First, we need to figure out what the cause of the problem is. His biggest issue is that he's stupid. The grandfather says harsh words. He needs to become a mage, but he barely knows any math. Meanwhile, the depressed grandson starts tormenting himself. Sorry for being so terrible at math. Alright, of course Junsu already understood Mage Kim's problem very well. He's smart enough to have graduated in business administration from Seoul University. However, he gave up on mathematics, which makes him unsuitable for magical research. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't grasp magic. He's just making excuses at this point. Sorry? So, why don't we learn a type of magic that doesn't require mathematical calculations? What did he mean by that? Magic that doesn't require mathematical calculations? By using spirits, he will become a flame sorcerer. He says he's a flame sorcerer, but that's not the same as a mage. So does he prefer to let his grandson remain in that state forever? Or would he rather train him as a flame sorcerer, so that he can unlock his potential? Alright, for now, explain your theory in detail. The problem is the magical enchantment, isn't it? Since he can't perform the calculations for the formula, he can't cast spells. So, just leave that difficult task to the spirit that will assist him. In exchange, he only needs to supply mana directly to the spirit. That's not possible, he has no familiarity with spirits. How is he going to deal with one? He just needs to make a contract with a spirit like he already explained. The boy will only be using the spirit's strength. He inscribes just a single spell into the mana circuit. That way the user handles the mana, and the mana circuit handles the spell itself. Incredible, he's right to suggest that we capture a spirit and use it as a mana circuit. Or better yet, we could simply transplant it into his circuit. That's right. Truly amazing. An incredible theory. He thought he was a warrior. How does he come up with something like this? Of course, he knows, after all, the guys thought of this in the future of the game. He didn't just come up with this now. And honestly, he doesn't even know what the hell he just said. He just repeated what he saw in the game. But there's a problem. The gate to the spiritual realm is closed at the moment. We can't summon any spirits. So instead, we can use spiritual animals. Spiritual animals? Like a phoenix? That sounds difficult. How are we going to find a legendary creature? Don't worry about that. Warrior Kim has a way. Then we see several phoenixes gathered, flying. Wow. There really is a phoenix valley in a place like this. Even high-level superhumans have difficulty finding places like this, so how? Contrary to the rumors, it was hidden in the alleys. He also found it by accident. My god, he really is one of the luckiest. So, about the promised solar explosion. Yes, he'll make sure to give him one. This mission can only be completed with the knowledge of a sweet spot. By the way, how do you plan to use the solar flame as a warrior? You would like to enhance it? So, he begins producing the black flames. His goal is to create his own polarization. Polarization, he says? That's not an easy task, not by any means. We've spent a whole decade working on it. This won't be easy, but approaching it as a mage and approaching it as a warrior might produce different results, you know? Who knows? Maybe his polarization is better than yours. Really? Then how about we make a 2-year bet? Let's compare the magical tower's polarization with yours and see which one is better. That sounds fun. How much are we betting? If Warrior Kim wins, the director will grant him one wish. But if the director wins, Warrior Kim will join the magical tower's security team. Alright, that sounds like a fair bet. Don't forget this promise. Another chance to benefit from the magical tower of the sun, hehe. Alright, now it's time for the verification. Then we see Kim waiting near the operating room. That was incredible, superhuman Kim. And to think that he paved the way for flame sorcery in our magical tower. Hello, boss. Yes, that's what happened. But first, we need to hope that the operation is successful. Indeed. But about that mage who was expelled earlier. That failure? He did a thorough investigation on him after he was expelled from the tower. And it became clear that he received money from the Humo Group. The Kumo Group. One of the 5 largest conglomerates, known for their highly aggressive and predatory commercial expansion. They are mafias, politicians, criminals, and all kinds of bad people gathered in one place, represented by a black crow. They were basically the villains in the game. The problem is not that they stole information from our magical tower. It's that they specifically demanded only your information. Perhaps they are trying to recruit you? You wouldn't want to have to participate in this. You would never join villains like Kumo. Damn, another thing to avoid again. Suddenly the silence is broken. That was a huge success, all thanks to him. Superhuman Kim. Your grandson is now a mage, no, a superhuman. Ugh, it's good to hear that, but that slap really hurt. Incredible, so this is the power of an 8th level mage. Seriously, really, thank you, Mr. Kim. We see the boy surrounded by flames. Mr. Mage Kim. What the hell is this? Is he already as strong as Junsu? Starting at level 3? This is the power of genetics. Junsu took so long to reach this level. He feels so strange while being able to use magic so easily. From now on, he suggests he drinks fire attribute elixirs to accumulate more mana. He's even telling him how to get stronger. Thank you. Good work, Kim. Here's what was promised, your reward. That didn't take too long. Yes, solar eruption. But what the hell is this? Open it and see for yourself. He placed an allowance for him in this bag, enchanted with space expansion magic. I like you, Master of the Tower. Your favorability is off the charts. Moments later, we see the protagonist back at his boss's side. You received a bonus reward of 5 billion? That's incredible. He thinks it's time for you to get used to his greatness, Director Choi. Anyway, he thinks it might be time for him to take that nectar he's been saving for a while. Nectar, he says? It hasn't even been a month since he reached level 3. Doesn't he think it's a bit early? He might suffer side effects. So, can you refine the nectar, Director Choi? Refine, huh? You can count on me. Then he opens a cupboard with several items ready to start the process. Yes, Director Choi. He just needs the main ingredients. These are the most popular ones. He will gain different resistances depending on the ingredients used, so it's done. We see some items on the screen that grant different attributes. Super resistance, steel, regeneration. He already has super strength and regeneration, and he has steel armor on his shield. He will choose the heart of the horned tiger. Oh, this one? Does it have to be the horned tiger? What's the problem? It's an endangered species, so it's hard to find these days. Endangered? Well, in the next scene we see a car speeding down the road. If that's the case, then he will search for it himself. The problem is how he will find the horned tiger in such a vast area. He is in a wide forest looking like the safaris in Africa. He didn't want to resort to this, but he would rather smell a durian. Surströmming is too much. It's a smell that many YouTubers make videos reacting to and vomiting. Fermented herring from the Baltic Sea. So after vomiting he gains a new trait. Dog nose. God, it still smells like rotten shit in his lungs. But thanks to this trait he can now smell all kinds of things. Like this. He smells a lot of blood here. Was there a predator nearby? That means yes. Here it is. He spots a car with hunters in it. They're chasing some animal. Shoot, guys, over there. Get that damn thing. Shit, other competitors? Wow, that's Scar. It's not an ordinary horned tiger. King of the mountain. It's the most famous mystical creature of the Chulwan Plains. And it also has 6 full traits. The monster charges toward our protagonist. He will die if he lowers his guard and doesn't take this fight seriously. Then the king of the mountain charges swiftly toward the protagonist, who narrowly dodges the sudden attack. However, even while using the evasion trait, he still gets slightly injured on the face, showing that the monster is a real challenge. He won't have many chances if he plays around. He needs to take this seriously. He has to finish it with a shot. A lethal shot, fast, and preferably one that doesn't damage the heart. He needs to trust his own senses and instincts. The tiger charges quickly to strike him, but he dodges by leaping over the tiger, equipping all the perfect traits to execute the shot perfectly. Gun shooting. Focus. Resolve. Shooting technique. Rapid reloading. Then, with steady composure, he pulls the trigger. However, he misses the target, hitting only part of the face. Alright, so even after using all those traits, that monster still managed to easily dodge the perfect shot. But he's not done yet. He has one last trick up his sleeve. Face to face with the king of the mountain, he unequips the rifle and draws his pistol, while wielding a sword and a shield. He's feeling confident in his shooting techniques even while fighting as a warrior. So he switches his trait, resolute for black flame. Then he manages to land the shot. The black flames, which primarily target the enemy's mana, begin to consume the body of the Tiger King. However, even with Kim thinking it was over, the king keeps advancing toward him, as if the flames weren't affecting him as severely as Kim had expected. He narrowly dodges the brutal attack from the king. This thing can still move like that even after being hit by the black flames? What an insane monster. If the black flames aren't enough, then he'll have to engage in close combat. After all, he is a warrior. The tiger notices the shift in Kim the warrior's stance and prepares as well. With all its strength in its legs, it charges swiftly at the protagonist using the trait Rush. There it is, the strongest ability of the King of the Mountains. Rush. He accelerates his massive body, weighing over 1.5 tons, and pierces straight through his target. Compared to its infamous reputation that has frustrated countless users, the strategy to defeat it is ridiculously simple. So, with a leap to the right, he narrowly avoids the explosive attack. The key is to use the tiger's own strength against him. Surprised? With that speed and mass, there's no way he can dodge in time. Alright, he already knows he can't evade this attack. So, with a precise, swift, and incredibly powerful and skillful strike of his sword, he cuts the body of the king of the mountain in two. At sunset, in front of the monster exchange shop, several people are stunned by what they're witnessing. What the hell is that? Someone says. The king of the mountain, I think, says another guy. Hell yeah, that's right, that's the king of the mountain. Look at his heart right here, living proof. Wow, impressive, say the onlookers. He handled it himself because he was worried a contractor might try to scam him, and he ended up gaining a trait in the process. The trait, Butcher. It's a 1+1 event. He only needs the heart of the king of the mountains, so he's planning to sell off the rest of the body. Anyone interested in buying? Let's see how much the king of the mountain is going to go for. 1 billion. Someone wants to buy the Tiger King's carcass for that amount. Another man raises the bid to 2 billion, then 2,200 million, and then 2,500 million. Good. Then suddenly, a woman announces an offer of 5 billion. Everyone is left speechless by the outrageous amount she offered. Junsu quickly accepts the offer. 5 billion, it will be sold for 5 billion, it's hers. Alright, she's going to transfer the money right away. We see Warrior Kim holding up a sign with his bank account number, like a ring girl during a match. Here's your bank account number. The other bidders walk off, grumbling, whatever. That offer was rude. Alright, one question. By the way, did he actually hunt the king of the mountain by himself? Yes, he did. Kim was just lucky that day. There's no such thing as luck when it comes to hunting monsters, especially not the king of the mountain, who has been a challenge to countless hunters for years. All of this was earned thanks to his hunting skills. Here, this is her business card. She would appreciate it if he could give her a call later. Then we see who she is, Young Jin Young. Hunter Association. So, she's from the Hunter Association? That look in her eyes feels familiar to Junsu. Until next time, bring us an even bigger monster. Alright, thank you. Maybe she's just a very wealthy character from the game's story. Then a notification pops up on his phone confirming the completed transfer. 5 billion won, which would be roughly $3.7 million in the real world. The king's heart and 5 billion won. This was certainly quite a fortune. So, 2 days later we see Warrior Kim holding something in his hands. Just by looking at it and analyzing its color, he can tell the nectar was well processed. A shade of yellow that's almost golden. Director Choi added the king's heart into the nectar mix, so there won't be any side effects. He seems so confident in his own skills when producing this nectar that Kim feels he can trust the quality of a product made by the director's hands. Still, he feels a bit nervous. After all, this nectar was extremely difficult to obtain, and the benefits it offers are incredible. Even so, he equips a few traits in advance just in case something goes wrong. Then finally he drinks the nectar in a single gulp. Smoke begins to rise from his mouth and from all over his body. It's extremely hot, hot like lava. It burns from the inside all throughout his body. Then we see the nectar entering his lungs, passing through his heart, and beginning to circulate throughout his entire body. His body is evolving. A hormonal shift is being detected. Adrenaline secretion is accelerating. The activation of his body is increasing efficiency. The effect is working. Mana circuits are being restructured. We see his entire body being transformed from the inside. He leveled up. Level 4. His stats increased significantly. Awakened. Level 4. Superhuman, Warrior Kim. Now that he's at level 4, he definitely feels completely different. It's as if his soul has ascended to another plane, to another level. He is, quite literally, a new person now. Audacity, he's gained a new trait. And just as he said, the nectar was successfully processed. Thank you, Director Choi. There's a reason why he went out on his own, hunted the monster himself, and even sold the items by himself. With the 3 traits he gained in battle, strength, super strength, and pressure, and if he can also acquire traits through his equipment using this diamond which he runs along his clothing, he ends up obtaining 2 more traits. Robust and giant, the same ones he had requested from the blacksmith. The preparation work is complete. Now it's time for the final stage. We see all 6 traits equipped at the same time. Then he begins to grow in size by activating the giant trait. However, the system reports, status condition. Significant damage detected in muscle fibers. We see all his muscle fibers tearing apart as he becomes stronger. His skeletal structure is being readjusted. Then, with all 6 traits equipped, the system begins merging them to create a new trait. The traits are resonating, fusing into something new. Then a new trait is acquired. Giant strength has been obtained. He finally achieved this trait. We see Warrior Kim completely pumped up, his body muscular and massive, looking like those strong anime characters with small heads. Giant strength. It's a high-level ability for a warrior, a legitimate S-rank ability. Holy shit. He's the size of a mutant. Let's see how strong he really is. Then, with just a single punch in the air, testing his body's movement and strength, he crushes it with nothing but the shockwave. What insane power. However, we notice his face looks quite exhausted. The system notifies, significant damage detected in muscle fibers. Recovery is required. But he's clearly experiencing some side effects. As expected, in order to use this trait he needs the diamond body, which makes his body more resistant, or the invincibility trait, which boosts his regeneration. But these two traits are high level. We see his body slowly returning to normal. He could learn from their equipment just like he did with the two new traits, but he has a problem. He no longer has any diamonds. He used up all he had this time. Well, no problem. Because he knows exactly where to get more diamonds. Alright, we don't have any more diamonds available. Kim is stunned. Seriously, none left? No, they'll be replenished next month as soon as possible. But he thought the Shinwon market would have everything he needed. Next month? That's so late. I need them as soon as possible. Then Warrior Kim, the old man, begins speaking softly, as if to ask if Kim has an interest or urgency in obtaining the crystals. So, he could accompany him to extract some diamonds. He says, "Mine?" He doesn't remember that from the game. This is a route that can't be leaked under any circumstances. So, Warrior Kim, are you interested? Of course, Kim replies. Let's go ahead. Time for faster growth. Then, in the city, the old man drives Kim in his truck. He's sure Kim already knows that obtaining something like diamonds requires taking risks, right? He'd assume so. Just like everything else in Soul Arcane. First, brush up, and if you don't feel like doing that, you can quit. What's with all these disclaimers? Then, the direction of the city they're headed to, Buchin. Buchin, right. Now he understands where they're going. The place we're headed is where superhumans fight for their lives. Beat them. Kill them. Dismantle them. Everyone in the arena is ecstatic as they watch the battle. The largest battlefield in the capital, the Colosseum. And right off the bat we see two men fighting with blood splattered everywhere. Warrior Kim and Chunbok watch from a distance. The scale is enormous, the Colosseum is truly massive. Did he already know anything about the Colosseum? No, he's only heard some rumors. This is his first time visiting the place. By the way, is he affiliated with this place? He got him. Well, he was wondering where all those rare items were coming from. After all, they were from here. Now that he thinks about it, Chunbok's history in the game also seemed pretty suspicious. Kim Chunbok, the owner of the antique shop. One of the founding members of the Shinwon market. He sells magical items from unknown sources and occasionally offers high-level magical products at surprisingly low prices. But he'll let him know that he didn't bring him here to force him to participate. After everything he's done for him, how could he? But anyway, he brought him here, right? As part of his plan. Well, yes. He can't get things for free in this unjust world. This is one of the many ways to obtain his diamond as quickly as possible. The rule is very simple. The winner takes everything from the loser, including the diamonds. The loser will have to dismantle their magic circuit to create a diamond. This basically completely resets his experience points. So, he would have to fight with his entire battle life at stake, wouldn't he? But the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Yes. If this isn't to your liking, we can always leave. Leave now. Stop kidding around, where the hell can he sign up for this? This is a perfect opportunity to collect diamonds. Chunbok will sign up Warrior Kim, since he's the matchmaker who brought him here. Well, that means he'll get something out of it too, right? Half of the victory bonus is his, and the rest goes to him and the organizers. Sounds good. Let him experience this place first. Then, we see the protagonist already fighting another competitor. He dodges all of the opponent's attacks perfectly. The other fighter begins to get frustrated. This bastard is just going to keep dodging like a coward? Fight, you damn fool. He'll eliminate him in a single hit with those muscles. Then, with both hands, he lands a direct blow to Junsu's head. However, Junsu ends up growing, becoming massive, his body packed with muscles. This guy talks too much. Then he activates the trait, Giant Strength. Now it's his turn, right? He then strikes a pose to deliver a powerful punch, just like All Might from Boku no Hero. He lands an uppercut with extreme force, causing the other fighter to spit blood from his mouth and lifting him into the air with the sheer impact of the punch. The fighter then crashes to the ground without any sign of resistance. It was just one punch again. The excited announcer declares Kim the winner. This marks the birth of a super rookie. He is on a 5-win streak. Wow, that's incredible. 5 consecutive wins. He bets he has a lot of diamonds now, thanks to him. Not only that, he also made a lot of money from all these fights. So, what does he plan to do with all this money he earned today? Well, Junsu is thinking about getting some better equipment. He needs new weapons and armor, maybe a new tactical set. Wow, even with all that money, he only thinks about ways to get stronger. Amazing. Maybe that's why he's so strong. He's a fanatic in search of power. Yes, of course. After all, strength defines a person's capability in Arcane Soul. The world is unfair and only the strongest survive. You wouldn't want to live like a failure, deceived in this rotten world. Suddenly, Chunbok receives a notification on his phone. Look, it seems like Warrior Kim just received a duel invitation. Oh, from whom this time? From a level 4 superhuman named Destroyer King, ranked first. Destroyer King? Who the hell is that? Maybe this fight will be tough. After all, he's ranked first and Warrior Kim is in 10th. If you want, you don't have to accept this duel challenge. Don't push yourself too hard. Destroyer King, alright. That name is even somewhat familiar to him, maybe he can manage. Then a ring girl appears, announcing the start of the first fight between Warrior Kim and, of course, with the huge crowd shouting, Destroyer King, kill this rookie, we've bet a lot of money on his defeat. Destroy that growing sprout of a rookie. Then he finally appears, the King of the Colosseum. Wearing a characteristic WWE outfit, he introduces himself as the Destroyer King. And while laughing, he shows off 2 silver teeth with diamonds embedded in them. He then begins speaking to Kim. He didn't expect him to accept the duel challenge, maybe he's out of his mind. After all, no one would accept a duel against the top-ranked fighter of the Colosseum. Alright, this Destroyer King. He's certainly someone hard to deal with. He's a character with 3 rank S attributes. Practical combat, giant strength, fighting technique. He is the strongest when it comes to unloved fighting, possessing these 3 top-level traits. But it is possible to beat him. Difficult, yes, but there's a chance. Back in the game he was level 5. However, at this moment he's still level 4. So, there is a chance to take advantage of the level difference. Besides, he was starting to think that diamonds weren't a good enough reward after all. Let me wipe that smile off his face. Then the king rushes forward, attempting to strike Kim, who quickly dodges. He will beat Kim into a bloody pulp and watch him cry on the ground. Kim would like to say the same to the king. Don't make a mistake, he will defeat him. Then the king finally manages to grab Kim. Look at those arms. Our protagonist really must have taken those forbidden poisons that bodybuilders use. However, it was all part of his plan. As expected, he knew the king would target the joints first. After all, the Destroyer King is a wrestler. The moment he lifts his opponent, he will slam him to the ground. But you know, that's exactly what Warrior Kim wants him to do. So, as the king attempts to take him to the ground, Kim quickly manages to break free from the king's grasp. By adding strength, super strength, and the giant strength along with counterstrike, and activating the counterattack at the perfect moment, combining all these traits, he manages to dodge the king's attack and counter perfectly. He lands a precise elbow strike to the king's chest. He is able to surpass his incredible technique by combining these characteristics. The king suffers the impact, spitting blood. However, he quickly reacts by grabbing Kim's hand and using the arm lock technique, pressing his fists against Kim's neck. But it was already expected that his next move would be this. Kim saw the attack coming from a mile away, so he is able to break free from the king's grip again. Then he grabs the king's clothing and with immense strength, he lifts the king as if he were nothing, throwing him to the ground with tremendous force. He obtained a new trait, suppression. Suppression is a trait acquired by repeatedly predicting the opponent's movements. Now he's mine. This bastard, it seems like he's predicting every single one of my strikes. He's wondering how the hell Kim is predicting and dodging all his attacks. Well, unfortunately for him, Warrior Kim is just starting to warm up and will finish him off quickly. By obtaining the suppression trait, he has collected all 6 basic combat traits. Strike, combo, counterstrike, protect, evasion, suppression. And when combining all these 6 traits, we see the 6 traits merging and evolving into a single trait, practical combat. He has obtained a new characteristic. Alright, let's put this bad boy to the test, shall we? Then we see him assuming a new fighting stance, emitting an intense aura. What the hell is that? What the hell is he trying to do now? Then he advances with a classic boxing stance to strike the king. What the hell is this? What did he do to completely change the atmosphere of the fight? He even changed his fighting stance. It's like another person is fighting. He's sharp. No wonder he's ranked so high. He's right. When he first entered the ring he was just a big newbie. Now he's a complete fighter. Now that he has gained practical combat experience. Those blue eyes with that fighting expression remind me of Satoru Gojo. Then he lands a precise blow to the king's stomach. Even though the king blocked with both hands, the impact is still so strong that it forces him to retreat. By equipping the new trait, Practical Combat, his basic attacks now always have the combo trait active, in addition to adding all types of bonuses to all of his combat moves. So now he can use 6 traits at the same time, taking up only 1 slot, leaving 5 more free slots to add more damage or defense. However, the king gets angry and tries to return the punch, but Kim easily dodges the attack. And while using Practical Combat, if he combines other lower-level traits once again, even the Destroyer King won't be able to stand against him. Then he grabs the king's arm and applies an arm lock, pressing with all his strength as the king groans in pain. Touch the ground if you don't want him to break your arm. Surrender now. Shit. Fine, he gives up, he surrenders and taps the ground 3 times. And the winner of this historic match is Warrior Kim, announces the announcer. To the surprise of everyone in the Coliseum, he has risen to first place in the Superhuman Level 4 division rankings. He's really in great shape with a muscular body. Then, everyone in the Coliseum begins to clap for his performance. This is crazy Warrior Kim. He arrived today and has already become the new king. No, now he will be known as the Warrior King. Warrior King, Warrior King. Everyone starts cheering, calling him Warrior King. Junsu feels shy about the current situation. What kind of humiliating name is this? Stop calling him that. However, we know he likes it, he's just embarrassed. Alright, now let's begin, announces the announcer. Let's start the process of creating diamonds, here we go. Will he accept and lose all the strength he has gained so far? After all, the diamond creation system resets all the experience earned. Or maybe he will use the other option. Then he requests to use the special contract. Exactly what Junsu wanted him to request. Alright, are you really sure you want to use the special contract? The announcer asks. The special contract is an agreement made with the organizers when the Destroyer King became the level 1 fighter. The condition is that, if the Destroyer King is defeated, the organizers will provide the diamonds in his place. However, this is only possible with the winner's consent. Will Warrior Kim accept these conditions? If he accepts these terms, they promise to give him 10 diamonds. Even the announcer gets excited. Wow, this is an unprecedented deal. Considering that it is expected to extract 3 or 4 golds from the Destroyer King, it's a good deal. He suggests that Warrior Kim should accept the offer. However, Junsu doesn't think it's enough, he wants more. Both the former king and the announcer are surprised by Warrior Kim's audacity in refusing the offer. The mana and experience points of a level 4 superhuman are at stake. He can demand more and take advantage of this unique opportunity. Alright, in order to accept this agreement he would like to add one more term. But this does not involve diamonds in the discussion. So what would he like to add to the contract? He wants the item he was using when he first appeared in the game. If he gives him the Steel Fist, the item he has been hiding all this time, he will accept the conditions presented. Give me that damn SS level magic weapon. He is perplexed by the proposal. What did he just ask for? Steel Fist? He has no idea what that is. It's too late to act as if he doesn't know anything. He saw the look of surprise and suspicion on his face. He will accept nothing less than the 10 diamonds and the Steel Fist. If he doesn't accept, he will lose all his mana and experience points. Damn, how does he know about that? This bastard is very suspicious. So what will be done? He can't refuse Kim's proposal. If he breaks his magical circuit to create diamonds, he will lose all his abilities. Alright, he will give the Steel Fist as part of the offer, however, he will have to accept a rematch against him in this Coliseum, betting the Steel Fist again. Fine, that sounds good. They can decide later when the day will be. After all, he is a busy man too. Then we see the new glove being worn by the protagonist. Holy shit, this is so stylish. So clean and fresh. Then a system notification appears to explain the item a bit better. Steel Fist. Increases strength and resistance. Reduces all damage for 10 seconds. Damage reduction? That's totally a scam, Kiki. And of course he also got several diamonds as a reward. Now he could create a high-level characteristic and even have some left over. This was a win, a victory. So he equips some characteristics. Regeneration. Revival. Wound recovery. Vigor. Energy. If he applies the healing characteristic from the necklace that Father Kim gave him a few months ago during the mission to drink gold, what should happen is, then suddenly, a blue aura begins to consume his body, even his eyes turning white. He then obtains a new characteristic, immortality. Perfect, it worked exactly how he wanted. Now that he has giant strength and immortality, he just needs one more characteristic to complete the warrior's build. He is a true RPG player. Alright. For now, these diamonds will be kept until their usefulness arrives. Then the phone starts ringing on the table. Xiong Jinyoung, who is it? Isn't that the hunter who bought the Mountain King? I think that was her name. Then the next day we see the Hunters Association. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. The guild leader would really like to meet Warrior Kim. Oh yes, he would also like to meet the guild leader. Since the leader of the Hunter Guild is an NPC who often gives many missions with good rewards, it might be a good idea to build a friendship with him early on. Warrior Kim has arrived. Superhuman Kim, it's an honor to meet him. Kim was slightly startled. Something seems wrong. He is the leader of the Hunter Guild, Yoon Byungjin. We see a classic older man wearing a black suit and red tie, but what stands out are his vampire-like teeth. What the hell is this? This isn't the guild leader, at least not the one he knew from the game. He is the head of the assassin organization. Why the hell is a guy like this here? Something is off. Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I'm known as Warrior Kim. Haha, the honor is mine. Right. There were some rumors that after an incident at the Hunter Guild, he was expelled, but the details were vague. Suddenly, someone opens the door, a chubby man panting. Huff. Apologies, he's late. Director Kong, what's going on? What's all this fuss about? Haha, he heard that the person who defeated and tamed the Mountain King was here, so he rushed over as quickly as he couldn't miss this opportunity. This is the real guild leader, the one introduced in the game. Besides, the United competition is today. How could he miss that? What the hell is going on here? Junsu is lost with all this information. Hello, he is Director Kong, a pleasure to meet you. You can call him Kiziak, haha. No, how could he dare to call him by his first name? Apparently he likes to joke around, Director Kong? As expected, he has a good personality just like in the game. Alright, if the introductions are over, let's get to the main topic for which Mr. Kim was invited. Mr. Superhuman, we would like to invite you to become a full member of our guild. He's talking about the Hunters Guild? He'll have to think a bit more about this. Becoming a member with full access for free is a good deal. But he's hesitant because of the current guild leader. To be honest, the guild is in the process of creating an exclusive hunting ground in Yangqian. An exclusive hunting ground? Yes, to be honest, the position of our guild is unstable. At the moment, we can only hunt with the permission of the two armies, the Western Army and the Eastern Army. But if that permission is revoked, we risk being dissolved. Therefore, our goal is to create a territory where only we can hunt without the need for things like this. A territory between the two armies that allows us freedom. We need someone skilled like Superhuman Kim to establish this. Alright, that sounds very reasonable, but there's one detail. Well, guild leader, this isn't actually our real goal anyway. Our guild leader isn't just trying to stabilize a hunting territory for us. He wants the guild to be recognized as a force, an army, and thus, be acknowledged as a military power in order to create a military kingdom in Yangqian. Wow, and something of this scale can really be created with just the guild? Aren't the generals of the two armed forces people with great influence due to their history of independence and militarism? That's true, so it's impossible, says Director Kong. However, the guild leader interrupts. It's possible. Superhuman Kim, if you lend us your strength, you might even be given the position of guild leader in the future. The position of guild leader? It seems so, his eyes are overflowing with ambition. Well, he should forget about complicated things like that for now and join them. Director Kong will take good care of him. Director. Thank you. Don't you think she can handle something like that? She says with a malicious look. Yoon Byungjin. A cruel man whose actions are unpredictable. The man behind the assassin organization, not trustworthy. It would be unfortunate if something happened to Director Kong, who will give out rewarding missions in the future. Then Director Kong interrupts her charm. Superhuman Kim, of course if you decide to join us, there will also be tax benefits. You can also enjoy hunting in today's United competition. Alright, he's made his decision, he has to protect the director at all costs. Fine, sounds good. So he will join. Moments later we see a truck in the middle of the forest. He owes a favor to Warrior Kim now. He'll take care of driving, just relax. He was worried that the guild leader inviting him first made him have to rush over there. To be honest, he was concerned about the fact that the guild leader approached him, Warrior Kim. Anyway, it's a lucky thing that both of us can ride in the same car like this, haha. We see Junsu's ears bleeding, and he complains that the game never mentioned how chatty he was. Director Kong, Why are you against the exclusive hunting area? It's because of the Yankian faction. The Yankian faction? It's a group of guild members who follow the guild leader. They don't care about hunting, they're just cleaning up the politician's mess. So, the guild leader was trying to recruit him to his side? Exactly. He's doing everything wrong. Shouldn't merit be the most important thing in a guild? Instead of getting involved in nonsense like this. But lately, all the guild members who agree with me have been sent on expeditions, so his position has become unstable. He thought the director was just a happy-go-lucky guy, but he has some pretty deep thoughts. Meritocracy is good. After a good while of talking, they finally arrive. So, they finally made it. This is the secret hunting ground of our guild. Wow, it's really well set up. Damn, there are so many hunters gathered here. Look at those weapons. Hunter Kim, he's finally arrived. We see our beautiful hunter, look at that gorgeous stomach. Wasn't he supposed to come with Director Kong? Yes. But suddenly he had to go to the bathroom, ate something bad. Right, good timing. She would like to talk to him herself. It would be better not to get too close to Director Kong. Do you think he will join him? It seems like he already knew about the factions within the guild. Well, he has a general idea. That there's a difference in thinking. Yes, that's correct. He's someone who can't see the bigger picture and is too focused on the small details. Yellow eyes with a scar? He really thought she looked familiar. She was a member of Yoon Byungjin's assassin organization. Young Jin-young, Wolf Claws. He's understanding now. The Yankian faction is the predecessor of the assassin organization. Even about the hunting grounds. He had been going crazy with some small illegal activities. He likes him, you know? So Junsu, in an intimidating position, says, he doesn't speak behind others' backs and seems to be a genuine person. This leaves the little girl feeling all awkward. Well, do it your way. Just don't regret it when it's too late, I won't be able to help you. Now that he has a sense of the situation, he should start preparing. Then we see several sunscreen bottles placed on top of a sink. His face is covered in sunscreen. Then he acquires a new trait, sensitive skin. He only acquired it after buying cheap skincare products and applying them until it hurt. But he finally got all of them. Sensitivity. Bright eyes. Enhanced hearing. Dog nose. God's tongue. Sensitive skin. Now he can combine all of these into an absolute trait for hunting. Sixth sense. The sixth sense is a great trait for hunting, but it's also useful in other situations. We see the protagonist with his face all distorted from the excess of products. Should he check if someone is having evil thoughts? Then, as he leaves the bathroom, he is shocked by the situation. Everyone in that area has a purple aura. What the hell is this? Don't tell me most people here are evil? Warrior Kim, finally he found Kim. Let's have some drinks and eat something before the competition begins. These two people are hunters who are like his right-hand men. Director Kong had many good things to say about him. He can drink. But in reality he wouldn't want to drink because of that person whom the director thinks is his right-hand man. He smells like something rotten. The poisonous stench of betrayal. So by late afternoon, everyone was already pretty drunk. Director Kong already needed help just to stay on his feet. Meanwhile, Junsu was handling the barbecue, watching the whole situation unfold and thinking about what to do. They don't even know there's a spy among them. What should he do? He needs to tell the director. But will the director believe him, someone he just met today, if he tells him that his right-hand man has betrayed him? Mr. Warrior, please take care of the director for a moment. All right. Meanwhile, the director is shouting from the back that he's going to buy more drinks. After all, today is a good day. Kim will have to just observe the situation for now. Then the director comes up to Junsu, reeking of alcohol and rambling a bunch of nonsense. Mr. Warrior, how are you enjoying the party? Having fun? Haha. With a discouraged look, Junsu replies that yes, he's having fun. Without mentioning that there's a traitor here. What is this, a mafia game? Then the traitor announces to everyone that there's still more beer for everyone. Yes. Please serve drinks to all of us, says the director. He will have another shot of alcohol. Soju and beer for Director Kong, right? Let him mix one with the other. Yes. He always loves his usual ratio. Here it's ready. He should drink it all at once to fully taste the flavor of the drinks. All right, hand that drink over now. But then Warrior Kim shouts, asking them to wait. He takes the glass from Kang's hands and offers the first shot to the man who prepared the drink. The man is surprised by the situation. What's going on? Why does he have to try the drink first? Kim applies more pressure. What is it? Is there some reason why he can't take the first sip? The best time to expose a traitor is right when he's about to set his plan in motion. He couldn't hide the malice in his expression. And he seemed nervous? While he was mixing the drinks in the glass, this was the perfect moment to use poison to assassinate Director Kong. Did he actually put poison in that drink? What the hell is this nonsense he's saying now? This is a false accusation. Mr. Warrior, why are you saying this so suddenly? If he's wrong, then just take a sip of the drink in the glass. Come on, it's just one sip. No need to be shy, prove it to everyone here. Then, feeling cornered and irritated, he slaps Kim's hand, making the drink spill onto the ground, where it's clear that something green had been mixed in and dissolves into the air. Choi realizes the mess he's made by trying to poison the director. Manager Choi, this bastard. Did he really try to poison his own director? He betrayed him first. He heard everything from the chairman, that he was against the idea of his promotion. What are you talking about? He didn't do any of that. Yes, he did. Then Kim quickly kicks Choi's leg to make him lose balance, taking control of the situation, with the sword now at his neck. Alright, then we've confirmed that he really was a traitor, director. What should he do now? Stop, please. Spare him. He doesn't want to die, please. Or are you going to do it yourself, Director Kong? The chairman manipulated him into doing this. Please don't do it. Then we see the director picking up an axe that was lying nearby, and with a swift motion, he cuts off the traitor's head without a second thought. I have to admit, as a reader, I didn't expect that reaction from the director. He seems so soft. Leave a comment on the video if you agree with me that the director didn't seem like the kind of person who would kill someone so easily. We see the director covered in blood, with an angry expression on his face, still holding the axe. He always knew his right-hand man was greedy from the start, but he never thought it would reach the point where he would try to kill him just to take the position of director. In the next scene we see them driving at high speed. They need to get out of there as quickly as possible. If anyone finds out they killed the spy, they will come seeking revenge. Yoon Byung-jin, that bastard. He thinks he can get away with this? That's why he got rid of all his men. That cunning bastard. Then the sound of a car horn breaks through. The hunter Young Jin-young is on their tail. Director Kong, did he get anything? She heard a rumor that he found the grand prize. No, they didn't find anything special at the camp. No, she insists she heard news about it. That they killed and decapitated Manager Choi. She pulls out a sniper rifle and fires at them. Kim activates all defensive features. Sensitive. Night vision. Enhanced hearing. Insight. Intuition. Focus. To avoid the rain of bullets chasing them, they swerve through the road. After all, an entire fleet of cars is pursuing them. All the vehicles begin firing at the pickup truck of our protagonist. Director Kong leans out of the vehicle and points a magical item toward them. Damn Yankeean group. Those filthy bastards. How dare they shoot at Director Kang's car. Then we see some of the pursuing cars being destroyed in a powerful explosion. However, there are still many more cars and trucks continuing the chase. Director Kong tells Kim to slow down a little because at this speed he can't hit them properly. Wait, let me show you something, says Junsu. Show what? Then he lets go of the steering wheel and begins aiming by himself. He equips the perfect traits for perfect shots. Gun shooting. Focus. Resolute. Shooting technique. Rapid reloading. Trait set effect activated, stabilization is applied. With this set effect active, he's able to read every movement. And since he's using my intuition trait, his aim becomes even more precise. Then, with a perfect shot, in true American sniper style, he hits the tire of one of the cars. This causes it to lose control and crash into other vehicles at the same time, triggering a massive chain reaction. Holy shit, what a shot. He's like a god of shooting. Hunter Kim, he's like a monster, isn't he? Even so, the hunter still doesn't give up. Now she takes the wheel herself, trying to run them down. She charges full force, using the truck to try to smash their car. Kim, completely calm, begins acquiring new traits while performing evasive maneuvers. Crisis detection. He manages to dodge at the very last moment, causing the enemy truck to nearly crash into another enemy vehicle. That way they manage to escape the chaos safely. However, this only makes Young Jin-young even more furious. Follow them now. We're going to kill those bastards right here. In the rearview mirror we see more cars joining the chase. Kim acquires 2 more traits. Driving and boarding. He remains completely at ease with the situation, while one of the others is nearly throwing up in the seat. At last they arrive at the military zone. This is Warrior Kim, a level 4 superhuman, affiliated with the Hunter Association. Full report submitted. Alright, very well, Warrior Kim. But he has one question. What the hell happened on the way here? We see the director's car completely wrecked, with a few other vehicles trailing behind him. Put your weapons away. We're not going to start trouble here. If they cause a disturbance in this area, it will be considered a challenge to the authority of the Corps commanders. Yes, they're aware of that. They won't cause any trouble here. Please wait. You can't let them into the city. They're criminals. They kidnapped and killed one of his men. We don't get involved in disputes that take place in hunting zones. He should already know that, Mr. President. But what if we... Then the guard's aura changes completely. He slowly begins to draw his sword. Are you trying to challenge the authority of the commander of the Eastern Army? The president just swallows hard. He knows there's nothing he can do. Kang Kiziak was running away like a rat. Did he hire a professional driver or something? All thanks to our hunter Kim here. He's good at driving, hunting, and shooting. Thank you for taking down a guy like that. If I had a daughter, I'd let you marry her. Marrying into that guy's family? What a horrible thought. Damn it. You didn't think Warrior Kim would take the side of that fat bastard. Director Kang, come over here for a moment. We don't want to see any blood spilled. No. He must not forget, this isn't his territory. He better not cause any trouble here. Then someone suddenly appears, yelling. What the hell is all this noise? Everyone is caught off guard by the sudden voice. It was a short-haired man named Gu Hyungwon, a level 7 warrior, division commander of the Eastern Army. Division commander. My apologies. We were just trying to talk. There he is. One of the 4 division commanders of the Eastern Army. A level 7 superhuman, Gu Hyungwon. He couldn't care less about other hunters fighting among themselves or even killing each other. But they cannot do that on this territory. This shit isn't some damn playground. You two understand, right? He doesn't want to have to say it again. If he sees this happen one more time, before he could finish his sentence, he looks at Warrior Kim, thoroughly analyzing him as if he could see everything about him. Alright, he will mediate this dispute between the two as representatives of the Eastern Army. What is this? With all due respect, sir, this is a matter for the Hunter Association. Not even he can get involved in this. This is an order from the heavens. Everyone is shocked. Wait, does that mean the Corps commander? At noon tomorrow there will be a duel of honor in front of the city hall. Only one person present at this location may volunteer to fight. What? Why is he looking at me? The loser must offer their head. If anyone refuses the duel, their head will be condemned. The next day, exactly at noon, everyone gathers under the rain near a park. Hunter Kim, is he sure about this duel? He knows he volunteered, but still. Don't worry. This duel of honor was prepared to test me from the very beginning. He must be behind this sudden challenge. Then we see Gu Hyungwon approaching the duel scene, followed by greetings from several members. The level 8 superhuman, the one who stands in the tower called Heaven. The commander of the Eastern Army Corps, the Tiger King Kyujigam. Alright then, let's begin. Judge me as much as he wishes. We see that Warrior Kim's opponent is the president of the Hunter Association. Kim is wielding a shield and sword. It's a shame, Warrior Kim. If only he were on our side, we could have had something wonderful. But he refuses to work with their dirty group. Well, if that's his choice, then he just has to kill him. We see the president transform into what we suspected from the start. He's a vampire. Wow, that bastard is a vampire. He was a shapeshifter? It's understandable that everyone is shocked. Vampires are known as extinct monsters. But Kim has known his true identity from the beginning. And he knows all the countermeasures. The night before, just a few hours before the duel, we see Kim holding a diamond. He went through every exchange house to gather as many as possible. Are you sure that will help him fight this vampire? Just wait and see, Manager Park. Then he begins acquiring new traits to finally reach the Trinity. Endurance, perseverance, iron armor, Acropolis, resolute, extreme. Mixing the 6 traits, he obtains a new one, diamond body. He will soon reveal it in the duel. He now has the Trinity build. Then the vampire attacks first. With his claws extended, he tries to strike Warrior Kim. However, Kim easily blocks the blow with his shield. How can a mere level 4 block his attack so easily? Because he isn't at a level where a monster could kill him. Then Kim uses the trait, Giant Strength, counterattacking with a sword strike that forces the president to retreat several meters. What the hell kind of power is that? He is utterly shocked. Did you fake your level? The correct answer is this, Giant Strength, Diamond Body, Immortal. It's the synergy of the 3 most powerful traits in the game, combining Diamond Body and Immortal to withstand the full force of Giant Strength. He can exert power that surpasses that of a level 4 superhuman. He then continues attacking the president with full force until he finally breaks his extended claws, his steel claws. Now that it has reached this point, there is no avoiding it. Red eyes and veins appear on his face. He is beginning the transformation. His body starts to change. His face takes on a more vampiric look with huge fangs. His claws grow again. He begins to sprout new arms. Director Kong, what the hell is this? Oh my god. Is he a mutant? This is the secondary awakening of a shapeshifter, using the mutant trait. There is a risk the user will lose consciousness and become enraged, but he gains enough power to annihilate an entire group of level 5 superhumans. That's why the highest priority is to suppress him before this transformation fully develops. Then Kim quickly tries to strike him with black flames. However, the mutant manages to block the sudden attack. He resisted the black flame. He could possibly become a level 7 if he completes his transformation 100%. While Kim was thinking of a solution, one of the vampire's wings hits him in a blind spot, leaving him badly injured. So much power in a single strike. Then the vampire advances, attacking with all his wings at once against Warrior Kim. He finds it truly regrettable, Warrior Kim, thinking he would have to kill such a talented individual. Then he hits him with a powerful blow, attempting to pierce his heart. We see debris on the ground and some black flames around the vampire's body. Wait, why is he still alive? Damn, he was almost screwed this time, he nearly died. Then we see him using the new item he acquired from the tournament, Steel Fists. Effect: reduces all damage for 10 seconds. But what the hell is this? With his awakened power he should have died right there with no chance of survival. Yes, he's right. If his black flames hadn't slowly halted the mutant's growth. Had your fun? Now it's his turn. Now that the transformation has stopped, there's only one thing left to do. He begins to gather golden energy in his sword. Kill this before he reaches 100% transformation. Then he unleashes a pure energy slash, the same one he used to defeat the president of the staff while using the mutation. Say goodbye, hideous monster. What the fuck? We only see a trail of golden light on the vampire. Even the sky started to clear after the heavy rain. He actually defeated the level 5 vampire. He still can't believe it even after witnessing it with his own eyes. Phew. It was a fierce battle. He knew from the beginning that he would win. He defeated the president of the association. We're screwed. Screwed, he says. Hunter Young, say something, what are we going to do? But she remains silent, showing no reaction, only a look of sadness in her eyes. What is Director Kong planning to do with the association now that the president is dead and there's a vacancy? He's not sure what to do, but what if Hunter Kim were to take the position of president? It would be great to have him as president. No, thank you. The director knows the association better than Junsu could ever imagine. So he wants to believe the director will do a good job. Kong is pleased to receive the praise. Of course, all of this is driven by interest. After all, he can only obtain his mandatory quest once Kong becomes president. Then we see Gu Hyungwon approaching after the duel has ended. Warrior Kim, follow him. The Corps commander wishes to see you. As expected, that man had been watching the entire time. Kyujigum. Night falls and we see the moon above a brightly lit tower. The Tiger King's palace. Inside, 4 people are in the room, 3 servants and possibly the master. Hello, his name is Warrior Kim. He thought Kim was over 100 years old, but he doesn't seem to have that age. He's heard that from level 8 onwards they transcend human limitations. Yes, he saw his battle and it was entertaining. Who is his teacher? He doesn't need to exhale his mana to dominate me. He can sense every muscle fiber and mana pathway trembling. He has no master. Seriously? So that means Warrior Kim is self-taught? As expected. Their movements are still unrefined. His sword skills were basic and his combinations weren't very smooth. They are being overly critical of him. Interesting, my child. Tell me, would he like to become your student? Junsu had anticipated this situation because he makes the same offer in the game as well. When he becomes your student, his rapid growth is guaranteed. And as a reward, he will receive the Corps Commander's technique, the Tiger King's sword. But unfortunately, it is a great honor to receive such an offer, yet he would prefer to follow his own path. He dares to refuse the father's offer. Has he gone mad? If he accepts the offer, he will face many restrictions. Taking the easier path is not always the answer. He should be bowing his head at this moment. He is going to discipline this young man. Quiet. He explodes with rage, emitting an aura that leaves everyone in the room frozen. That killing intent. Just feeling it is like being stabbed by millions of blades all over the body. But somehow he will endure it. Then he activates defensive and morale-boosting traits. Oh, so this kid managed to hold out? He is genuinely a little surprised. After all, not even his own subjects could. Even with so much talent, why does he still refuse to become his student? It's as if he has to face a tiger bigger than a mountain. He almost fainted. Because he has a dream he wants to fulfill. That is to reach level 9. It's to reach the constellation that only 4 have attained so far. But to reach level 9 as a warrior, he would need a high-level swordsman, mana cultivation techniques, and most importantly, enlightenment. However, he worries that his bad habits might hold him back when he reaches level 7. Even so, he wants to follow his own path, whether it's right or wrong. Because that is his resolution. Understood. He values his courage highly. Then he begins to pick up a sword. Here, boy, take this with you. The servants are stunned by what they just witnessed. Wait, is that the Black Tiger sword of rank SSR? He unsheathes the sword, which emits a golden aura. Is it really the SSR rank Black Tiger's sword? Even his hand trembles with nervousness. Yes, boy. Now come over here and take this. I have another gift to give you. The elders present are stunned by the situation. Then Junsu approaches Kyujigam, who places something in his hand. We see a flash drive. It contains the Tiger King's secret technique. The Tiger King with the sword. From what he's heard, the sword you use, the one that shatters mountains, is known for symbolizing dominion. The Tiger King's swordsmanship is similar. As dominance and speed blend together in perfect harmony, it will suit you well. Thank you, Commander of the Army Corps. But why would Kyujigam give such great gifts to someone like Junsu, a complete stranger? He's not going to refuse them, of course, he's not insane. But still, it's a heavy burden. Answering the child's question, he saw both passion and talent in him. His eyes lit up as he spoke about the ambition to follow his own path. If he reaches level 9 within 10 years, no, even if he reaches at least level 8 within that time, the Eastern Army will be his. And he will be free to lead it however he wants. Everyone is shocked by his controversial statement. One of the elders stands up, showing clear outrage at the announcement. Commander of the Army Corps, this is utter nonsense. That was nothing but an empty bluff. Then he turns his attention to the other elders. You all listen closely as well. The moment anyone here reaches level 8, that person will take his position. That damn Tiger King, he can't be allowed to act like this. 10 years. He can follow his own path during that time, but if he fails to reach level 8, he will have to return the Black Tiger's sword. Gripping the sword tightly, he makes a promise. That's fine, he'll remember it well. Kneeling down, he makes his declaration. He promises to show results within 10 years. No, in just 5 years he will bring results. He has no real interest in succeeding the Eastern Army, but it doesn't hurt to have another option. Besides, turning down a favor isn't exactly polite. He says this while hiding a sly smile. Oh yeah. The next day he is at the Hunter Association's tower. Now they should be calling him the owner of the Black Tiger's sword. By the way, why did he refuse to become his disciple? Because his dream is to be independent and free. But of course there is a hidden reason behind it. To collect all 3 high-level swordsmanship techniques, he cannot afford to be tied to just one place. Since he met Beck Soren by chance, he is simply waiting for her to awaken the Sword of Mars technique. But he still hasn't met Jeanette and Carly. Junsu sits in thought, quietly sipping tea. He is definitely different from the others. Without him, our association would be in danger, Hunter Kim. So, he had something he wanted to ask. The former director, now President Kong, grabs Kim's hand and asks enthusiastically. Since he refused the position of association president, then how about becoming an honorary director? Wait, what does he mean, an honorary director? Kim is caught off guard by the sudden proposal. He only needs to attend the quarterly meetings, and we promise to provide him with all kinds of social benefits. He needs some time to think it over. Our protagonist likes to play hard to get. Basically, it's a dream job where he doesn't even have to work to get paid. Of course, the president argued that this still wasn't enough, so he prepared a few more things, a special gift. Junsu becomes curious, looking like a child faced with a new present. What could it be? Then inside the box we see 2 weapons adorned with golden details. One is a shotgun and the other looks like an automatic rifle. Dear God, is it really what he's thinking? Then with a sharp gaze the president announces the name of the weapons. They are known as the weapons of Daesun. Holy shit, so those really are Daesun's weapons inside the box. And the weapon crafted by Chong Yagyeong, the Mountain of Tea, who worked as an arcane engineer in the game. These are known as the best weapons ever made in the game. He's going to give him both pieces that our association owns, its treasures. How about that? Maybe it's a good time to start collecting the rest of the set. They say that if you collect all 5, you'll be able to find Daesun's magical tome. But of course he already knew that story, after all he was a game addict. It's a relic that unlocks the high-class traits needed for building the gunslinger class. He'll have to gather a few more when he gets the chance. So, would he like to sign the contract now, Director Kim? We can see that the current president is excellent at marketing and negotiation. Yes. He is looking forward to working with you, Director Kong. No, President Kong. Then the two share a firm handshake, symbolizing their commitment to the agreement made today. He absolutely loves this president. The first rewards have already begun. Back at his house, we see sparks flying. More precisely, golden lightning bolts. We see Kim training with his newly acquired sword. The four sword forms of the Tiger King. The Tiger King's advance. He charges swiftly at enemies as if using the rush trait. The Tiger King's fierce strike. A slashing attack in the shape of a crescent moon. The Tiger King's double slash. A dual strike performed simultaneously. And of course the final move. He stands still, channeling all his power while holding the sword. The essence of the Tiger King's swordsmanship lies in mana control. When executed with the proper movements, the sword's aura is unleashed. Then he opens his eyes, we see the moon reflected on the blade and we get a glimpse of what this technique, when fully mastered, could truly accomplish. The Tiger King's elevated sky, a technique powerful enough to slice even a star like the sun or the moon. We see an ancient master demonstrating that it's possible. And at the same time, we witness the raw devastation unleashed by Warrior Kim. He's still far from being able to cut a star. But judging by the damage done to the reinforced wall and the short amount of time he spent refining the new sword, we can already see its firepower. However, it seems he'll need to train much more to master it completely. He's only able to draw out this level of sword aura thanks to that item. Even so, with a smile on his face, he's gained 2 new traits, so the training was worth it. The system announces the 2 new traits, Quick Draw and Moonslash. Soon he will unlock the Sword Specialist trait. Only 2 more traits to go. He wishes he could obtain them right now, but he's taking a break today. It's time to enjoy life. We see him calmly sipping tea on the balcony of his house, completely relaxed. But of course he wasn't going to stay at peace for long. Something catches his attention. What is that? He thought he would finally be able to rest. Then he sees a car parked in front of his house, with a wounded man lying on the ground. Warrior Kim, please help. No, actually, save his younger brother. Wait, that's Iron Fist Kim? What the hell happened to him? Later that same day at night, the two of them are on the rooftop of a hotel. So his subordinates betrayed him because he opposed the idea of the business? They were running a human trafficking operation without Iron Fist's knowledge. He punished the instigators, and they betrayed him for it. We see his metal arm torn off, and his face and body covered in injuries. You know, this probably isn't everything. What? Then he equips a few espionage traits. Detection. Intuition. Incite. His gaze changes completely, becoming far more serious as he analyzes the building that used to be Iron Fist's headquarters. Iron Fist Kim was betrayed in the game's storyline, but he thought it ended when the human hunter was killed. Even though Iron Fist Kim has already been mostly neutralized, there are still many armed individuals standing guard. Right, that means they're looking for Warrior Kim. After all, he's the one who killed the human hunter when a bounty was placed on his head. The other 2 brothers, the bomber and the demolition specialist, are probably involved in this. He's going to enter through the main entrance. In the meantime, the others should find his younger brother. The main entrance? Is he insane? He's sure there will be traps there. Why would he? Just trust him. After all, he's a level 4 superhuman now. You know how it is. Then, in great style, he begins reloading the weapons he received from the president. The bullets float through the air as if charged with mana and electric currents. Not to mention he's armed with top-tier weapons. Then the door opens and Kim enters carrying the automatic weapon. It even looks like an AK-47. That idiot really went in through the main entrance, huh? We see several guards waiting for Kim, armed with pistols fitted with silencers and armored shields. They look like a SWAT team. So this is him, right? The man who betrayed Iron Fist Kim. He didn't betray him. He opposed the business plan meant for the organization. But still, human trafficking is a bit too much. Don't you think? Then he draws his weapon. What are you doing? The guard laughs. This is a bulletproof shield. Go ahead, shoot me. He doubts Kim has that kind of audacity. Unfortunately, it's the worst mistake that random guy has ever made in his life. Alright, since he asked for it himself. With a huge smile on his face, mana channels at the tip of the weapon. He finally fires a shot that easily pierces the shield, hitting the enemy directly. How did he penetrate the bulletproof shield with a single shot? Because the weapon he's using, is the superpowered weapon that surpasses all defensive abilities, the Daisen weapon. Why are you just standing there? Shoot him and kill him now. Then a gunfight begins straight out of an action movie. As he runs and dodges bullets, he modifies the weapon's mechanism, extending its magazine. The first weapon he received from the Hunters Association was the Daisen shotgun. The skill this weapon possesses is devastating. It's a powerful trait that shreds and pushes back everything the bullet touches. We see multiple shots fired at once, hitting the entire front line of enemies. He keeps running while using his mana shield to deflect attacks. He equips 6 traits for this combat. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana heart, mana shield, gun shooting, incite, rapid reloading. And if he adds more traits that have synergy with these, we see him reloading the weapon with incredible speed as he rushes toward the enemies. He could obtain the final piece needed to complete the gunslinger build. With a single shot, he hits several enemies at once again. He gains a new trait, Spitfire. Then he quickly switches to new traits, shooting technique, gun shooting, rapid reloading, Spitfire, snipe. Now he's going to take down all these guys and uncover the true culprits behind everything. Post-credit scenes. We see a funny image of Iron Fist Kim smoking a cigar, and in the background Warrior Kim sucking on a lollipop. Until the next chapter. If you watched all the way to the end, leave a comment and subscribe to the channel as well as like the video. Then he starts gunning down all the guards who try to shield themselves behind ballistic shields. However, they don't work. At least not against those special bullets which completely bypass all forms of defense. One by one they begin to fall to the ground. They look just like the zombies from Resident Evil 4 when they're hit by a submachine gun. If you got that reference, leave a comment on the video. When the storm of bullets finally ends, only one soldier is left alive. It's the same one who, at the beginning of the invasion, was confident and laughing, thinking that Warrior Kim was a fool for entering through the front. What the hell? How did he manage to pull all of this off on his own? This guy is literally a one-man army. There's no way he came up with this entire plan by himself. Where are the others? As he interrogates the last remaining soldier, a phone on the ground begins to ring. Kikik, very well done, Warrior Kim, for getting past those worthless soldiers. Alright then, Warrior Kim, let him give you a little farewell gift. Wait, what does he mean, a gift? Suddenly, he hears a deafening sound coming from above. No way, that can't be. We see a massive explosion heading straight toward him. The noise he heard was the bombs detonating inside the building he had just invaded. The building is shown in ruins. Columns shattered by the force of the blast, chunks of concrete falling from the sky. Pieces of metal torn in half and collapsing. Anyone left inside wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. However, that's not the case for Warrior Kim. By using the trait known as dash, he managed to run fast enough and leap through a window, narrowly escaping being consumed by the flames or crushed by the building's debris. We get a clearer view of the building's condition. These lunatics. They used the entire structure as a trap. He's going to have to teach them a lesson. He activates the trait, trace, to locate the two brothers. We then see a red line extend from the protagonist's hand and spread across the floor, moving as if it had a life of its own, something that wouldn't stop until it had tracked down whoever he was looking for. Eventually, it reaches a new building, stopping on the 25th floor. So that's the way then. They can try to hide all they want. With his traits, he can find people like them with his eyes closed. However, before he even finishes that thought, he's suddenly caught off guard by a ballistic missile flying straight at him, which he narrowly manages to dodge. A massive explosion erupts behind him, showing that the brothers aren't playing around, they're actually trying to kill Kim. Alright then, so that's how they want to play, huh? Fine. He's going to settle this long-standing feud once and for all today. We then see Kim equipped with a powerful sniper rifle, one from the Daisen collection. A beautiful sniper with electric blue lines running along its frame, giving it the appearance of being charged with energy. He then activates the 6 core traits of a sniper. Gunner. Sniper. Focus. Insight. Intuition. Alright, let's see what these bastards are up to. He brings his eye to the scope and begins aiming. The visual effect makes it feel like he's inside a first-person shooter game. In fact, it almost looks like he's using wall hack, that infamous cheat that lets players see through walls. A glowing purple line marks the direction of the enemies. Alright, target acquired. Time to eliminate. He begins to channel the shot with mana swirling around it. A beautiful effect forms around the weapon. Fire. As the brothers attempt to escape, one of them takes a perfectly guided headshot straight to the skull. If he ever pursued a career as a professional FPS player, he'd definitely make it big. Hey, what the hell just happened, brother? We hit ourselves intentionally between the buildings, so how? You'd better find a good place to hide. Because the shots he's firing now can't be blocked by walls. That's because these are special bullets that pierce the tangible to strike the intangible. Then we see another shot fired in their direction. They're known as soul bullets. The bullet flies straight between the buildings and hits the second brother directly in the head, making it a double kill. Warrior is the MVP. He didn't finish them off completely because these bullets strike the soul instead of the physical body. But that's even better, because others will take care of the rest. He then grabs the brothers and throws them to the ground like gifts, dropping them in front of Iron Fist Kim. As he assesses the situation, he hears someone calling out, "Brother. Everyone's alive and well. We've been protecting your younger brother, boss." You have no idea how worried he was. Worried both for his brother and for the rest of the team who had been taken hostage. Wait, where are the other members? All the captured members escaped safely. They're currently hunting down the traitors. What are you going to do now? We'll have to start erasing all traces of the human trafficking operation. But of course, before that, he's going to punish those who dared to mess with our organization. Iron Fist Kim is taking longer than he expected. Finally, the wait is over. Warrior Kim, please listen to what he has to say. He then bows deeply before the protagonist. What happened? Tell me everything that happened. Please, he begs. Teach him how he can become as strong as Junsu. He's learned from this incident that he needs to become stronger to protect his people. And that right now he doesn't have the strength to do that. If you teach him how to become stronger, he will serve as your slave. So please. How annoying. If he's that grateful, then give him a reward that's actually useful. He doesn't want him as a slave. But still, he starts analyzing Iron Fist's body. Maybe with that method, Kim can definitely turn him into a stronger enhanced soldier. They can even perform a magical oath right away. He'll swear his loyalty. Wait, he's seriously willing to take a magical oath? Yes, of course he is. Alright then. He's going to train him like he's going to die starting tomorrow. Thank you. He swears he'll serve him well, sir. Maybe it's finally time for him to have a loyal subordinate. The next day, we see an abandoned area with several destroyed buildings surrounding it. Warrior Kim and Iron Fist are walking through the deserted place. Wait a minute, wasn't this place? Yes, this is where the body modification facility is located, the one we took from the Caretakers Association. That's right. And it's probably the place where those traitors continued their human trafficking operation. Wait, this place? He told those guys to use this facility only for enhancement purposes. Wait then. He finally realizes the reason they're here. You brought him here to modify his body? Yes. This place is the best for enhancing a reinforced superhuman soldier. Today he will undergo a biological mutation and have prosthetics implanted at the same time. At the same time? But isn't that dangerous? Many people suffered mana overload attempting that. Don't worry. You just need to make sure the combination of the mutation factors and the prosthetic components is correct. We see a massive metal door like the entrance to a secret hideout once controlled by the former organization that ruled this territory. Inside we see Warrior Kim working at a computer, programming the correct combination of mutation factors and prosthetic components. Meanwhile, Iron Fist is inside a green capsule. There are fewer ingredients than he expected. But it should be enough for a level 3 superhuman. Maybe those bastard soldiers of his stole some of the ingredients. The process of creating reinforced soldiers requires a method that is both standardized and unorthodox. Mutation factor plus prosthetic component. Just so he knows, this is going to hurt like hell. It's fine. He's ready. Let's do it. Alright then. Time to get this party started. He clicks the mouse. The capsule begins to emit a strong green radiation, lighting up the entire room. We see his body fully exposed to the blast. Then, looking inside the capsule, we see a high-speed spinning blade. He stares at it in fear, trying to imagine what's about to happen. Then, more blades appear and start slicing through his entire body, especially his mechanical arm, from which metal fragments go flying inside the capsule. He screams in pain. After all, his whole body is being torn apart. Iron Fist Kim from Arcane Soul. His combat style relies on a prosthetic arm used as a melee weapon and a submachine gun for mid-range attacks, making him a versatile attacker. So, instead of choosing materials specialized for either short or long-range combat, he chose the trait of versatility, keeping open the possibility of transformation. And finally, if he manages to incorporate this mana core, then he inserts it into the machine, causing the green liquid to flow into a syringe, which is injected directly into his neck. Iron Fist begins to undergo a mutation. His entire body starts to bulge with glowing green veins, his eyes shine intensely, and he screams in agony with a deafening roar. It almost looks like he's turning into the Hulk. The protagonist looks a bit uneasy at the start of the transformation, but then a sly smile creeps across his face, as if everything he had planned was going perfectly. A huge success. He starts laughing like a mad scientist. We see the capsule slowly opening with thick steam pouring out. And then Iron Fist Kim. We see the foot of a beast. We see a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth. So, how does it feel to be reborn? He has transformed into a werewolf, the first one to appear in the story of the manhwa. So this is what it feels like to be reborn. Werewolf mutation factor. The mana absorption through the prosthetic allows for the mutation, which is a necessary step for the rapid growth of an enhanced soldier. If he starts to recover, he shouldn't have any trouble reaching the intended goal. My God. Thank you so much, sir. What should the Iron Fist gang do from now on? How about you start expanding your influence throughout the entire Guanacu district? He needs a gang to maintain public order and keep an eye on dangerous and violent gangs. Throughout the whole Guanacu region, he says? With this kind of power, it might be possible. Then suddenly, Iron Fist's henchmen appear. Boss, please take a look at this. Guys, what happened? Wait, that voice, is that really the boss? But what the hell happened to his body? He enhanced himself by modifying his own body. By the way, what brings you all here? Alright. We found human trafficking sites that the traitor Ko Jumbum used. We also discovered traces of biological experiments. What? He said to destroy them as soon as they were found. But, it's really hard to get close because there's a young witch shooting lasers. A young witch? A young witch who underwent a biological experiment? Wait, could it be her? Then they rush over to an abandoned building. The walls are being blasted apart by lasers, or at least by bursts of something powerful. Look over there. Inside that cage. From a distance, they can see a female figure locked up, with the ground around her completely destroyed. Is all this the work of that witch? The entire building might collapse if they don't hurry. As expected, with so much power there's no mistaking it. Inside that cage is one of the 3 most powerful warrior units in the entire game. Rank SSR. A heroine named Jeanette. If Beck Soren has the heaven-slaying star, then Jeanette possesses the natural-born energy. That's exactly what allowed her to rise to the rank of one of the top 3 warrior units. But the fact that she's using such a precious ability non-stop means she's currently fighting to stay alive because her mana is almost completely drained. She's instinctively using her power to protect herself. She keeps launching a relentless barrage of arrows made of pure energy toward the protagonist and Iron Fist. The wolf barely dodges her attack. Damn it. At this rate, they won't even be able to get close to her. Then Kim starts sprinting toward her, weaving through the beams of light. The beams suddenly focus all on him, and a massive explosion erupts, with thick smoke hitting the protagonist dead on. Iron Fist shouts out in worry, asking if he's alright, even though after an attack like that, it clearly doesn't look good. Then we briefly see the girl inside the cage and suddenly the traits start activating. Giant S strength. Diamond body. Immortal. Strength. Super strength. Sturdy. He transformed and modified his body to withstand the impact and, with sheer brute force, broke open the cell where the girl was trapped. Damn it, this hurts more than he expected. Then all of a sudden she starts conjuring an energy beam at point-blank range, which hits Kim directly, causing a massive explosion that leaves even Iron Fist panicking about what just happened. Holy shit, is he okay? All they can see is thick smoke rising, unable to make out what's underneath it. But then a mana potion is quickly used, leaving the werewolf stunned. Like he almost died burned alive. They see him carrying the girl in his arms, completely wounded, while she rests quietly against him. Sir, are you alright? Sure. He calmed her down with a potion for now. They need to get out of there before the effect wears off. Should he order his men to take her to a hospital? No, he will take her to his own house. He will take responsibility for healing this child himself. Then later that same day at sunset, Beck Soren appears in front of her master's house. Ah, so she's already at level 3? Congratulations. Haha, she knew he would notice, thank you so much. By the way, what kind of training did you want to do to call me over to your house? The situation is a bit uncertain, but his second disciple candidate is a bit unwell at the moment. They see her sleeping on the armchair hooked up to an 4 drip. My God, what did this child go through? She still can't even control her power properly, but he plans to make her his disciple and awaken her true talent. And he thought that you as a senior could help her a bit. Can you take good care of her? If that's what being a senior means, of course. She will do anything. A few days later, they can be seen deflecting the beams of light with their swords, while the girl remains seated in the chair, completely unconscious. Master, how much longer do we have to keep dodging these things? Soren is showing clear signs of exhaustion. It's been an entire week of non-stop dodging and blocking all these attacks. Kim receives a notification from the system. You have obtained a trait. Deflect. Her mana should be fully replenished by now. She will regain consciousness soon, so hang in there. Suddenly the attacks stop. Energy begins to float and swirl around her body. Then she finally wakes up. With a weak look in her eyes, her face very thin, still confused about what's happening. What's going on? Where is she? Hello, so she's finally awake. Soren grabs her hand. She was so worried that you would never wake up. Is she hurt anywhere? No, she thinks so, but where is this place? And why is she here? It's because that man over there rescued you. He also helped you recover. She says thank you very much, bowing deeply to them. They saved her. Her name is Jeanette. You're welcome. It's good to see you're alright. By the way, how did you end up trapped in that place? Now that she's regained consciousness, she looks like an angel, haha. He was getting tired of the laser beams. Her parents died while fleeing from the Iliang magic tower. She was captured and then... My god. Just as expected. It's exactly like the game story. Jeanette, you are more than welcome to stay here if you have nowhere else to go. Actually, he would like to accept you as his disciple. Wait, her. Why her? Yes, so that she can avenge her parents' deaths. He will teach her to become a superhuman. But she has nothing to offer in return. It's all right. She can repay him when she's strong enough in the future. She gets emotional at Warrior Kim's words, fire burning in her eyes, and Soren finds her so adorable. Okay then, make her into a superhuman, please. And she promises she will repay him in the future. Alright, then he looks forward to working with her. Alright, it's a deal. Welcome, Jeanette. She is an extremely precious talent who will teach him one of the 3 most powerful swordsmanship skills in the game. Then all of a sudden she releases a massive burst of pure energy right at Kim, which barely misses hitting him square in the face, leaving his pants soaked in crap. Sorry. She didn't mean to do that, it was involuntary. Soren tries to calm her down. It's okay, no one got hurt or injured, just relax. Kim is left stunned and shaken by what just happened, since he could have been seriously hurt. Jeanette, let's start by practicing your mana control first, alright? Okay, he thought she had already entered her rebellious phase. My god. Jeanette, the name of your trait is natural energy. Do you know what energy means? Do you understand what energy means here? No. Oh, she does know. It's like the aura of a sword, right? Yes. This trait is similar to Soren's heaven-slaying star trait. However, you need to train your body to handle the power of the aura you wield. Because with a small vessel, the water will inevitably overflow. Although this trait gives you terrifying attack power, Jeanette is a tank. So it's important to focus on this first. You really think she can build up physical strength? Of course. He's going to teach you one of his own traits, Diamond Body. And it'll be even better if you can learn Mana Soul as well. He's going to use this chance to test the transmission system. She will help too, so don't worry. Thank you. Thank you, Senior. So cute. This will be the system he'll use in the future to learn swordsmanship skills from Beck, Soren, and Jeanette. He should start practicing right now. The Diamond Body trait hardens the user's body and mind at the same time. That's probably exactly what Jeanette, who has endured so much physical and mental damage, needs the most right now, isn't it? Eat as much as you can. The training will be tough, so eat plenty. Alright. They can be seen devouring a lot of food together. Eggs, salads, chicken, pork. A whole feast has been served. It's hard to believe that at the beginning of the manhwa, Kim was so poor he couldn't even afford medical expenses. She will need all this for her training. 2 weeks later, on a foggy night, we see Jeanette and Soren dueling, the classic 1 versus 1. Leona versus Fiora. Anyone who plays League of Legends will get the reference. Jeanette is playing defensively but tries to counterattack. Soren dodges gracefully, showing off her well-trained physique as she evades and tries to counter Jeanette's moves. To think they would reach this level in just 2 weeks. Both are truly natural talents. Beck, Soren has already mastered the sword skill. You can stop now. You will take over from here. Pardon? You master? Now that her body is strong enough, she needs to train to control her mana with more precision. Yes. This is crucial, so try to block his attack. Both get ready, he's wielding the tiger sword he received. Using a legendary sword against a poor little girl. Then he charges straight at her. She raises her shield to defend herself. Even though she blocked it, she feels the strong impact and gets pushed back a bit. Kim starts delivering a series of quick strikes, forcing her to retreat even more and focus entirely on defense. She starts blocking his strikes more precisely, even using her natural-born energy to her advantage. You can sense it now. Her refined movements give off a solid presence. Her natural-born energy. Natural-born energy. Diamond body. Shield technique. Mana soul. And Jeanette's mana circuit. He then puts more power into a heavy sword strike and can feel her form clearly. Now he's the one who has to step back from the impact of her shield. Finally he lets out a laugh. She's controlling her trait with precision now. Cesar Jeanette has finally awakened. Soren congratulates her. She finally managed to awaken, such happiness, while hugging her almost like she were her own daughter. A daughter of Kim and Soren in a way. Then he congratulates her too. Good job. Congratulations on awakening. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to the two of you. An SSR rank really is on another level. To think she would reach level 3 as soon as she woke up. Good girl. Well, considering the others, maybe she shouldn't be so surprised. After all, I'm the only one still low-ranked. She can't let her junior surpass her. She's going back to training. Wait for me. Great. Make sure to grow fast and master the art of the sword. That way I can learn from both of you. He's literally planting the seeds now so he can reap the fruits later, and maybe in more ways than one. Alright, he can't afford to fall behind either. Before his two disciples' personal missions begin, he'd better take care of a few things. We see on his phone screen a plane ticket that he bought. There's a beautiful view of the airplane flying over a large remote island surrounded by the sea. There are various buildings on it and one of them stands out, releasing green winds almost like forming a cyclone. Finally he feels that he's truly abroad. This is the city where the Divine Annihilation War took place, a hen. Beneath that hollow structure of the building, which emits a strong green light, lies the extra-dimensional space known as the Great Labyrinth. It's a troublesome place where ghosts of forgotten gods constantly launch attacks. But there's no need to worry because the most powerful organization of humanity, the Guardians League, protects a hen. The true reason he came to a hen is right here. Diana Bar. Because here he can inherit the Einherjar cultivation technique from this place. Then he walks into the bar and sees the receptionist with two horns looking startled. First time here? Looking for a specific drink? We get a better look at her, an older woman with two horns and a cigarette in her hand. He's not here to drink. He's here to get some information. Information, he says? What is he looking for? He's looking for a man named Sigmund Sigurdsson. He will make sure to pay her very well for the right information. I see. She's afraid that won't be enough. Her husband is currently in very bad shape because of his illness. Now that he thinks about it, he remembers reading something about Sigurd having lost his wife. Madam, if that's the case, he can take a look at your wife? This might end up being much easier than he expected. Then the next day we see a house by the beach with a beautiful view and sand all over the ground. She's going to tell him in advance, but Sigurd will be very sensitive, so please forgive him. He understands. Sorry, Sigmund. A guest asked about your wife's illness. Oh my God, she sees that some guests arrived before them. There's a woman lying in bed while, at the same time, a priest and a nun are using healing abilities. The archbishops are going to heal her, it seems. Maybe they should leave them alone for now. However, Kim grabs his hand. What are you doing? Let go of her. We're in the middle of treatment. The order of Tho and Gaia. The clergy's method of treatment is too obvious. What you're doing doesn't make any sense. The holy light will only make her wound worse. Sorry, but what the hell is he talking about? And how would you know that? Stop this nonsense and get out of here. He doesn't believe that a mere superhuman would know anything about this. Then he's introduced, Sigmund Sigurdsson. He looks just like a Viking. Sigmund, this guest here says he knows how to treat Jordy's condition. Maybe you should hear him out. Jordy's is in a situation where every second counts. She should be receiving holy light, not this nonsense. Then her body starts levitating as if she's being possessed by a demon. Jordy's. No, let's resume the treatment. This can't go on like this, it will only lead to disaster. Then the nun starts using holy magic again. However, the woman just levitates even higher, leaving everyone terrified. Jordy's? Her eyes open, and a dark aura begins to emanate from her body as she screams in pain. What's happening to her? Resume the treatment immediately. It's too late. We can't stop this anymore with just light. What? Are you saying she has no treatment left? He starts to panic. But Kim answers him. No, she still does. Your wife's illness comes from the fact that she received the stigma of the demon god of the pitch black Simris, right? How do you know that? Do you really know how to cure her? Yes, he's been telling the truth since the moment he stepped into this room. Then he kneels down and begs, he pleads, please save her. If he saves his wife, he swears in his own name that he will do anything Kim wants. And with that familiar sly smile, Kim accepts. Alright, he will save his wife. But he will have to keep his promise to do anything. Kim then begins the treatment, equipping 6 traits. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana soul, mana amplification, focus, mana focus, and mana stabilization. Then he starts the treatment. Stigma. It's a disease contracted from the demons of the labyrinth. It's one of the worst debuffs where a decaying deity marks the soul. The demon's soul gradually drains the victim's life force. Her convulsions stop. He just put her to sleep with his mana. Do not wake her up. Sir, we brought the materials you requested. Great. Let's start immediately. Then we see the entire room in darkness with candles lit and a mark drawn in blood. It looks like a satanic ritual. He begins creating potions using his best traits for this purpose. Formulation, crafting, modification, intuition, insight, and focus. We lit all the candles, sir. Are you sure we can cure her with this treatment? It's more of a hope that she can overcome the disease than an actual cure. This debuff can't be easily removed even in the game. Because the more healing you apply, the more vitality this thing gains. You'd basically be trolling if you did that. Therefore, to overcome the stigma, he forces her to drink the potion he made, and after that, she starts vomiting blood and something begins to come out of her mouth. You have to draw out the hidden sprout that's causing this debuff. Black flames start pouring out of her body, and the symbol drawn under the bed begins to glow too. She starts levitating again and little by little she begins to transform. 2 horns start growing on her head. Bat wings begin to appear on her body. Why is Jordy's turning into a demon? Are you sure this is the right treatment? Yes, he is. It's going very well. And while holding a cross in a hand blessed with holy water, he says, because demons must be punished personally. Then he punches her right in the stomach with the cross. Begone, demon. Our protagonist, besides having the ability to possess countless traits, has now turned into a priest. A strong light begins to fill the room, all the black light drains out of her body, leaving only a golden glow. She finally falls back onto the bed. Darling, are you alright? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sigmund? What happened? Why is he crying? Darling, you had been asleep for almost a year. Of course he was sad. You really would have died if it hadn't been for him. Now it's your turn, archbishops. He leaves the rest of the treatment in their hands. After all the commotion, Sigmund thanks Mr. Kim. By the way, what brought you here all the way from Korea? To meet you, of course. Me? You said you would do anything, right? He needs you to teach him the Sigurd cultivation technique. Sigmund's ancestor is Sigurd, the most famous mortal hero in Norse mythology. The Sigurd cultivation technique, passed down through his bloodline for generations, is a superior trait of the Einherjar cultivation technique. They sit down and Sigmund begins gathering energy and places his hand on Kim's back. He starts transferring the Sigurd cultivation technique. Every cell in Kim's body starts awakening. His mana attribute is changing, stronger, more resilient, more durable. His heart is undergoing a transformation infused with mana and the new technique. Then a new system notification appears. Sigurd cultivation technique. You have obtained a trait. His total mana just increased by 30% or more. With this growth, he shouldn't have any problem learning more sword techniques. Then they are interrupted by the priest and the nun. Sigmund, we've finished Jordy's treatment. She should fully recover at any moment now. Really? Thank you so much. You truly are incredible for curing the stigma. By any chance, do you know how to treat other stigmata as well? Well, actually, he does know a few methods. Really? Could you please teach us how to help our patients overcome their stigmata? We'll pay the proper price, of course. They really want to learn what Kim did. Maybe he can use this chance to become more familiar with the 2 orders. But of course he's going to teach you. Both of your orders and the Guardians League work so hard to keep the Great Labyrinth under control, right? Oh my god, is he really going to help us? Even though the game only gives 2 options, he knows a different path, He absolutely cannot accept any payment from you too. He's going to teach you the methods for free. He says it with an angelic face. You truly are the esteemed saint of this era. Where is he? All I can see is light. He's too radiant. Are the 2 orders really going to get this information for free? Of course not. You really are an angel. How generous of you. Because this is the beginning of a hidden quest. Now his usual devilish face returns, always taking advantage of others. Then, when night finally falls, the villagers begin to celebrate in the village. A toast to Lord Kim. They start drinking from large wooden barrels, the kind that resemble those used by the Vikings. Lord Kim. He's now the hero of our village. Drink it all. Down to the last drop. Ah. Their faces are already red from drinking so much. Kim says he'll drink within his limits. Oh really? Our hero isn't as strong with alcohol as he looks, huh? Dear, you can still drink more, can't you? Oh ho ho, of course. Then they raise their mugs full of beer once more, making a toast to life. Just how much do these people drink, anyway? Meanwhile, he is passing out from exhaustion after working so much. Then we see a flashback to 1 week earlier. Kim is in an auditorium with several priests, nuns and members of the church. A man is chained up around the torso, possibly suffering from the same illness as Jordy's. The foundation is demonic blood, but the method changes depending on which demon granted the soul mark. He spread the method to overcome it to both orders and to the League of Guardians, and began traveling to save warriors who were suffering from demonic stigmas. So, at the very moment the mark takes over the body, he once again exorcises another demon. Driving a stake into the body can expel the demon possessing it. Wah. Long live the superhuman. He performed a miracle. He changed Akin's fate just like that, so I guess the grand festival makes sense. But what he really needs now is rest. A good rest and a vacation. Phew, he barely made it through. The Nordics really do know how to party. Ichem? Ah, superhuman, there you are. He was worried he wouldn't get the chance to thank you. Then we are finally introduced to who that man is. Director of the League of Guardians. A director. He came rushing over as soon as he recovered. Do you have a moment now? Ah, he's a bit tired at the moment. He thinks it's better if they talk later. Ah, what a shame. Our league president really wanted to meet you at least once. If he's not available, there's nothing we can do. He'll explain everything properly to the president. No. Suddenly, all his exhaustion vanishes. Please show the way immediately. If it's the president of the League of Guardians, he knows who that is. The youngest disciple of the heavenly demon. The Blood King SSR. It's an honor to meet you. He is Warrior Kim. Nice to meet you. He is Chinwei, president of the League of Guardians. Blood King / Chinwei. The president who protects the labyrinth and the dedication of the League of Guardians, he knows it well. Thank you for your words. It's simple, but please have a seat. They said you spread the cure for the soul mark in Akin? He's truly impressive, just as they had heard. Does he know Warrior Kim? In this world, there's no information that doesn't reach the League of Guardians. He heard you were called a rising star of Korea. Would you consider becoming his disciple? What? What do you mean by that? You happen to resemble his master quite a lot in temperament. Like someone with a vision that sees beyond. You mean, the heavenly demon? Yes, the heavenly demon. The greatest martial artist of all time, his skills reached the heavens. Although he has been in closed-door training and hasn't been seen for over a decade. The disciples of the heavenly demon, Divine Lord, Demon Marquis, Blood King. All of them are SSR rank in level 8, but the heavenly demon is on an entirely different level, level 0. And the reason for that is the heavenly demon's divine art. It is the ultimate technique of offense and defense, a cultivation art of mana, and even a movement technique, because it embodies the most powerful martial art in the world. Although the heavenly demon's divine art was passed down to his senior disciple, which is a shame, his own blood heaven divine fist art is still not something to be underestimated. Anyone who seeks power would never regret it. Unbelievable. The blood heaven divine fist art is level 1 among martial arts. This is a golden opportunity. But he thanks him for the offer, but fears he cannot follow him, President. What? Is he saying that he's not good enough as a master? Not at all. It's just that he already turned down an offer to become someone else's disciple. Then he shows the tiger sword he received. The silent sword. It seems he met Master Gu Gijium. He cannot do something that would dishonor him. After all, he is a historical figure of Korea. If you think about it, the blood heaven divine fist art is on the same level as the silent sword's invincible style. So it's not exactly irreplaceable. TSK. Just when he thought he had found a promising disciple, that old man ruined everything, completely messed it up. So he supposes he has no other choice either. This is a sign of the respect he has for you. Wait, isn't that the heavenly demon's medallion? Hold on, is he giving me this rare item? Only our master and fellow martial brothers are allowed to use it. You should treasure it. Thank you. But in truth, the reason he gave it is obvious. It means, if you ever change your mind, come find me. It's probably something similar to why the Legion commander gave me a sword. Amen. With 2 big shots showing interest in me, it's kind of overwhelming. Ichem? Why is he suddenly trembling? He's just moved by the president's gift. You will treasure it. Take care. Very well. I hope we meet again as master and disciple. Well then. Time to go claim that hard-earned mission reward. The next day in a massive building. We see the priest and the nun speaking with Kim. Transcendent One, we've prepared a modest gift for you. Here, please open it. You really didn't have to go through the trouble? You didn't do any of this expecting thanks. Good heavens. To think that someone this humble still exists. No wonder they call you the saint of our era. But eternal grace deserves an expression of gratitude worthy of it, and what is worldly also deserves its own form of appreciation, don't you agree? Please accept it. Grazie. That's exactly what he was saying. He opens the chest, which shines brightly. Inside we see nothing less than a massive axe, the same one from Thor in the Avengers movie. This is a gift from the Order of Thor, Mjolnir. If he doesn't recognize Thor's hammer, he must be a spy. Just like a sacred sword, it is especially powerful against dark-type monsters. It's an SSR-grade weapon that unleashes even greater power. Please take a look as well at the gift from our Order of Gaia. It's a shield, of course, Athena's Aegis. An invincible shield that can freely shape magical force fields. Did you like it, Transcendent? You're really giving me all these over-the-top gifts? It would be a bit disappointing to stop here. Of course there's more. Come on, hand it over already. He's already getting dizzy. 10 bottles of IAS nectar, 7 diamonds, even the tears of an angel. What's this? Isn't that a demon heart? Exactly. We prepared it to be refined together with the nectar when you consume it. Maybe he should try to get a little more? So, by any chance do you have a flame demon dragon heart? Isn't that something used by fire-type mages? Yes, he can use black flame, so he needs it. The trait of the flame demon dragon is hellfire. If he's going to face the Lord of the Sun Tower, he's going to need it. Oh, understood. We will gladly deliver the heart of the flame demon dragon to you. This is our final gift to you, Transcendent. Wow, thank you so much. Secret mission reward, jackpot. And by direct order of the Pope, he will be named an honorary Holy Knight of the Order of Thor. The same goes for the Order of Gaia. It's only honorary, so there's no pressure. All right. It's important that he becomes stronger, but thank you very much. He will gladly become an honorary Holy Knight. One day, if it's necessary to keep the old father's order in check, he might need the power of those two orders. Back to the present, the party continues. This village festival shows no sign of ending. This is exhausting. Maybe he should head home now. Yang. Ichem? That voice sounds familiar. Priest Kim? What? Why are you here, MMPH? Sho. He's being chased by the order of the old father right now. Let's get out of here first. Quickly. Then we see a red-haired girl with short hair, surrounded by a few guards, searching for Priest Kim. He thinks they're already gone. Thought he was going to die. What happened? I thought you were in Levant. At least he found the treasure vault. Thanks to the golden artifacts inside, he even reached level 5. But he was discovered by the Order of the Father. That place is the origin of the Order after all. Well, considering that Priest Kim's order is a cult not listed in the Divine Extinction Treaty, it's no surprise they're chasing you. Anyway, he's not sure if the trials are supposed to be that cruel. He needs to reach level 7 quickly so that their god can be resurrected. Well, is there anything I can help with? Actually, yes. That's exactly why he was looking for you. Tell me, what is it? Can you take me to the Great Labyrinth? The Great Labyrinth? Yes, all the way to the Fortress of Beginnings on the 10th floor. For Priest Kim's order to be officially recognized, they need to gather more divine power. Using the Great Labyrinth as a place to hide and accumulate power until then. This might actually be perfect? They then head to the Great Labyrinth, a massive gate guarded by 2 sentries. One of them notices Warrior Kim and Priest Kim approaching. Halt right there. State your purpose. Both of them are wearing masks looking like ninjas. He's trying to enter the Great Labyrinth. At this hour? He has his reasons. He covers his face and is treated like a criminal. Well, the Great Labyrinth is often used as a hideout for criminals. It's a lawless zone where the laws of the surface don't apply. Level 4 superhuman confirmed. They may enter freely, but remember, your identities will be checked upon exit. Yes, that's fine. Come to think of it, the suspicion isn't entirely wrong. From a normal point of view, Priest Kim is a cultist criminal, haha. The Great Labyrinth, the seal of the fallen gods. Hey, didn't you say you were famous around here? But earlier you looked like a total nobody. Don't even get me started. If he had been recognized, the news would have spread, and he would have been exposed instantly as well. But it's quieter than he expected. He thought it would be terrifying. So Kim decides to equip his best detection traits. Sixth sense, incite, sensitivity, perky ears, bright eyes, dog nose. There's a smell of sulfur. Sulfur? There are demons hiding up ahead. No, he takes that back. Demons are advancing toward them. One-eyed bats, one-eyed goblins rush toward them at high speed. Priest, bless our weapons. Yes. Perfect timing. He was just wondering how the new weapons would perform. We see Thor's hammer glowing intensely with the priest's buff. SSR-grade weapons with golden blessings. Man, you could just throw them and it would already be a total massacre. He then equips the Thurring trait and wipes out all the demons with a golden lightning strike. As expected, Mjolnir is Mjolnir. It's incredible to think he wiped out all those demons. His blessing was insane too. It felt like it doubled the power. That's what you'd expect from a level 5 priest. Honestly, he was afraid the old cult of the father would follow him all the way here. But once they pass through that gate, they'll be free from the 9th floor so he can finally relax. But Kim begins to stare intently at the door and the priest asks why. What was with that sudden look? He thinks things aren't going to go as planned. They came in a swarm. They're much later than we expected, Savior. An inquisitor from the old cult of the father. How did they find me? No. Thinking about it now, he realizes it was obvious. They followed Priest Kim here. They must have the same tracking trait he has. No wonder they found us so easily no matter how much we ran. This tiresome pursuit finally ends here. And at last, Savior, he'll join our faith. Join your cult? What the hell are you talking about? The saint has blessed us with a divine message. If the Savior joins our cult, he will be treated as her equal. He will offer both his body and soul to the old father. So they're basically declaring without any pretense that they're going to sacrifice me now. Are you insane? Who gave you permission to decide that? No need to worry so much. Because right here, the ascension ritual for you, Savior, is already prepared. So they want to break me, trap me here, and offer me as a sacrifice. Did you throw the Westphalia Treaty into a soup pot or something? You know that doing things your way could cause absolute chaos, right? Someone so well-informed, why act so surprised? This is the great labyrinth, free from the laws of the surface, a place without restrictions. Then holy knights, kill this wicked cultist who deceives people with a false and twisted god, and bring the Savior here. Yeah, this place is beyond the laws of the surface, which means he can also rip their limbs off without consequences. Kyung, do you think we can handle this? There are 2 level 5s and the rest are all level 3 or higher. We can do it. Because he has. Priest Kim, bless me. Yes. All the high-level traits he's gathered and the weapons he's earned. He then throws the blessed grenade toward the enemies, which explodes right in the Inquisitor's face, causing a massive blast boosted by the priest's buffs. What a cheap trick you're trying to pull. These little toys won't even scratch my skin. We see the guards taking position to defend her. Then, suddenly, Kim appears above them with a massive missile launcher. He equips his best traits: gunslinger, shooting, aiming, rapid fire, incite, black flame. He fires multiple missiles at the enemies. It's useless. Old father. Protect your children. Then, in the shape of a cross, lightning strikes down from the sky and forms a powerful magical barrier. It precisely deflects all the missiles. This is the true power of the old father, Savior. Well, up until now it's only been friendly punches. But now the real punch is coming. Then he activates the new trait he acquired, Sigurd's combat method. His hand starts crackling with electricity, and the mana overflowing beyond its limit makes his blood boil. My head, it feels like it's burning, blazing like molten fire. A blue lightning slash cuts through all the enemies. His heightened senses pick up every detail of the world. He finds someone with an opening. Then he draws the tiger sword and strikes. Collapse. Multi-strike. And he slices one of the enemies clean in half, as if cutting through a slab of meat. The formation's been broken. Return to your original positions. Wait, something's wrong? He tore through our weakest line. With eyes surging with energy, the soldiers panic. He's going to wipe us all out before we can regroup. Kim activates the technique, Tiger King Twin Striker. With 2 X-shaped slashes, he annihilates several enemy soldiers. Do not retreat. The great old father watches over us. Sword Shadow Knights form a wall. Where do you think you're going? Tiger King Fierce Blow. He quickly slaughters the soldiers before they can form a new defensive position. Inquisitor. The enemy is advancing. What should we do? Please give us an order. Accept a glorious death. What? Your deaths will please the old father in the divine kingdom. This is his will, you must not avoid it. We can see she's a sadistic bitch who doesn't care about death. A difference in numbers and levels means nothing before the savior. It's utterly overwhelming. Tiger King rising / Meanwhile, he keeps slaughtering the weaker enemies. And she, watching such a display of strength, with that golden aura surrounding him. This is. You're so magnificent, savior. It's an honor to witness the true face of light. So, are you finally thinking of sending out the stronger ones? Yes. She'll send some truly loyal ones your way. There's just one thing you must be extremely careful about. You absolutely must not die, alright? Then the first guard charges straight at Kim, who blocks the attack using the newly acquired shield, Aegis of Athena. However, the warrior suffers internal damage reflected back by the shield. Internal damage caused by a single collision against his shield? Then Kim hurls the enemy into the air, sending him crashing into the wall. The second enemy seizes the opportunity and tries to attack from behind. Kim jumps, dodging the surprise attack, and with all his strength, he strikes with Mjolnir, causing lightning to electrify the enemy. With a sadistic grin, the protagonist asks, "Is that all you've got? You can't even get warmed up with this. How the hell is that our savior? This is impossible. He has to be some kind of demonic apostle. Get lost, demon." Jim? So that one is still alive. Unfortunately for him, stalling isn't part of Kim's style. With a single swift and clean strike, he cuts off the enemy's head. So she's the only one left out of all of them? Do you still have more new power to show? Just as expected from the prophesied savior of our order, we see Kim massive and muscular. He's equipped several traits for this battle: giant strength, mana soul, smashing strike, Tiger King swordsmanship, Sigurd cultivation technique, moonlash. On top of that, he's receiving multiple buffs from Priest Kim. As he prepares for the final blow, he asks, "Are those your last words?" What else does she need to say? All that's left now is to wait for his soul to reach the divine land. Then a massive explosion erupts, and we see the body of that lunatic lying on the ground, along with her guards. Wow, he really took them all down by himself. It was all thanks to his blessings. Nice work. Did you see how she kept talking until the very end? That's why you don't mess with fanatics. Disgusting. It was almost frightening. Anyway, maybe he overdid it a bit. There's nothing left to loot because he destroyed everything. There's still that shield. It's broken too. That's a shame, but thanks to that battle just now, he gained 3 new traits: destruction, massacre, fierce assault. He managed to gather the necessary materials to create a high-level trait, one capable of facing 1,000 foes. In the end, the loot's not bad at all, huh? Finally, we've reached the 10th floor. Congratulations, mission accomplished. He wouldn't have made it this far if it weren't for you, brother. He'd still be stuck in that Qigong therapy. Hey, at least he admits it, It was all you. He didn't really do much, so that's why, here it is, the Heart of Abundance. Heart of Abundance, SSR. Increases all stats. Possess trait, luck. An SSR level artifact. What a great reward. Kim's eyes practically light up. He found it in Levant's treasure vault, the one he told him about. Apparently, it's an extremely valuable artifact and he thought it would suit him well. Thanks, man. You really know how to pick a gift. By the way, where are you headed now? He's gathered a lot of good stuff, so it's time to return to South Korea. To find the final item he needs to reach level 5. So he finally returns to South Korea. He had missed the fresh air of his beloved hometown so much. South Korea, Gangwon-do. He thinks the place was somewhere around here. Maybe he should go deeper. Then, suddenly, a masked man appears behind Kim with a knife to his throat. What brings a stranger all the way out here? We see a skeletal hand. This guy is hiding his body, but he's the skeletal serpent, a character of SR rank. Looks like Kim has found the mutant's hideout. The man said, "What brings you here?" Kim replies that he has business to attend to. This area is restricted. Turn back. Wait, but Kim thought this was the path to Hope Village, wasn't it? How do you know that name? The place he arrived at is the Village of Monsters. However, the mutants call this place Hope Village. Someone who knows the real name of the village? It's like a password he can use to get in, He'll guide you there. Follow me. Thanks. Good thing the one on patrol today is the skeletal serpent, because for a mutant he's actually a pretty flexible guy. So they walk deeper into the forest, where various plants, roses, and beautiful trees are shown. There are even drawings made in archaic styles. As he approaches the village, the other mutants begin to wonder why the hell a human is there. This place is Monster Village. It's where the item he needs to find is located. Then we see massive feet approaching the area. Skeletal serpent, Why did you bring a human to our village? We see that those huge feet belong to a bear wearing clothing and moose antlers. He knew the real name of our village, the skeletal serpent replies. He said he's here to do business with you. But I've never seen him before. What business? Kim becomes slightly nervous in the bear's presence. The challenge is that most mutants, having been ostracized by society, are closed off and hostile. He's here to make a request. A request? Yes, he needs a mutant manticore. Is it really okay to try and get one from them even like this? Before he could finish speaking, the bear attacks him violently. However, he manages to activate his shield just in time. That's what makes them hostile toward humans. If it weren't for those defensive traits, he would have already passed out. Diamond body. Immortal. Sigurd cultivation technique. Mana shield. Practical combat. Protect. Not bad, huh? Great. Now I can feel you being crushed into pieces. I'm going to kill you. Wait. Why are you doing this? He's not here to hunt these people or anything like that. In truth, he knows the reason behind this irrational rage, because mana cores come from a mutant's dead body. Would you sell the body of a family member for a handful of coins, if it were you? The bear then starts using an aura blade to attack Kim. A bear that can use an aura blade? He's really serious. Please calm down. He'll pay the proper price for this request, okay? I already said, I don't need money and I won't accept anything in exchange for selling the dead body of a mutant. No, he's not paying with money. The fastest way to earn their trust is this. The entire area starts glowing intensely. What the hell is this? The bear asks. Kim says he'll pay the bear with this, by filling their empty stomachs. Are you kidding me right now? How is that supposed to help? Don't be like that. Just take a sip. It won't be too late to talk after that. He then begins preparing a cup of instant noodles. By the way, this isn't just some cheap cup of ramen. I don't need that. If you don't leave right now, I'll tear you apart. There's no way a bear can resist that smell, hee. From a menacing expression, his face suddenly turns sweet, drooling from the scent. He's never smelled anything like this before. He heard from a friend that people in Hope Village struggle to get real food. So you've heard something, huh? Go ahead, try it. Don't you want to know why humans love noodles so much? The bear looks tense and conflicted, but in the end he decides to accept. After all, he's the chief of Hope Village. Is to learn more about human culture. That's why he's eating it, not because the smell is irresistible. But we see him savoring the new food with delight. This taste, it's divine. The gods themselves must have made this. That scene of the noodles wrapping around the bear and him drifting away on a tiny boat really resembles something out of the anime/manga Shokugeki no Soma. If any of you subscribers have read or watched it, let us know in the comments. How can something taste this good? Do you have more? It must be really delicious. What? He's prepared lots of other things. Everyone come try some. Not every mutant has senses as highly developed as the bear's, so he added a bit of mana core powder earlier to help with that. Wow, so sweet. Slurp, slurp. Look at that damn bear eating everything by himself. Where's that always serious and responsible chief now? All we see now is just a happy animal enjoying himself, haha. He's a good human. Do you happen to have more of those sweets? Did he just befriend them now? However, the skeleton stood off to the side, simply observing the whole situation, and then he noticed the mana core powder. Wait, is that mana core powder? Can we even eat that? What? Mana core? Shit, he already ate 2 of them. It's understandable that they're cautious. If something goes wrong, a mana core can cause them to go into a berserk state. What the hell are you plotting? But Kim had prepared for that too. If you're that worried, then let's ask your guardian angel. He's talking about the entity with the power of prophecy. The one known as the godmother of the monster village. The tree goddess. The guardian angel of the monster village, the tree goddess. Although the power she possesses is weaker than that of other transcendental beings, she is indeed a divine entity. We see a very ancient tree shaped like a human, almost resembling an old woman. And so, all important decisions are made by her. The bear gathers in front of her along with the other mutants and Kim. Is what this human said really true, Great Mother? Yes. What that child used was level 0 mana core powder, purified by the holy water. He has given you, poor creatures, a great gift of nourishment. The mutant uses some kind of controller, similar to a video game one, to communicate with the tree. Thank the heavens. That means we can eat more. I mean, it won't have any harmful effects on our bodies. The godmother has given her approval. Really? Then we can eat more? Thank you so much for granting us your wisdom, godmother. He kneels down to offer the proper thanks, while the other mutants celebrate. many of them overjoyed to finally eat something good. Then the skeleton approaches Kim. With this, the doubt has been cleared. It seems he made a fuss for nothing. Sorry. It's alright, he understands. There's no need to apologize. Now that the misunderstanding between us has been resolved, how about we have a Korean barbecue party? We see 4 beautiful cuts of meat, even resembling bacon, ready to be cooked. Then he starts grilling the meat and everyone around goes wild. The smell, the look, even the sizzling sound as the meat cooks, everything about it sends the mutants into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Kim is having fun cooking for all of them. The tree begins to laugh, her expression turning joyful. It seems that an honored guest has paid a visit to our Hope Village. As night falls, we see the bear completely drunk. Isn't this a crime? Ah. Now he understands why humans love alcohol so much. It's refreshing. I'm glad you enjoyed it. By the way, why do you call me human but don't refer to yourself that way? It's just that he got used to it. To be honest, it hasn't been that long since they started treating us as humans. Back during the Japanese occupation, we were considered nothing more than talking animals. Even hunters used to hunt us in those days. Even so, he's amazing. From what they've heard, he played a major role in the Korean War, and that's why mutants have more rights nowadays. But he couldn't have done it alone. It's been so long since the entire village enjoyed the company of an outsider. Do you want it or not? Just one more, uncle. Try it like this, it tastes better. He always wanted to hear them laugh like that. A classic sentimental drunk. Wow, such an innocent village. He really shouldn't be crying like this. He's just giving them what they want and his reputation keeps skyrocketing. Alright, you said you needed a mana core, right? Here are 4. Go ahead and take them. Reputation quest complete. Come to Papa mana cores, haha. Thank you very much. And with that, he finally wraps up the festivities for the day and starts heading out. He's finally ready to become level 5. Good job, me. Suddenly he hears a voice. Hey, are you leaving? It's the skeleton. He still hasn't properly thanked him. There's no need. He already received valuable gifts from the village. But the skeleton feels that he gave the village something far more precious than that. Understandable, since they hadn't had real food in decades. With a somber tone, he says that if he ever needs more mutant mana cores next time, just let him know. He'll gladly give him his own. What? Please don't say something like that again. He has no intention of taking the heart of someone who's still alive. He's not that kind of person. But he's serious, really. He truly means it. Because he received a prophecy from our godmother. She said that he was destined to give a part of his body to someone who would return my blood and flesh. Okay, Korean barbecue isn't worth that much. He knows the skeletal snake's quest has something to do with this, but he's never heard anything about a mana core being part of it. Maybe it's just a metaphor? She could be talking about something other than her mana core. Of course, he'll find out when the time comes. You can go now. Sorry for taking up your time. Alright, take care. He's looking forward to the day he sees you again. Obviously, that skeletal snake is hiding something. The next day we see a new house, quite large even with a pool. Yes, finally. What's right in front of me now is the large single-family home that will be mine from now on. The entire property spans over 660 square meters. And there's even a pool. But it's not just those perks. The real reason he came and chose this place. He takes an elevator down to the basement of the house. It leads to the high-quality, high-security secret training center. Yes, he never thought he'd see this day. Kim is truly happy. Enjoying the nice weather, sir? Yes, Director Choi. Thank you so much for suggesting this amazing place to him. Don't mention it. Still, why did you decide to make the move so suddenly? Because his disciples have been visiting his home quite frequently lately. He just wanted to provide them with a better environment. He also needed a bit more space. And since you brought that up, of course he's already prepared everything. Please feel free to use this to help you reach level 5. We see a massive capsule, equipped with advanced technological components. Hello, Master. She is a magical spirit born to support you, Master. How can she assist you today? First, precise measurement. From this point on, leveling up requires a more complex process. To achieve the best results, he needs the help of a spirit. Beginning precise measurement. Inside the capsule, all of his attributes, abilities, and powers begin to appear on the screen. Level 4 Warrior Class. Musculoskeletal Class, Giant. Musculoskeletal Class, Diamond. Healing Class, Immortal. Mana Class, Soul. Mana Class, Sigurd. Battle Class, Tiger King Swordsmanship. So that's how it's structured. However, several error messages suddenly start flashing on the screen. He doesn't understand what's going on. Master, there's been an error in reading your mana circuit. Ah, that's probably his fault. He's capable of altering his mana circuit in real time. That's actually top secret information, by the way. Is that even possible? That's not recorded in any of his data. She just saw it with her own eyes. So yes, she just witnessed it herself. That's why he'd like to prepare a level 5 elixir that suits him well. The spirit pauses in thought. A regular elixir wouldn't work, but if it's custom made, it's possible. Really? The performance does match the high price, huh? Please tell me all of your abilities. Please tell her all of his abilities. Alright. First of all, he possesses 11 high-level traits, successfully registered. The master's abilities total 136. The design has been completed based on the Celestial Throne elixir. Celestial Throne? He's referring to that elixir that only exists in theory. Is everything ready for the elixir's production? That's not the elixir he expected, but that's fine. He trusts that the spirit found the right elixir for him. Absolutely. Let's begin. Then, initiating production of the level 5 elixir. We see the mutant's mana cores being used in the process. The full moon night has arrived. The house is lit up from top to bottom. Congratulations on becoming level 5. Congratulations, Master. We brought you some gifts. How did you know? That man over there told us. Great day for a party, don't you think? Congratulations, warrior. You told them, Director Choi? Of course he did. It would have been a waste not to celebrate an occasion like this. Then he hears an explosion. It was fireworks from the first family he helped. The great achievement of Warrior Kim. Congratulations, from security number 1. Wow, unbelievable. He turns red like a strawberry. You too, Woojin? You're making me embarrassed. Oh, and by the way, there's also a flower wreath at your door. Congratulations on reaching level 5, Warrior Kim. From the Order of the Old Father. How far has this news spread? Is this supposed to be a provocation? Now that he's level 5, he'll have to act discreetly. Everyone will be watching his every move. And they send me something like this? He starts tearing apart the flower wreath. While Kim was tearing it apart, a car pulls up beside him. A beautiful woman with purple hair and dressed in executive attire steps out. Finally, more women are starting to appear in this manhwa. So, who the hell is that now? Everyone, even everyone's mother, is coming to his house today. Superhuman Warrior Kim, right? Congratulations on reaching level 5. Thanks. But who are you again? Apologies for the late introduction. She is Song Hee-young from the Kumo Group. Third daughter of the Kumo Group. Song Hee-young, level 6 superhuman. Gasp. She's the youngest daughter of the Kumo Group. And what business would the Kumo Group have with me? We were thinking of leaving a request. A request, huh? Wait a second. From what he knows, the Kumo Group is in the middle of a succession war, isn't it? Getting involved in the internal affairs of the Kumo Group will only make things more complicated. The wise choice is to refuse the request right here and now. We wish for him to participate in the 5 consecutive duels that will be held for the succession, as the champion. Then she begins to open the briefcase she was carrying. The compensation will be more than satisfactory. How about this as your payment? There's no doubt, this girl is strange. Those ears and eyes, and those marks on her neck. Wait a second. That pistol. Is that the gun that holds the power of destruction among the Daisen weapons? That changes everything. Bring me the contract right now. Time to get some rare items.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. And for more content like this, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another part. I'd love to hear your thoughts. See you next time. Bye-bye.